The Cursed Gears, the Heartless Automaton. Written by Lewis Lowcraft. Chapter 1. The Clockmaker's Apprentice. I sat at the worn wooden bench, my fingers dancing across the intricate ballet of brass gears and delicate tools, each a note in the symphony of ticking clocks that surrounded me. The light filtering through the grimy window illuminated the dust motes, swirling like ghosts in the air, while the world outside faded into a hushed backdrop, leaving only the rhythmic pulse of time as I worked to coax life back into a vintage pocket watch. The delicate timepiece lay open before me, a world of intricacies revealed under the soft glow of a single flickering bulb. I studied its components with an intensity that bordered on reverence, my blue eyes tracing the pathways of gears and springs as if reading a forgotten story. This watch, its polished surface marred with the stains of age, whispered secrets of a past life, a cadence I longed to restore. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of expectation in the air, as I positioned a tiny screwdriver against the backplate. The balance wheel and escapement require recalibration, I murmured, my voice steady, though I sensed the customer hovering at the edge of my workbench, their anticipation palpable. A slight adjustment to the gear train will restore its proper cadence. My fingers moved with precision, each turn of the tool a careful prayer that the watch might once again tick in harmonious rhythm. Dust motes danced in the single stream of light, settling on the chaotic arrangement of tools scattered across the bench. As I pressed the screwdriver into the watch's delicate mechanisms, a faint clink echoed, tiny yet substantial, as a part clicked into place. I felt a surge of satisfaction wash over me, a fleeting moment of triumph that momentarily drowned out the quiet urgency pressing against my mind. The customer nodded, their eyes fixated on my movements, betraying a mixture of apprehension and fascination. It was a familiar dynamic, my cautious demeanor meeting their eager curiosity. Yet I could sense the unspoken questions brimming just beneath the surface of our exchange. As I continued my meticulous work, I could feel their gaze upon me, the weight of unasked inquiries hanging thick in the air. With a final twist of my wrist, the watch surrendered to my will, its mechanism clicking smoothly. I leaned back slightly, observing the way it pulsed with renewed life, the rhythm aligning with the gentle ticking of other timepieces that adorned the walls of our modest shop. Each tick echoed the essence of time itself, fleeting yet ceaseless. I allowed myself a small smile, savoring the triumph of restoration. As the customer watched me step back, I caught a flicker of relief in their expression, a spark of connection momentarily igniting the sterile atmosphere between us. Perhaps they felt it too, the creeping sense that time held a weight far heavier than mere seconds passing by. But the moment was short-lived, consumed by the sounds of the workshop as I wiped my hands on a faded cloth, my mind already drifting toward deeper matters. I glanced up at Cecil, who stood behind a counter cluttered with an assortment of tools and clock parts. His lined face remained impassive, but I sensed a tension thrumming just beneath the surface as I leaned closer. "Cecil," I began, my voice soft but insistent, "what of my family's history, specifically the Ravenscroft side?" His fingers shuffled the papers on a wooden tray with deliberate slowness, betraying a thoughtful hesitance. "Not now, Felix," he replied, his tone low and edged with a caution that only fueled my curiosity. "Focus on the work at hand." I arched an eyebrow, suppressing a wave of frustration that rose unbidden. I wanted to delve into the tangled threads of our lineage, to unearth the truths buried in shadows long forgotten. Yet, with the customer's departure, leaving us alone in the organized chaos of ticking clocks and the soft scuffle of our footsteps against creaking floorboards, the silence settled heavily around us. Cecil gestured toward a dusty ledger resting on the counter, his gaze avoiding mine. The shop grew quieter still, the ticking clocks a persistent reminder of time's unyielding passage. As the next second ticked away, swallowed by the encroaching dread of unanswered questions that haunted our family, bound tightly by secrets only the gears of clockwork could fathom. I stepped back from the bench, hands stained with the remnants of clockwork oil and sweat, watching the newly restored pocket watch pulse with a steady heartbeat, its rhythmic ticking resonating through the shop like an echo of my own silent desires. The air, thick with the musty scent of aging wood, and the faint tinge of mechanical oil, wrapped around me as the quiet settled in, a stillness interrupted only by the ghosts of forgotten moments. I turned to Cecil, my heart thudding with unspoken questions, the gentle ticking all around us amplifying my impatience. His figure loomed behind the counter, a man shaped by years of craftsmanship yet burdened by unshared histories. "Cecil," I ventured cautiously, leaning closer, "what of my family's history, specifically the Ravenscroft side?" His brow furrowed, and I could see the fleeting shadow of discomfort cross his face, like a fleeting ghost refusing to rest. "Not now, Felix," he replied, his voice steady, yet edged with a thickness that suggested much lay beneath the surface. "Focus on the work at hand." The firmness of his reply stung, igniting a flicker of frustration within me. I had pored over the clockworks, coaxed their hidden essence back into life, yet here I stood at the threshold of understanding my own lineage, only to be met with walls of silence. I arched my eyebrow, needing him to see the sincerity of my inquiry. "I want to understand. Our name carries weight. Shouldn't I know who we are?" Cecil's eyes darted toward the dusty ledger on the counter, avoiding my gaze, as if the weight of it might shatter his carefully constructed resolve. His hands shuffled through papers, the rustle echoing through the stillness. "There are things best left unspoken. Some histories are like delicate mechanisms. They must be handled with care," he cautioned, his tone softening only slightly. "Delicate mechanisms," I repeated, my voice betraying the impatience simmering just beneath the surface. "I've been trained to dissect what you would rather keep whole. If there are stories buried within the Ravenscroft name, don't I have the right to hear them?" I watched his expression twist, caught between the urge to shield and the desire to confide. It was a precarious balance, one I understood all too well from my years spent learning the craft. Watchmakers respect the beauty of a well-tuned mechanism, but harbor deep unease at the complications hidden within. For a brief moment, the air seemed to still, caught in a reverie as we regarded each other, two souls bound by blood yet estranged by the secrets that dripped from our family tree like thick oil from a faulty spring. I sensed that he grappled with his thoughts, perhaps weighing the gravity of words unsaid. "Felix," he finally murmured, his voice a strained whisper. "Some things are better left in the shadows, unseen, like cogs that turn quietly in the background." His evasion dug deeper than simple reluctance. A tight knot of unease constricted within me, reverberating in sync with the rhythmic ticking surrounding us. My desperation grew, a clawing need for clarity. "But the Ravenscroft name looms over us. Isn't it time to unearth what's hidden?" He hesitated again, uncertainty creasing the lines on his forehead as he leaned back against the counter. "Sometimes," he offered quietly, "the shadows are preferable to the light, Felix. There are parts of our history that dwell in darkness for good reason." The statement cut deep, and I felt a rush of frustration swirl within me, battling the echoes of familial loyalty and dread. How could I accept shadows when I craved truth? "But I deserve to know, to understand why it has shaped us," I implored, longing for connection in a world shrouded in uncertainty. Silence hung heavy between us, punctuated only by the tick of clocks, now resembling a dirge, a testament to a past neither of us could seem to escape. I pressed my lips together, holding back the torrent of words I yearned to unleash, the relentless urge to pry into our family's darker corners only fueled by the shadows themselves. Cecil's demeanor shifted slightly, tension easing into an almost imperceptible resignation. Yet, just as quickly, the flicker of openness vanished behind the barrier he had erected, fortified by layers of silence, memories long entombed. "Felix," he murmured at last, his tone a mix of warning and warmth, "the clock may strike, but time is patient. Perhaps, in its own way, history will reveal itself when we're ready." With that, the cadence of ticking seemed to swell, engulfing us in a tide of unacknowledged feelings, questions unvoiced, and a history that loomed like a heavy cloak around our shoulders. I wrestled with my burgeoning frustration, clinging to the hope that the answers I sought were buried beneath the very gears I had come to admire, the intricate clockwork of my own family's narrative. I stood in the silence, rooted in that sacred space, a sanctuary forged by craftsmanship and shadowy pasts, wrestling with my desire to push deeper while knowing some gears were meant to turn unseen, caught between my relentless yearning for understanding and the indelible ties that anchored me to the mystery of my heritage. Chapter 2: A Letter from Eldergrove. The workshop lay steeped in shadow, scattered gears glinting like forgotten stars. I stood behind the workbench, the weight of unassembled pieces pressing upon me, each silent component whispering secrets of time. Just then, the door creaked open, a figure slipped in, and the world paused like a clock holding its breath in anticipation. A crisp envelope landed before me, the wax seal bearing the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. It was not an ordinary messenger. He seemed a specter of sorts, glancing furtively about as if fearful of being witnessed. My hands trembled with an anticipation I could neither identify nor dismiss. Slowly they reached out, fingers unsteady against the cool surface of the worn wood. As I retrieved the envelope, my thumb brushed over the emblem, a dark silhouette of the Ravenscroft family crest, distinct and imposing. How curious, I thought, to feel my pulse quicken at a mere scrap of parchment. Turning the envelope over, I caught a glimpse of its stark beauty. The dark wax gleamed ominously, freshly pressed yet cold, as if it had long since lost its warmth in this realm of gears and shadows. My breath hitched in my throat, constricting as I felt its weight, the gravity of its presence pressing heavily upon me. Each moment stretched, fluid like the workings of a delicate timepiece, while my mind raced. What news lay encased within that sanctified seal? I leaned in closer, tracing the outline of the emblem with my fingertip, the gentle heat from my skin contrasting sharply with the chill of the seal. A nervous energy coursed through me, one that twisted my gut and sent tingles racing down my spine. Finally, I could bear the silence no longer. I peeled back the seal with the kind of reverence one might show at the altar of fate. The paper unfolded, smooth and crisp like a clear winter morning, and the elegant script revealed its secrets. "Felix Ashwood, you are hereby notified of the passing of your uncle Victor Ravenscroft." My mind stuttered over the formal phrases, while the declaration settled heavily upon my chest, an anchor in the storm of my thoughts. A death, so final, so absolute. But it was the next line that seized my breath, a claim as surreal as it was dire. "You are the heir to Ravenscroft Manor." The words felt foreign, cold against my consciousness. I pressed the letter against the bench, fingers clenching involuntarily around the edges of the wood, as if it could ground me against the gale of emotions crashing around me. An unsteady breath escaped my lips, mirroring the rhythm of the ticking clocks nearby, each second a reminder of the time I had spent blissfully ignorant of my family's dark legacy. In this workshop, amidst the chaos of metal and wood, I had long known the intricacies of cogs and springs, yet this revelation felt far more complicated than the most complex mechanism I had ever attempted to understand. Was I truly prepared to embrace what awaited me at Ravenscroft Manor? Did I possess the courage to step into the shadows of my family's past? My mind wavered between curiosity and dread as I meticulously refolded the letter, every crease deliberate, every movement measured. The parchment felt like a promise, a bridge linking my present with a past I scarcely understood. As I set the letter aside, my fingers lingering over the raw, splintered surface of the workbench, I realized I could no longer evade the responsibilities that awaited me. Ravenscroft Manor was more than mere inheritance. It was a calling to reckon with the very essence of my bloodline. Time twisted around me like the gears in my workshop, reshaping the very fabric of my existence. As I stepped back, the rhythmic ticking of the clocks enveloped me once more, a haunting reminder of the path I was bound to tread. I could no longer remain simply the apprentice at my father's side, surrounded by the artistry of creation. No, I would need to embrace this new chapter, one laced with the whispers of my uncle's ambitions and the echo of his silence. And as the shadow of Ravenscroft Manor loomed on the horizon, I felt my resolve harden like steel forged in a flame, ready to confront whatever awaited me. The cogs of fate had begun to turn, and with them my life would never again know the stillness it once held. The air grew thick as I stepped into the back room, a realm defined by shadows and the distant hum of machinery. Light struggled to seep through the grime-streaked windows, mingling with the scent of polished wood and hot metal. It was here, amongst the lingering memories of creation, that I found my father, focused and steady, the embodiment of patience, yet unaware of the turmoil brewing within me. I approached him with the weight of the letter clutched tightly in my hand, each step a silent plea for clarity. The table between us seemed to pulse with an unspoken tension, a barrier born from years of cautious silence. I felt as if I stood on the precipice of some unseen abyss, unable to discern the depths of what awaited. Would he receive the news with the calm I admired, or would the shadow of the Ravenscroft name cast doubt upon us both? "Cecil, have you ever seen such a seal before?" The words spilled from my lips, tinged with anxiety. I placed the envelope on the work table, the sound of parchment against polished wood stark in the muted air. He leaned over, eyes narrowing in examination. There was a subtle shift in his posture, an instinctual retreat, though he did not verbalize it. "Be wary, Felix," he replied, his tone low and deliberate. The brass cog he had been adjusting stilled under his steady fingers, as if in response to the tension that now coiled between us. The Ravenscroft legacy is not one to embrace lightly. His voice carried the weight of caution, echoing in the dim light of the room. I observed the lines etched around his eyes, traces of worry intertwining with the soft folds of wisdom. The delicate motions of his hands, gloved and sure, revealed his practiced ease in navigating mechanical puzzles. Yet here, in this moment, he seemed adrift in a labyrinth of family history. "I know," I murmured, my own voice barely escaping, fraying at the edges with doubt. I yearned to unburden the thoughts weighing upon my mind, yet the unyielding atmosphere stalled my resolve. But he was family. Victor, he left me Ravenscroft Manor. The weight of the words hung between us like a specter, palpable and unsettling. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the rhythmic ticking of the clocks surrounding us, a constant reminder of time's passage, forever slipping through fingers that might grasp it. My father's eyes softened momentarily, searching mine for understanding, and I knew he must recognize the swirling storm of emotions within me, a blend of curiosity, dread, and a yearning for connection, perhaps to the legacy I had so longed to escape. "Victor was many things," Cecil began, his words deliberate and measured, "but to take on such a burden is not simple. It's complicated." He straightened, hands falling still as he regarded me fully. "You must consider, Felix, what you are truly inheriting." I wanted to protest, to argue that family ties should not be so riddled with fear and regret. I opened my mouth to respond, but the echo of my father's earlier caution lingered, a reminder of our precarious position. The Ravenscroft legacy, it seemed, carried more than mere title and property. It spoke of secrets and shadows I had yet to fathom. Finally, in that silence I exhaled, a sigh drawn from the depths of my heart. I could feel the hesitant threads connecting us in that moment, a fabric woven from shared burdens and unspoken fears. Would I step into the darkness together with my father, or would this mark the start of our separate paths, each defined by the weight of our lineage? "Felix," he began again, but I cut him off, the urgency burning within me. "I must confront it," I declared, my voice steadier now. "I cannot live in fear of what my family has become. The manor is a part of me." There was no hesitation in my resolve. I felt the determination swell within me, much like the mechanics I understood so well. To face Ravenscroft Manor was to confront my own history, a decision both terrifying and necessary. My father searched my gaze, seeking the boy I had once been, the uncertainty that had previously bound me. I could see the flicker of pride in his eyes, mingled with concern as he nodded slowly, acknowledging my decision. Perhaps in that moment, I did not merely inherit a legacy of darkness, perhaps I could shape it, mold it into something more. And as I tucked the letter securely into my jacket, the air felt less heavy, the shadows less daunting. In the hush that lingered, I recognized that this path was not mine alone. It belonged to both of us, a shared venture into the unknown. Together, we would illuminate the darkness, both in Ravenscroft Manor and within ourselves, as we embraced what it meant to be truly alive within a clockwork world that refused to stop ticking. Chapter 3: Journey to Ravenscroft Manor. As I stepped off the dirt road, beneath a canopy of twisted, leafless trees, I clutched the sealed letter tightly, a frayed lifeline to a past I could barely remember. My boots sunk into the mud, stirring the stagnant puddles that reflected the dull hues of an indifferent sky, while a persistent low fog slithered along the ground, ensnaring every gnarled branch in its mournful embrace. I could feel the weight of the letter like a stone against my palm, an unwelcome burden, or perhaps an answer to questions that thrummed restlessly beneath the surface of my mind. I watched as the mist crept forward, intertwining with the gnarled roots of the trees that clawed their way up from the earth, desperate for release. Each step forward brought an echo, a reminder of the world I sought to leave behind, while the air filled with a coldness that settled deep within my bones. Shadows danced just beyond the edge of my vision, darting between the trunks, reminding me that solitude often breeds phantoms. With each shallow breath, I felt the fog tightening around me, an embrace both intimate and suffocating. Amongst the debris of a bygone era, I stumbled upon stray clock parts scattered along the path, bits of brass gears and tarnished cogs, remnants of another world left behind in the morning mist. They whispered stories of intricate mechanisms long silent, of time unraveling in their absence. I knelt to pick one up, a tarnished gear that glimmered momentarily, its sharp edges a stark contrast to the softness of the mire. My fingers brushed against the cold metal, and in that moment, a flicker of remembrance ignited within me. Perhaps time did not decay so easily. Perhaps it only lay in wait, mired in shadows. The distant tick continued to pulse through the air, a steady, maddening echo that drew me forward. I strained to listen, to pinpoint its source, feeling it resonate deep within me, a heartbeat both foreign and familiar. It called me like an unanswered question, the rhythmic percussion of a clock hidden within the fog, beyond the grasp of my weary eyes. There was something sinister in its insistence, as though it beckoned forth ghosts of memories I had buried deep, a morbid reminder of my ties to Ravenscroft Manor, the place where I had fled but could never fully escape. With each step, the letter pressed heavier against my chest, both my anchor and my curse. What awaited me at the manor? The thought flickered, terrifying yet alluring, as dread swirled in my stomach like a tempest. I exhaled slowly, the mist swirling around me, wrapping around the seal of the letter, whispering promises and warnings alike. It was a cruel reminder of promises made and broken, a bridge to the past I had attempted to sever, yet somehow was compelled to reconnect. As I turned to face the shadow of the trees, A fleeting sensation brushed my skin like a caress, icy tendrils of fate encroaching upon my path. Perhaps my venture back would unravel threads better left intact. But the tick of time, relentless and unyielding, continued to reverberate through the damp air, guiding me home, or so it seemed. And as I pressed on into the enveloping fog, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not merely walking towards a place, I was slipping through the veils of destiny. I stepped through the narrow archway, where the twisted iron frame clanked, releasing a chorus of eerie echoes that hung in the air. The ancient stone cottages, stooped and worn by time, framed a tableau of muted colors under the bruised sky, a picture of decay. My heart beat unsteadily in my chest as I entered Eldergrove, feeling the weight of unseen eyes trailing along my back, curdling my blood with apprehension. The murmur of hushed conversation faded and intensified like the tide as I passed, townsfolk halting mid-task to scrutinize the figure that dared invade their stillness. An elderly woman paused with a basket perched delicately on her hip, her gaze sharp beneath graying brows, eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. Her mouth turned down in disapproval, as if I were an unwelcome intruder in her realm of routine. A man at a nearby newsstand lowered his gaze to the dusty ground, the pallor of fear mingling with disbelief as I walked past, a mere specter drifting through their everyday lives. The group gathered nearby exchanged glances laced with whispers, their apprehension a palpable fog that enveloped me and rendered the air thick and oppressive. A stout wrought iron sign creaked in the wind beside the marketplace, its numbers and letters corroded by years of neglect. I strained to make out the name of the town, a relic from a time when it once thrived, Eldergrove. The crumbling edges of its frame mimicked the townspeople's expressions, twisted and rough around the edges, as though they shared an unspoken burden. The entire place seemed steeped in secrets best left unspoken, each brick and weathered tile a testament to the lives lived behind shuttered windows. As I ventured further into the center of town, the atmosphere shifted, charged with an unsettling silence that weighed heavy on my spirit. In the marketplace, exchanges were conducted with an economy of words, greetings like furtive glances, whispered with furrowed brows and tight lips, as if the air thickened with unasked questions. I felt like an outsider, an unwelcome specter caught between the rhythms of their lives and my own uncertain purpose. My presence, merely a reminder of the shadows creeping into their daylight, of the mysteries that lay within Ravenscroft Manor. I waded deeper into the pulse of Eldergrove, the whispers coiling around me, wrapping tighter with every step, until I was adrift in a sea of wary glances. A weight pressed down, making the air feel colder, more stagnant, an anxiety not wholly my own, but born of the town's collective dread. They spoke without words, their expressions telling tales of centuries-long fears as their eyes flickered toward the manor atop the hill, as if its very existence breathed an ominous air that blanketed the land. The encroaching shadows felt suffocating, a shroud settling around me, and the anticipation of my meeting with Mayor Thaddeus Blackthorne loomed in the distance like a storm gathering strength. The townsfolk's stares followed me as if urging me to turn back, but there was no turning back, only forward, toward the counsel of a man who held the strings of their lives in his cautious hands. I was about to step into the realm of politics and uncertainty, the very essence of Eldergrove's frailty condensed into one figure. The air crackled, heavy with foreboding, as I tightened my grip on the letter, my lifeline and burden intermingling in a dance of fate. The modest town hall rose before me, a weary sentinel cloaked in the soft glow of afternoon light, as if unaware of the storm brewing around it. Its weathered stones and cracked facade suggested the weight of countless secrets that whispered from the corners of its shadowy interior. I stepped inside, greeted by the scent of polished wood mingled with stale air, a juxtaposition of history and neglect. Portraits of past leaders gazed down upon me, their expressions stiff and unyielding, trapped within their gilded frames, as if presiding over my uncertain fate. There he stood, Mayor Thaddeus Blackthorne, his face a mask of forced civility, adorned with a stiff, starched collar that seemed to constrict his very words. His prominent bushy mustache, maintained with a particular pride, twitched as he forced a smile that never reached his anxious eyes. Those weary orbs darted toward me, his fingers tapping a nervous rhythm against the worn leather folder clutched against his chest, a secret waiting to spill forth, a fragile facade teetering on the brink of unraveling. He ushered me along a narrow corridor lined with those ancient portraits, his footsteps echoing as we traversed cracked tiles that threatened to betray their age. The silence stretched, oppressive and heavy, draped around us like a funeral shroud. I could sense his discomfort as he glanced sideways at dark corners, as if expecting an apparition to materialize, drawn forth by the specter of our pasts. "Welcome," he said, clearing his throat, the sound uncharacteristically loud in the stillness. "I trust your journey was uneventful." His words, though intended to soothe, danced on a knife's edge, threading unease through the air. "It was fog-laden," I replied carefully, my heart thrumming as his face momentarily flickered with recognition, a tension building between us. The weight of unspoken truths hung thick in the air. "Yes," he muttered, taking a step closer, his gaze darting towards the doors as if expecting them to burst open with long-buried horrors. "The fog often brings memories, reminders." The mayor's voice quaked, and he cleared his throat again, as if grappling with a truth he was not ready to confront. Outside, a rickety carriage waited, its wheels creaking like ancient bones as he gestured towards it. "Shall we?" he offered, attempting to mask the trepidation flickering in his demeanor with a semblance of authority. I nodded, the deepening silence pressing around us like an anchor tethering me to the impending gravity of the manor. With a sigh of resignation, I climbed aboard, my heart quickening as I watched the town shrink behind me. The carriage rolled forward, its wood groaning beneath us, a fitting echo for the creaks of ancient time. I felt the atmosphere shift, the dread lingering in the back of my mind, coiling tighter with every sway of the vehicle. As we approached Ravenscroft Manor, looming in the distance like an ominous storm cloud, I felt an icy tendril of fear curl around my spine. The ticking of an unseen clock throbbed in my ears, reminding me that I was on the precipice of something great and terrible, entwined in the fabric of Eldergrove's mysteries. The mayor's anxious demeanor mirrored my own disquiet as we rolled towards the threshold of our shared fate, burdened by the weight of unspoken sins and dark histories that clung like shadows to the walls of that dreadful estate. Chapter 4: Echoes of the Past. As I stepped through the heavy door of Ravenscroft Manor, the world outside faded into oblivion, swallowed by shadows and silence. My gaze fell upon the library, a vast expanse of towering bookshelves, their spines aged and whispering secrets, as if the tomes themselves bore witness to the tangled history within these walls. Dust motes danced lazily in narrow beams of light, suspended in an air thick with unsung tales and memories long forgotten. The silence pressed against my ears, punctuated only by the soft rustle of fabric, as Eleanor, leaning on a carved wooden cane, made her way deeper into the heart of this forgotten sanctuary. Dressed in a neat, if faded, dark gown, she navigated the rows with the elegance of a ghost, tracing her delicate fingers along the spines of ancient manuscripts, a silent communion with the secrets of the past. I followed closely, my fingers twitching with a need to touch, to connect with the intricate designs of forgotten machinery whispered within these pages. With a slight inclination of my body, I let my calloused hand glide along a shelf of neglected tomes, an unspoken promise that I would delve into the secrets these bindings concealed. In my pursuit of discovery, I leaned down, spotting a loose yellowed page partially sticking out, its brittle surface a testament to the age it bore. My heart quickened, a crack in the facade, a glimpse into the past. "Every book here hides a secret," Eleanor remarked in a measured tone, her voice soft, yet laden with the weight of history, as though she too understood the gravity of what was interred among these pages. The words lingered in the air, a haunting melody that beckoned for further exploration. Each of our footsteps echoed on the creaking wooden floor, a subtle reminder of our presence within a space saturated with the passage of time. The dust stirred gently around us, as if disturbed by the weight of memories better left undisturbed. I could sense a gravity to the silence, a tension hanging palpably, binding us both to this moment. Our journey led us toward a dim corner of the library, where the sunlight struggled to penetrate the cobweb-laden shadows. Discarded clock parts and mechanical curiosities littered the ground, remnants of a forgotten artistry that whispered stories of past ingenuity. The air turned dense with anticipation, my pulse echoing within my ears, urging me to step closer, to unearth whatever lingered in the depths of this sanctuary. I paused, allowing my eyes to drift across the chaos. Bits of brass and iron lay jumbled together, clock hands out of time, waiting for a resurrection that may never come. There, amid the clutter, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not just a mere observer in this tale, but an integral piece in a mechanical narrative of fate. What haunted the silence? What weight lay upon the pages and gears? Eleanor's piercing blue gaze flickered back toward me, a silent nudge toward the hidden knowledge waiting to be revealed. I could sense the intertwining of her own burdens with the echoes of the past, a complexity buried beneath her dignified exterior. In that moment, I felt a chill creep into my bones, a herald of what lay ahead. My mind raced with images of clockwork hearts and twisted gears. A sense of foreboding washed over me. The manor was not merely a structure of stone and wood, but a living entity, imbued with memories that stirred beneath the surface, eager for acknowledgement. I yearned to delve deeper, to understand the mechanisms of this place, to pry apart its enigmas one by one. With a silent vow, I stepped further into the shadows, feeling the unsettling pulse of the manor as it beckoned us forward, a gateway to the past, cloaked in dust and secrecy. I could not ignore the sense that each turn in this labyrinth would unveil another sin, another whisper from the annals of history. What awaited us in the depths of this library would echo in my thoughts long after the pages had settled. As we stepped into Victor's study, the air grew heavier with the scent of aged wood and machine oil, a veritable shrine to an inventor's fervor and neglect. The room was a chaotic testament to obsession, a riot of brass contraptions and intricate gears sprawled across the surfaces, each item casting dark shadows as they vied for the light that struggled to penetrate the gloom. The clutter seemed almost sentient, a restless collection of fragmented thoughts laid bare. I stood at the threshold, momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming disarray, while Eleanor moved gracefully past me, her expression a carefully schooled mask of reserve as she took in the madness surrounding us. My gaze darted across the room, drawn in by the intricacies of mechanical assemblies that glimmered like fractured stars in the murky half-light. I stepped forward, captivated by the brilliance of engineering, feeling a fervor swell within me. There, nestled against a stack of yellowed parchment, sat Victor's cracked journal. With measured hands, I opened it, the spine creaking in protest like the echoes of long-forgotten whispers. My fingers brushed over the handwritten entries, deciphering Victor's fevered thoughts that spilled across the pages, obsessive musings on life and death, the thin boundary between creator and creation. My breath caught as I traced the elegant diagrams of twisted clockwork devices, all crafted with precision, but tinted by an unsettling darkness. The intimacy of the text felt invasive. I could almost hear his voice murmuring in the silence, drowning out the chaos surrounding me. Each sentence dripped with a kind of manic intensity, and I felt the weight of Victor's unhinged brilliance settle into my chest, a tantalizing lure that beckoned with promise and peril alike. In stark contrast, Eleanor gravitated toward a tall bookcase, her hand brushing the dust away from the tomes she encountered. She turned a rusted wrought iron handle, and a hidden passage revealed itself, a narrow corridor hidden behind a wall of neglected knowledge. The ancient wood groaned, echoing the release of forgotten memories, and a wave of air surged forth, cool and whispering, as if it had awaited our intrusion. I knelt, hastily gathering the fluttering papers that cascaded to the floor, a scattering of diagrams and designs echoing the rhythmic chaos of Victor's mind. Among them, I noted sketches of the clockwork heart, a monstrous creation poised to pulse with lifelike fervor. My heart raced at the thought. The chilling promise of life breathed into machinery tethered my thoughts to dark places. Eleanor's eyes met mine with a glint of knowing as she examined the narrow passage. I felt an unspoken bond woven between us, the gravity of our shared quest to understand what lay hidden beneath the surface of our reality. Here, amid Victor's madness, we were two seekers drawn together by an unsatiated thirst for truth. With urgency thrumming in my veins, I continued to sift through the papers, piecing together blueprints that entwined into a network of wonder and horror, each one a thread in the tapestry of Victor's unraveling mind. As I scrutinized the chaotic symbols and enigmatic calculations, a deeper sense of his obsession gripped me, thrumming through the very walls of the manor, a twisted echo that persisted in the shadows. But a sense of foreboding loomed, oppressive as the heavy tapestries that hung in silence. It was as if Victor's spirit lingered within the confines of this room, his thoughts seeping into the very fabric of our surroundings. The atmosphere thickened, heavy with the weight of ambition and regret, the suffocating silence magnifying the ever-present tension. The fleeting echoes of distant footsteps somewhere beyond our sanctum suggested we were not alone, a haunting reminder that the manor held secrets more potent than mere mechanical inventions. I could almost hear the beating of Victor's clockwork heart, pulsing somewhere in the depths, calling to the darkness that dwelled within the depths of our souls. As night descended upon Ravenscroft Manor, the familiar shapes of the study morphed into an oppressive gloom. The overhead lantern flickered erratically, casting shifting shadows that seemed to breathe along the peeling wallpaper, a dance of specters bearing witness to the secrets steeped within these walls. The light grew faint, an invitation for the shadows to creep in closer, settling in every corner like vengeful ghosts awakening from a long slumber. I lingered in the study, my senses heightened by the encroaching darkness, drowning in the weight of my discoveries. The once vibrant chaos of Victor's inventions transformed into a labyrinth of malevolence, an echo of madness etched within the tarnished brass and broken gears. The dust-laden air felt heavy around me, binding my thoughts in a web of anticipation and fear as I contemplated what lay hidden in the deeper recesses of the manor. The peeling wallpaper whispered the stories of time, a silent reminder of forgotten lives that had once inhabited this estate. Shadows stretched along the floorboards, twisting into grotesque shapes that played tricks on my mind. Was it the fear that clung to my senses, or did something else more sinister weave through the air, entwined with my every breath? I felt ensnared, caught between the thrill of unearthing the unknown and the dread of what might come to light. A series of deliberate ticking sounds, mechanical in nature, began to reverberate along the corridor beyond the study. The cadence was unsettling, hauntingly rhythmic, sending chills racing down my spine. My heart raced in syncopation with those errant beats, a strange anticipation building within me. Each clatter seemed to echo some primordial fear, resonating with the pulse of the manor. Was it Victor's creation returning to claim its architect? As the sound grew louder, I crouched near the open secret passage, my hand instinctively gripping the edge of Victor's journal. I peered into the darkness that swallowed the corridor ahead, a yawning abyss that whispered promises of despair. An uneasy tension gripped my throat, binding me in place. What lurked beyond that veil of shadow? Then movement, a slow, deliberate stirring in the dark. The shadows shifted, a form fleeting and indistinct, stretching and contracting along the floorboards as though alive. My breath caught in my throat, the instinct to flee warring with a debilitating fascination that kept my feet anchored to the spot. What was it? Some mechanical contrivance birthed from Victor's nightmares, or a manifestation of my own spiraling fear? I felt the delicate balance of my own sanity teeter as I tried to piece together the tangled threads of reality, caught in a psychological web woven by ambition and desperation. The culmination of my exploration tugged at the very fibers of my being, and with each heartbeat, a truth unfolded before me. The dangers entwined within our discoveries were not mere shadows or objects crafted from metal. They breathed with life and intent, lurking in the depths of our own minds, bound to the secrets of the Ravenscroft legacy. The silence weighed upon me like a pall, wrapping itself around my thoughts. The darkened corners of the manor promised more than mere dust and decay. They harbored the specter of Victor's obsession, reaching out like cold fingers, eager to drag me into its depths. In that moment, I realized the gravity of our trespass. The clockwork heart was not just a creation. It represented the very essence of what lay dormant in Ravenscroft Manor, waiting for the unwary to awaken the darkness from its slumber. The truth lingered just beyond my reach, a truth that I dared not confront yet could not forsake. In the quiet, the manor itself seemed to breathe, a warning and a welcome all at once, urging me deeper into its history, into its soul. Chapter 5: The Clockwork Heart. I stood before the door, its narrow frame cloaked in dust, as if the world beyond had forgotten its existence. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, releasing a sigh of stale air that whispered of secrets long buried within the stone walls of this hidden chamber. The uneven stone walls loomed, their surfaces marred by time, each crack a testament to the weight of years. Dust motes floated lazily in the weak light cast by a single guttering lamp. It flickered like a heartbeat, pulsating with a rhythm both weak and insistent. As I stepped inside, my measured footsteps stirred the dust into a quiet dance, every particle a testament to the stillness that enveloped this forgotten place. The air felt thick and alive, pressing in on me as I advanced, drawn by a soft echo of clanging metal reverberating through the space. Each sound slithered through the silence, mingling with my breath, a reminder of the life that once thrived here, now extinguished like the dim light that struggled against the encroaching dark. I moved forward, my heart quickening with an unnameable blend of apprehension and curiosity. The shelves that lined the far wall stood cluttered, burdened with fragile papers, dust-draped tools long neglected by nimble fingers. It was a place that whispered of ingenuity, a clockmaker's sanctuary once filled with the vibrant hum of craftsmanship, now silent and unyielding. The metallic clanging drew me deeper, stirring an obsession that clawed at the back of my mind. My gaze roamed over the chaotic assortment before me. Delicate parchment, its edges curled like the pages of a weathered book, held faded drawings and the ghosts of ideas trapped within ink-stained borders. Each illustration spoke of intricate designs, dreams manifested in careful lines, echoes of thoughts long abandoned. I felt as if I were intruding on a sacred memory, one that might recoil from my very presence. The clang of metal deepened, resonating like a heartbeat within the silence. It coiled around me, an unseen thread binding my curiosity to the very essence of this chamber. I hesitated, suddenly aware of the dust settling around me, heavy like a shroud. The tension hung in the air, almost palpable, urging me to unravel the mystery that awaited beyond the shadows. I lingered a moment longer, inhaling the scent of old wood and rust. With a final shaky breath, I prepared to venture deeper into the heart of this forgotten world, compelled by a voice that was not quite human, a whisper of gears yearning to be set in motion once more. The clanging echoed again, drawing me forward, like the beckoning of a distant, haunting memory. I stepped into the center of the chamber, And there it stood, a life-sized automaton, draped in the shadows of cobwebs and tarnished brass, as though time had retreated into its intricate mechanisms. A cold dread coiled in my stomach, yet an impossible curiosity drew me closer, as if the very essence of clockwork had captured the breath of life within this hollow shell. I felt my heart quicken, pounding against the cage of my ribs as I moved toward it, drawn by the haunting beauty of its design. Its presence loomed before me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. The automaton's glass eyes caught the dim light, returning a faint, unsettling gleam that danced with something unnameable. Each flicker held me captive, a magnetic force that urged me to reach out. I advanced slowly, deliberate, my calloused fingers trembling in anticipation, aching to brush against the exposed gears and joints that comprised its being. The mechanical figure appeared both ancient and otherworldly, an unsettling paradox wrought from brass and steel. As my fingertips brushed against the cool surface, the textures sent electric shivers down my spine. Each groove whispered secrets of craftsmanship long past, each joint a testament to a creator's obsessive devotion. The air crackled with unspoken tension, as though the chamber held its breath alongside me. As I traced the contours of its intricate mechanism, I felt a shift in the air, a barely perceptible change. The automaton's movements had shifted from mechanical precision to something unnaturally fluid, suggesting a presence directing its actions from the shadows. An instinctual unease crept over me, my excitement yielding to an unsettling awareness of the dark purpose that might lie dormant beneath its surface. I studied its features, marveling at the metallic skin that seemed to hold more than just metal and gears. It was a mask of haunted beauty, every inch carved with the painstaking care of a master clockmaker. As the glass eyes followed my every motion, I caught a glimpse of something darker, an intelligence that felt far removed from the lifelessness of a mere machine. I could not help but wonder if it had begun to awaken, stirring with desires unknown and fears unnamed. Time slipped away as I stood before it, grappling with a mixture of wonder and dread that pooled within my chest. The automaton loomed larger with each passing second, an embodiment of my own curiosity turned ominous. I fought the urge to recoil, knowing that in this space filled with silence and dust, I was entangled in a delicate dance, a clockmaker's apprentice wrestling with the birth of something that could not be undone. Caught in its gaze, I momentarily lost track of the world around me. I became aware of every heartbeat, each one echoing like a whisper in the void. This creation, a masterwork of gears and steel, stood on the precipice of becoming, suspended in a delicate balance between the familiar and the terrifying. I was drawn to it, but a voice in the back of my mind warned me that some things were best left undisturbed. Still, the call of the automaton lingered, a dark melody beckoning me closer, promising revelations that lay just beyond reach. I leaned closer, mesmerized by the automaton's gaze, lost in the labyrinth of its clockwork soul. As my breath mingled with the dust motes around us, a sudden crack sounded beneath my elbow, a misplaced angle, and everything fractured in a cascade of sound and chaos. The wooden shelf gave way, toppling with a groan that echoed like thunder in the confined space. Papers scattered across the cold stone floor, swirling and fluttering like trapped birds desperate for freedom. Panic surged through me as I instinctively bent down, fumbling to collect the disheveled documents. Each page was a fragile remnant of past creations, intricately drawn designs of a clockwork heart, their edges curling with age and ink smudged with time. My fingers trembled as I sifted through them, heart racing. Every sheet was a testament to innovation turned relic, visions laid bare before me, now lost amidst the debris of my clumsiness. As I gathered the drawings, I caught a flicker of movement from the automaton in my peripheral vision. My breath caught in my throat, fear sparking with anticipation. The glass eyes that had once held a distant gleam now brightened with something akin to awareness. A jolt of electricity ran through the air, sending a chill racing down my spine. Time felt suspended, like a fragile thread drawn tight, threatening to snap at any moment. Then came the sound, the subtle whirring of gears coming to life. I dared to look, the terror mounting as I beheld the automaton's face. Its metallic features remained stoic, yet the shadows danced across its surface as its glass eyes seemed to narrow. One mechanical finger twitched slightly, a disquieting imitation of life. I froze, caught in the paradox of my own recklessness and the horror unfolding before me. For an eternal moment, we existed in a realm of unnerving stillness. I could hardly breathe, my heart pounding like a frenzied clock, every second stretching and twisting into an incomprehensible fabric of tension. The atmosphere thickened, pregnant with something unspeakable, and I suddenly felt the weight of 1,000 sins pressing upon my chest. The automaton's presence shifted, its former passivity eroded, now tinged with a calculating intelligence. I could sense an undercurrent of hostility, a predatory edge lying just beneath the surface. As the quiet settled back into the chamber, every instinct screamed for me to flee, yet I was paralyzed, my gaze locked onto the being before me, a twisted manifestation of ingenuity that beckoned with cold promise. I couldn't tear my eyes away. I could see the delicate intertwining of gears moving with an eerie fluidity, pulsing with a life of its own. As I hunched over the papers, dread twisted in my stomach, coiling around the fear that surged to the surface. The automaton, once merely a construct of gears and dreams, had somehow become a silent witness to my blunder. I wondered if this moment would mark the end of my innocent curiosity or ignite a darker fate, a reckoning with the creation I had so foolishly begun to disturb. In that moment of unnerving stillness, the boundaries between creator and creation blurred, and I could almost hear the whisper of inevitability spiraling through the dusty air, taunting me with what lay ahead. Chapter 6: Whispers in Eldergrove. The bus wheezed to a halt, and I stepped off into a world cloaked in damp mist, the chill biting at my skin as my boots sank into the muddy street. Gas lamps glimmered like reluctant stars above, their light struggling against the somber cloak of twilight that hung low over the crooked buildings and shuttered storefronts of Eldergrove. I could feel the whispers dance through the fog, a melody of unease wrapping around my heart, quickening my pulse as if I were an intruder in a forgotten tale. The main street, a mirror of puddles reflecting dim light, guided me past structures that leaned awkwardly, as if bowing under the weight of their own history. The air was thick with a cloying stillness, punctuated only by the shuffling of hesitant feet and hushed murmurs that scuttled like shadows between the mossy stones. Here I was nothing, a mere flicker beneath the watchful eyes of those who peered from doorways cloaked in shadow, their gazes heavy with suspicion. I could feel their eyes on me, tracing the lines of my silhouette, my presence a stark disruption in their encroaching isolation. Were it not for the unsettling murmurs, I might have felt nothing. Yet my skin prickled as I moved on, the sharp breaths of the townsfolk darting away from me like a flock of startled birds. And then the air shifted. Ahead, a small crowd had gathered around a modest infirmary, the building itself a sanctuary against the growing gloom. There stood Abigail Brown, her gentle presence cutting through the tension like a fragile light in darkness. She was a vision of quiet determination, wearing a stained apron that held the remnants of her efforts. I watched, transfixed, as she dabbed a cloth against the brow of a man who coughed violently, his features twisted in pain. "Easy now," her voice floated to me, soothing and measured, each word a thread pulling taut against the despair surrounding us. I could see the faint glisten of sweat on his forehead, mingling with the colors of sickness painted on his skin. "Let it pass. You're safe here." Each command blended seamlessly with the cadence of her care, a symphony of warmth amidst the chill that wrapped around me. My fingers itched to draw closer, to witness the nurturing warmth that radiated from her hands even as I remained fixed at the edges of the crowd. I inhaled the earthy scent of the herbs she often spoke of, bitter and green, wrapping around me like an embrace, but it did little to soothe the unrest bubbling beneath my skin. The clock tower in the distance chimed, each echo a reminder that time, too, could be cruel in a place like this. And yet the man's cough subsided, and in its place murmurs of gratitude filled the air like fallen leaves. The townsfolk seemed to pause for a breath, the veil of anxiety lifting momentarily as Abigail worked. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed the warmth of humanity beneath the surface of this forlorn town. But as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, swallowed by the ever-present mist creeping around us, nudging at my heels as I resumed my path. Without deliberation, I moved toward the town square. The air hung heavy with unspoken words, each inhalation deepening the foreboding sensation settling in my chest. The distant clang of the clock resonated, drawing me away from the worry that clung to my shoulders like a shroud. It was the only heartbeat I could latch onto, as I fled the touch of those quiet glances still lurking behind me, like shadows marking my steps through Eldergrove's tangled embrace. I slipped into the market square, where the air buzzed with the low din of haggling voices, and the scent of dried herbs intermingled with something darker, more sinister. Vendors leaned over their stalls, their gestures as animated as the colors of the trinkets they offered, but beneath the surface of that chatter lurked an unspoken wariness that chilled me to the bone. The vivid chaos of the square swirled around me, a whirlwind of humanity with little regard for the shrouded discontent buried beneath each interaction. Ducking through a gauntlet of tables draped with faded tarps, I could barely keep my eyes from darting to every shadow, the way their outlines mingled with the flickering light, wrapping around my thoughts like uninvited hands. My heart raced as I brushed against sellers who hawked their wares, fingers trailing over the bundles of herbs and chipped wooden trinkets. Their voices seemed to fade into a dull murmur as I continued my aimless search for answers. Then, among the stalls, I noticed her. Luna Fairweather. A tall figure with a determined set to her jaw, and sharp eyes that gleamed like emeralds, her long, fiery red hair tumbled in wild waves around her shoulders. She commanded attention, even among the array of colorful vendors, a being birthed from folklore itself. As I approached her modest stall, adorned with clusters of medicinal plants, her gaze turned toward me, each sharp glance cutting through the fog that threatened to suffocate us both. "What do you seek here, stranger?" she asked, her voice clipped, a challenge more than an inquiry. The air around her pulsed with unvoiced history as I leaned in slightly, drawn not only by her beauty, but by a powerful instinct that told me she was a fount of knowledge. I'm not sure yet," I stammered, fumbling for the right words. "Perhaps answers." Her lips quirked up into a sardonic smile, and she replied, "The old debt with the forest and the Ravenscrofts never truly fades," her voice dripping with a knowingness that sent shivers racing down my spine. I watched as her hand brushed against a small bell hanging from a leather pouch, the movement casual yet deliberate, a signal in this tangled conversation where nothing felt casual at all. "You tread on delicate ground, Felix Ashwood," she added, a hint of something darker lurking just beneath the surface of her sharp gaze. "The townsfolk speak in hushed tones about the Ravenscrofts. What do you know of them?" I found myself asking, curiosity outweighing my instinct to retreat. She glanced toward the darker corners of the market where the less fortunate whispered among themselves, her expression unreadable. "Secrets lie heavy there," she murmured, weighted by years of sacrifice and shadows. The tension hung like a thick veil as she adjusted her worn scarf, scanning the crowd with an intensity that sent a cold sweat trickling down my spine. It was as if I could feel the ground shifting beneath us, unseen forces beckoning me deeper into the unknown. "And you?" I pushed, my heart pounding. "What do you seek?" "I find my truths among the roots of the herbs," she replied, her confidence unwavering. But some roots go deeper than most dare to probe. I could tell you tales that might well turn your blood cold. But know this, the woods are not just a sanctuary of herbs, but a prison for the restless souls bound by past transgressions. Her words wrapped around me like a vine, thorny and entrapping. My breath caught in my throat, the specter of her warning settling heavily as the wind whispered through the square, ruffling leaves and carrying the scent of something stagnant and wrong. I could feel the weight of the past press against my chest, a ghostly hand lingering just at the edge of perception. As we stood amid the chaos, the swirling mists of Eldergrove closed in around us, blurring the boundaries between fact and folklore. Her final words resonated in the air between us. Some secrets are better left untold. The murmur of the square faded around me, the world narrowing to the luminous depths of her eyes, where ancient wisdom danced, beckoning me toward something I could neither name nor fully understand. As we stepped from the cacophony of the market square into a narrow cobblestone alley, a sense of foreboding gripped me. The path bordered by broken stone walls shrouded in ivy, whispering secrets lost to time. The mist coiled around us, thickening with each step we took, wrapping tighter as if to warn me of the unseen horrors lurking just beyond the next turn. I stole a glance at Luna, who walked beside me with an air of quiet resolve, each of her movements deliberate and calculated. What lies in the woods that you know so well? I found myself asking, curiosity and trepidation weaving together within me. The stones underfoot were uneven, forcing me to concentrate on every step, while a sliver of unease twisted in my gut, echoing the darkness in the air. Legends are born from truth, Felix, she replied, her tone imbued with weight, yet somehow light. The forest is a keeper of those stories, and within its depths, the Ravenscrofts lie waiting, tethered to the past through blood and binding curses. Her gaze bore into me, demanding attention. You'll do well to remember that some debts are paid not in coins, but in sacrifice. I swallowed hard, words escaping me. Our footsteps melded into the rising echoes of the town behind us, shadows fluttering like trapped souls alongside our passing. The dim glow of the infirmary appeared ahead, beckoning with a familiarity that felt both welcoming and ominous. As we approached, I spied Abigail once more, her form hunched low, enveloped in the ethereal light that spilled from the narrow windows. She worked tirelessly, attending to a faltering villager whose skin bore vivid red blotches. I hesitated at the threshold, the weight of my past crashing against the fresh burden of this new reality. The groans mingled with her soft commands, the comforting sound of her compassion cutting through the unease like a scalpel. Are you sure you want to go in? Luna's voice interrupted my thoughts, a challenge veiled as concern. I nodded, driven by a pull I could not fathom. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of herbs and antiseptic, a stark contrast to the market. Abigail looked up, her brown eyes warm as they met mine. She was a beacon, amidst the chaos, steady and reassuring, but beneath her composed surface lay an unsettling tension. Felix, she welcomed, gesturing for us to join her. I could use another pair of hands. We have a long night ahead. Seems your town is paying its debts, Luna muttered quietly, an edge to her voice as her presence felt strangely amplified in the enclosed space. She moved further in, her movements merging fluidly with the shadows dancing on the walls. What do you mean? Abigail asked, brow furrowing, a thread of concern tightening the corners of her lips. Darkness breeds darkness, Luna replied, her sharp eyes sweeping over the room. There are burdens you cannot simply care away, even with the best of remedies. I stood between them, caught in a tempest of fear and curiosity. The soft whimpers of the patient in the corner, combined with Abigail's gentle words, filled the air, but the chill that pressed in around us remained, an unseen presence lurking, perhaps emboldened by the truths unspoken. Luna leaned in, her voice low and urgent, almost conspiratorial. Sometimes, What lies beneath the surface is more deadly than any ailment. The Ravenscrofts are not just a story, Felix. They are the silence that echoes in this town, the debts owed to a past that refuses to be buried. Her words clung to me like ivy, twisting through my thoughts as my pulse quickened. The walls of the infirmary seemed to close in, the weight of shared history and unresolved transgressions suffocating. It felt as though I were watching a clock tick down, each second an inescapable reminder of what awaited us on the morrow. The distant clang of the clock tower sounded again, each toll deepening my dread. I could feel a tremor running through me as Luna's words rippled in the air, a reminder that in Eldergrove, secrets had a way of surfacing at the most opportune times, and no soul was spared from the reckoning. "Let's hope the forest stays silent tonight," I managed to say, though even I could sense the hollow uncertainty in my voice. As I caught Abigail's gaze, a flicker of shared understanding passed between us, and I feared for the world we navigated, a world where every breath we took felt tethered to debts that would demand repayment in blood. In that brief moment, a sinister chorus rose around us, a haunting melody of what was lost and what had yet to come, shaping the essence of this town buried beneath layers of old secrets and lingering shadows. Chapter 7. The Fairweather Cottage. I stepped through the creaking wooden door into Luna's cottage, the air thick with the scent of dried herbs and the weight of unspoken truths. The table sprawled before me, a chaotic arrangement of pressed plants, jarred tinctures, and ancient texts, each whispering tales from a forgotten past. Luna's brisk nod greeted me, as she carefully arranged a bundle of dried lavender, her presence an island of calm in the encroaching shadows. Meanwhile, Agnes stood in the corner, her steady gaze piercing through the clutter with an unsettling clarity, as if she held the answers to questions we dared not ask. The room felt alive, imbued with an energy that throbbed in rhythm with my pulse. Sunlight struggled against the low clouds outside, filtering in with a muted grace that danced upon the dust motes suspended in the air. A musty aroma lingered, the sweet and bitter scent of herbs intermingling with something deeper, more unsettling. The cluttered table, overwhelmed by its trove of nature's mysteries, demanded my attention. I found myself captivated by the details, the delicate curl of a petal, the glint of a glass vial, the age-worn pages of manuscripts that beckoned for discovery. As I studied the atmosphere thick with herbal life, Luna's movements caught my eye. With deft fingers, she arranged the lavender with the precision of a painter blending colors, transforming the table from chaos to art. "Felix," she said, a casual reminder of my presence. "You're just in time. There's much we need to discuss." I swallowed hard, my throat tight with unformed questions. But I found my voice. Before I could complete the thought, Agnes's voice sliced through the moment, as clear as glass but laden with hidden meaning. "The price of tampering with forces beyond mortal understanding is dear," she spoke, her tone slow and deliberate. Her sharp blue eyes met mine, carrying a weight that pressed against my chest. There was something deeply unsettling in her gaze, something that suggested a lifetime spent watching shadows dance just beyond comprehension. Luna adjusted her stance, a graceful blend of confidence and wariness. "That might be more relevant than you think, Felix," she continued, sliding an open ledger of herbal recipes toward me, the pages worn but intact, its ink still dark against the yellowed paper. "This town's prosperity isn't without its curses. Victor has been delving into it, the intertwining of mechanics and life, but he started to lose himself in it. Victor Ravenscroft." His name brought forth a tapestry of memories, woven with visions of the clockmaker's shop where I had once stood, eyes wide with wonder, as he created miracles from metal and time. But beneath the brilliance there lay a chasm, a desperation that had begun to twist the mind. The flickering specter of dread flared within me, as I let my fingers trace the rim of a chipped porcelain mug at the edge of the table, the smooth surface marred by countless sips taken in anxiety. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, my gaze now captured by the scattered research papers lining the battered shelf behind Luna. The words written there felt like accusations, a condemnation of the pursuits that drove men like Victor. "There's much we don't understand about the old ways," she replied, a trace of caution in her voice. "But he's unraveling secrets that should remain hidden. The woods." Her words lingered in the air, vibrating with a weight I could not comprehend. Agnes shifted her weight, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath her slow movement. Each shift and sound seemed to echo a deep-seated warning, a reminder of the intricate web connecting our lives to the dark pulse of Eldergrove. Silence enveloped the room, thick and tangible, and I was left to unravel my thoughts in a tangled skein of unease and curiosity. As I took in Luna's fervent expression, the intensity of her conviction electrifying the air around us, I felt the layers of my own apprenticeship peel away. Here, amidst this modest cottage, the destinies of clockmaker and herbalist wove together, held aloft by threads of caution and fear. Something darker brewed in the shadows, the shifting silence promising that not all was as it seemed. As I contemplated the implications of Agnes's riddles, I understood that the true price of knowledge was yet to be revealed. Little did I know, the door to our revelations would soon be forced ajar, spilling forth the secrets long held captive beneath layers of forgotten folklore and myth. My fingers tightened around the chipped mug, a fragile tether to reality, as I felt the weight of ages pressing down upon me. Luna turned back to her tasks, her focused movements pulling me deeper into the tumult of thoughts brewing within me, a clockmaker's mind unraveling beneath the harrowing gaze of the old and wise. The conversation swirled around me like a storm, threads of Victor's research binding us together with fear and curiosity. Luna's hands danced over the ledger, their movements deliberate as she pored over the secrets of Eldergrove. Just as I leaned in, the lantern's light flickered ominously, casting restless shadows that danced across the cluttered table. And I could feel the weight of the unknown pressing ever closer, as if the very walls were straining to contain the secrets lurking beyond the door. Luna's voice had taken on an intensity that consumed the room. "What he's discovered about the old mechanics, their connection to the past and the spirits that haunt this town, is deeper than anyone realizes. The prosperity that has graced Eldergrove comes with a price. If Victor continues down this path." A sharp gust of wind, unexpected and violent, burst through the partially open window, disrupting our conversation. The chill it carried felt as though it was infused with a life of its own, wrapping around us like a spectral embrace. In the midst of the gust, the lantern careened, tumbling from its perch, and the world dissolved into darkness with a soft, rapid whoosh as its flame extinguished. Heart racing, I squinted into the void, the warmth of Luna's presence now replaced with a disconcerting absence, the shadows unfurling and twisting with a life of their own. "Luna!" I managed to gasp, my voice taut with fear. The cottage, once a sanctuary of knowledge, transformed into an oppressive chamber of uncertainty, with the darkness swirling thick enough to choke. "Stay close," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper as she reached instinctively for the flint. I could feel the tremor in her hands as she fumbled in the depths, the lantern flickering against the dense darkness, revealing only fleeting glimpses of the once familiar room, now ensnared in a cloak of trepidation. It was then that I noticed a movement. A tendril, dark and serpentine, slid beneath the heavy wooden door. Its approach was measured, deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. I felt a cold sweat bead at my temples, the air thickening around us, constricting my throat, as the realization dawned that this was no natural occurrence. My heart thundered in my chest, echoing against the silence of our stillness. Beside me, Agnes remained a silent sentinel, her figure ghostly in the dimness, as if she had become one with the shadows that swirled around us. I could not tear my gaze from the doorway, where the dark mist continued its unsettling advance, like an ominous harbinger of all we had dared to awaken. "Luna, don't," I began, but my warning was swallowed by the weight of the oppressive silence that enveloped us, as though the house itself held its breath. Each heartbeat seemed to resound with dread, amplifying the fear that coiled tightly in my gut. With resolve, Luna stepped forward, her hand extended toward the darkened doorway, illuminated by the dwindling light of the lamp as it flickered back to life. Shadows leapt across the walls, revealing the contours of the cottage in grotesque display. I positioned myself behind her, instinctively protective, as a palpable tension wrapped around us, thickening with each slow, deliberate sound of shifting air. I felt my heart race, the tangible dread snaking through the air, every moment stretching endlessly like a drawn-out echo. The world felt suspended, caught between light and darkness, and we waited, breathless, for whatever lay beyond the threshold of that ancient wooden door. In that charged silence, an unspoken agreement hung between us. We would face whatever terrors awaited, united against the darkness that sought to consume us. But in the unsettling quiet, the shifting air continued to throb against our eardrums, hinting at secrets that refused to be silenced, truths we might not be prepared to confront. The very shadows seemed to whisper warnings of the fate awaiting those who dared to tread too deeply into realms beyond understanding. Chapter 8: Ravenscroft Legacy. The study loomed before me, a mausoleum of shadows cast by a sputtering candle that clung to life upon a battered wooden desk. As I stepped inside, a chill wrapped around me, mingling with the smell of dust and decaying paper, setting the stage for my descent into the frantic thoughts of my master, each hurried scrawl in the leather-bound journal whispering secrets I was not yet ready to uncover. The heavy oak door creaked as I shut it, sealing in the dim light and the echo of my own breath. With tentative movements, I approached the desk, my gaze drawn to the journal lying askew amidst a chaos of scattered papers. The cover was cracked, the edges worn like the fragile years it bore, and I ran my fingers over its surface, feeling the deep grooves carved by time and neglect. As I opened it, the brittle pages sighed, releasing a musty aroma that spoke of secrets hidden long ago. Victor's handwriting danced across the pages, frantic and precise, as if the thoughts could escape if not captured quickly enough. I flipped through the entries, each turn revealing fragments of a mind teetering on the brink of brilliance and madness. Figures of clocks and gears sprawled across the margins like the frantic heartbeat of a man possessed by creation. It drew me in, my hands trembling slightly as I reached for a particularly delicate sketch of a clockwork heart, my pulse quickening at the implications etched in the fragile lines. "What is this?" I murmured softly, barely audible over the growing chaos within me. Suddenly, a stack of loose papers slipped from their precarious pile, cascading to the creaking floor with a fluttering sound that shattered the stillness. I froze, heart hammering in my chest as I bent to retrieve them. Each paper whispered the remnants of Victor's thoughts, but they also revealed the sinister nature of his pursuits, coiling around my mind like a dark vine. As I gathered the pages, the steady tick of a hidden clock echoed within the walls, steady and relentless, merging with the rustle of the ancient paper, marking my measured breaths, each tick resounding like a dirge for the sanity slipping from my grasp. It felt as if the candlelight flickered more violently in response to my fear, shadows elongating and reaching as though yearning to pull me into their depths. I tried to focus, to decipher the strange array of sketches and notes laid before me, but the sound of the ticking clock seemed to mock me, loud and intrusive. I pressed my fingers against the drawing, tracing the meticulous lines as if seeking a spark of understanding. But all I found was darkness, a creeping dread settling deep in my gut. I fought to clear my mind. No, I couldn't afford such weakness. Victor had always been one to toy with the boundaries of reason, blurring the lines of the acceptable and the horrific. And now, as I stood amidst his whispers of invention, I feared that I was intruding upon thoughts that were never meant for me. My breath caught as I imagined the heart, wrought of brass and steel, an intricate piece of artistry that could encapsulate more than mere mechanical function. What fate had he designed for such a creation? The shadows loomed heavier, cloaking the truth in obscurity. I exhaled slowly, summoning the resolve that lingered within my quiet determination. I would decipher this madness, understand what path Victor sought to traverse, his desires and his demons, and in doing so perhaps avoid falling prey to the very essence of his nightmares. And yet, even as the resolve solidified in me, the steady tick of the long silent clock echoed louder, filling the quiet space with a measured rhythm, an omen weaving through the intricate dance of thoughts. Each second that passed felt like a tether, binding me to the realization that I stood upon the precipice of something unfathomable, an adventure fraught with both the beauty of creation and the terror of unbidden consequence. As I remained fixed upon the journal, the shadows trembled in the corners, and a creeping sensation brushed against my skin, reminding me that in Victor's study, time itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable unfolding of whatever horrors lay hidden within the pages. At the heavy oak table, shadows danced in the flickering candlelight as I leaned closer, the warmth of the flame a distant contrast to the chill encircling my heart. In front of me lay the detailed diagram of the clockwork heart, its intricate lines pulsating with an unsettling familiarity, as if each curve and gear whispered tales of both creation and destruction, inviting me to unravel its secrets. The oppressive silence of the study wrapped around me, enhancing the rhythmic ticking that punctuated the stillness, each sound a countdown to an unseen reckoning. The table was a chaotic battleground of papers, sketches, frantic notes, and the faint residue of mechanical oil mingling with the dust that settled over everything like a shroud. I traced the curves of the clockwork heart again, each loop and cog revealing the delicate balance of life and death, something Victor seemed intent on harnessing. The heaviness in the air shifted, mirroring the apprehension that tightened around my throat. As I studied the heart's design, I felt the allure of its complexity, a marvel of ingenuity trapped within a single crafted form. But with each passing moment, unease seeped into my thoughts. It was as if the diagram itself bore witness to the darker truths I dared not voice. A low groan echoed from the ancient floorboards beneath me, resonating with my unease, prompting me to pull back, breathe. I could not afford to get lost in its web. My gaze flickered toward another pile of papers, the edges yellowed, the ink faded with age. With a growing sense of foreboding, I thumbed through entries that spoke of Victor's unholy pact, a generations-old agreement shrouded in darkness and desperate ambition. My fingers quivered over the brittle pages, scanning lines that revealed how the heart could transcend the mechanical, merging human consciousness with lifeless metal. The shadowy entity that lingered over Eldergrove whispered in the margins, the ramifications of Victor's ambitions unfurling like dark tendrils around my heart. Fear clawed at me as I absorbed the implications, each word threatening to consume me. The sketches of the automaton loomed in the back of my mind, its presence like a specter waiting to be born. I drew in a shaky breath, forcing my pulse to calm as I tried to comprehend Victor's intentions. Was this a pathway to immortality or a descent into madness? An unexpected gust rattled the dusty windows, causing my heart to lurch. I bit back a gasp, the candle flickering wildly in response. Shadows contorted in the corners of my vision, stretching and creeping as though they had minds of their own. I felt the weight of the study pressing down, a suffocating blanket that whispered truths I could barely understand. With unsteady hands, I ran my calloused fingers along the faded ink, tracing lines as if hoping to erase the darkness that threatened to envelop my thoughts. Victor, was this always your plan? I questioned, both to myself and the lingering echoes of his genius that hung in the air. Had he crafted not just the heart but a curse, an inheritance of shadows bound to bleed into the lives of those who dared follow in his footsteps. Time seemed to stand still, the relentless tick of the hidden clock growing louder, amplifying the urgency in my chest. The weight of my discovery bore down on me like lead, pressing into my very soul. As I sought to understand the interplay of Victor's dreams and the malevolent entity that awaited beneath the surface of his inventions, dread seeped further into my thoughts. In the heart of the study, surrounded by his lingering presence, I felt the veil of reality thin, as though stepping through the delicate line separating hope from horror. A shudder coursed through the study as the ambient sounds shifted, the heavy silence splitting apart like the fragile edge of sanity. The creaking floorboards groaned beneath the weight of some unseen force, and I instinctively pressed my back against the cold stone wall, the very air around me growing thick with dread, as though the darkness was drawing near to claim its due. My grip on the journal tightened, heart racing, as if to keep it from slipping away, much like my grasp on the reality that had begun to unravel around me. I stood rooted for a moment, breath caught in my throat as my eyes darted toward the corner where shadows seemed to linger longer than they should. The once subtle sounds of the study transformed into louder groans, a cacophony of anguish that crawled under my skin. The heavy drapes fluttered as if a breath had forced its way through, yet the air was stagnant, oppressive, there was no breeze. Only a whisper, dark and deep, seemed to vibrate through the room. With my heart thundering, I edged closer, trying to pierce the veil of darkness that hid the source of my growing unease. The shadows quivered, molding themselves into something menacing as my senses sharpened. A dark silhouette shifted, one I could not mistake for mere inkling of light. Metal scraped against metal, sharp and invasive, echoing in the oppressive stillness, a sound that ignited terror deep within me. "Who's there?" I called, the tremor in my voice betraying my fragile composure. The corridor felt impossibly narrow, as if it was alive and squeezing tighter with each word I uttered, leaving echoes of my voice to spiral endlessly into the darkness. I took a step forward, breath hitching in my throat, every instinct screaming for me to retreat. The scratching grew louder, pulling me further into the grasp of curiosity mingled with dread. I summoned the will to move closer, the weight of each step sinking deep into the creaking boards beneath my feet. The candlelight flickered desperately, illuminating the contours of the study's furniture, but casting the far corners into deeper shadows. Was I merely a spectator, or had I unwittingly stepped onto the stage of some dark play? A sudden clatter erupted behind me, the jarring sound of a loose gear dropping onto the floor. My heart stuttered. I pivoted to catch a glimpse of the offending object, breath quickening as the tick-tock of the hidden clock swelled around me. Time itself seemed to press against me, each beat a taunt, an omen of things yet to come. I forced myself to remain still, listening intently as the air turned thick with expectation. The study had become a labyrinth of shadows, every corner holding its breath, waiting to reveal the secrets entwined with Victor's legacy. It was then, through the soft sounds of my racing heart and the relentless ticking that filled my ears, that I felt the chilling gaze of something beyond the shadows, an echo of metal gliding through air, alive, unbound by the rules of the world I thought I knew. And as dread curled around my thoughts, that unmistakable sensation crept in, of being watched. It wrapped around me like a shroud, the chilling essence of something more profound and sinister. I took a hesitant step, breath trembling, each instinct screaming at me to turn away. The clock's steady rhythm grew louder still, amplifying the moment, each tick marking time as it bore witness to whatever dark conclusion awaited. What had Victor conjured in this place of secrets? And in this moment, would I too be drawn into the unfathomable depths of his invention, becoming yet another pawn in an ancient game played against forces I could barely comprehend? The shadows thickened, cloaking the study in darkness, and I stood at the precipice, caught between the boundaries of curiosity and terror, awaiting whatever horror might emerge from the depths. Chapter 9: The Awakening. I pushed open the heavy door, its creaking protest echoing in the dimness of the hidden chamber beyond. Dust danced in the air like long-forgotten memories, settling on a floor littered with the remnants of mechanical ambition, scattered clock parts that bore silent witness to the madness of creation. I held my lantern aloft, its flickering light revealing a rickety workbench choked with tarnished brass mechanisms, while shadows slithered into every crevice, hiding what once thrived in this forsaken space. As I stepped inside, my feet sank slightly into the rotting wood beneath, each creak a confession that felt too intimate for a room so entrenched in decay. I set my lantern on the workbench, the glass glowing dimly, illuminating the contours of dusty gears and forgotten tools. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of aged wood and rust, laced with the faintest trace of oil, both nostalgic and unsettling. Before me loomed a life-sized automaton, perched on a pedestal like a specter awaiting resurrection. Its form was a chilling marvel of craftsmanship, brass and steel encasing a web of gears that lay dormant, a testament to a mind obsessed with creation. I traced my finger along the smooth surface of its polished arm, the cold metal sending a shiver up my spine, awakening a deep-seated curiosity tangled with dread. Luna stood a few feet away, a wisp of wildness amidst the dust motes, her fiery hair flowing like a river of flame down her back. She flipped through a sheaf of brittle blueprints, her bright green eyes scanning the intricate diagrams with the keen eye of a hawk. "These designs are older than I thought," she remarked, her voice resonating with an authority forged from years of whispered legends. I couldn't help but admire the way her fingers danced over the fragile paper, stained with the marks of age yet filled with promise. She meticulously adjusted a magnifying lens over a detailed schematic pinned to the wall, her movements graceful yet purposeful. The light of the lantern caught her expression, highlighting the sharpness of her features, the confidence, the intensity that drove her, even here in this derelict space. "These components," I murmured, tilting my head to examine the automaton's intricacies. "Each gear must have a purpose, a role to play in its awakening," she interjected, a hint of dry humor threading through her tone. It was a challenge, one I welcomed with my usual reserve. "Or its undoing," I replied thoughtfully, my fingers brushing along the etched gears, tracing paths only the clockmaker's hands should. There was a delicate beauty in the assembly, yet the weight of potential dread loomed heavy in the air. We worked side by side, our quiet conversation interwoven with shared discoveries. Each minute detail uncovered drew us closer to a precipice we couldn't quite define. I spoke of precision, of the interconnected nature of the mechanisms, while she offered insights, blending knowledge of folklore with scientific pragmatism. The gap between our worlds narrowed as we compared our understanding of the intricate metalwork and the convoluted blueprints that spilled around us. Yet with every word shared, a creeping horror nestled deeper into my heart, a sense that this place, this automaton, was not merely the remnants of a mad clockmaker's ambitions. It felt alive, waiting, as if it hungered for something beyond the reach of our knowledge. I glanced back at Luna, who, immersed in her work, seemed blissfully unaware of the whispers that crept through the air, tantalizing and foreboding. With the air thickening around us, I found my curiosity overshadowed by a foreboding instinct, an unease growing like a specter among the disarray. This hidden chamber, with its eerie artifacts and tales of yore, thrummed with an energy that was both captivating and ominous. Perhaps it was simply the nature of our surroundings, or perhaps it was something far more sinister, lurking within the gears and cogs that we dared to unravel. My focus was so entrenched in the delicate designs and moving parts of the automaton that I almost missed the unsettling shift in the air, the subtle whisper of anticipation that flitted around us, unseen yet palpable. A strange vibration seemed to thrum within the chamber, tinging the dust-laden silence with foreboding. I caught Luna's eye as she paused, her expression shifting from curiosity to something sharper, more instinctual, and my heart began to race with a premonition I couldn't quite place. A faint sound, an almost imperceptible clicking, drew my attention back to the lifeless form before us. I leaned closer, eyes narrowing on the automaton's glassy eyes, willing them to reveal the truth behind their inscrutable facade. Just as I opened my mouth to voice my unease, the air crackled, an electric anticipation that sent a shiver down my spine. In an instant, the automaton's eyes flared to life, burning with an eerie, unnatural light. The sharpness of its gaze pierced the very fabric of the room. I staggered back, shock rippling through me as it began to move, not with the mechanical precision I had known, but with a disquieting fluidity that twisted my gut in disbelief. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic rhythm that mirrored my rising fear. "Watch out!" Luna's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding, as she grabbed my arm, pulling me back with urgency. Her grip was fierce, but there was little time to process the meaning behind her action, as the automaton lunged forward, its brass limbs cutting through the air with predatory speed. In the flurry of movement, I barely registered the scattered blueprints spiraling to the floor like autumn leaves caught in a storm. Time stuttered, and then I felt it. A jagged edge, a slice of cold steel against my skin, a moment of searing pain igniting my forearm. The automaton's hand had swept too close, and I glanced down in horror, watching crimson blooms mar the pallor of my flesh. Gears clanked against stone as the chaos unfolded, an orchestra of disarray that resonated in the chamber like a ghastly symphony. The automaton paused momentarily amid the debris, its stance unyielding, as if it relished the confusion it had wrought. Shadows gathered around its form, deepening the darkness of its presence. Heart racing, I gasped for breath, the fear coiling tightly in my chest as I realized I had come far too close to something insidious. The room felt smaller, suffocating, and the air grew thick with dread. The moment hung heavy, and I could hardly process what had just transpired. My mind raced, each click of metal sounding like the finality of a clock striking midnight. The automaton had awakened to a world it had not belonged to, and the balance had shifted in a manner I couldn't yet fathom. I remained frozen for a heartbeat, the chaos echoing around me like a distant nightmare. My injured arm throbbed, a fierce reminder of the automaton's awakening, a new reality crashing over us like a dark tide. The searing pain washed over me, blurring the edges of my consciousness and leaving me dizzy, each pulse of agony intertwining with a creeping sense of dread. "Hold still," Luna instructed, her voice steady as she knelt beside me, the shadows shifting to embrace her with familiarity. There was a purposefulness in her movements that reassured me even as terror clung to the air around us. She rummaged through the small wooden box, the soft rustle of herbs, a delicate contrast to the clamor of our earlier encounter. I watched her fingers sift through assorted roots and dried leaves, marred by earth and the memory of their use. Each selection spoke to the care she had woven into her life, the unwavering resourcefulness of a young woman bound to nature. It soothed something within me, despite the pain still radiating from my arm. Luna dipped a cloth into a vial of herbal tincture, the liquid shimmering like an emerald fragment caught in the light. As she pressed it firmly against the bleeding scratches, I flinched at the sting, a raw reminder of my recklessness. "You need to be careful," she murmured, her tone shifting from brusque to compassionate. I noticed the way her brow furrowed in concentration, the flicker of concern behind her fierce demeanor. "I didn't expect it to move," I admitted through gritted teeth, my voice barely a whisper laced with guilt. The automaton was no longer just an object of fascination. It had become a harbinger of our reckless exploration. Luna's gentle touch on my arm diverted my thoughts as she sliced a fresh herb with deft precision, wrapping the bandage around my injury with a practiced hand. "None of us did," she replied, voice calm as she secured the bandage, her fingers lingering for just a moment too long. It was a gesture filled with unspoken words, an acknowledgement of our shared vulnerability. "But now we know the risks of this place, of what we've awakened." As she worked, I couldn't help but steal glances at her, studying the way she focused on each task, the juxtaposition of her practicality against the chaos of our surroundings. Shadows flickered in the dim light, dancing over her features, capturing both determination and a hint of sorrow, an unyielding spirit that defied the oppressive atmosphere. The room felt laden with a silence heavy enough to smother. The automaton lingered just outside my vision, a ghost still tethered to the room's disarray, a being both terrifying and wondrous. I knew we hadn't escaped the echoes of its awakening. The dread of the unknown lingered, prickling at my senses. The scent of herbs mingled with the musty air, a fleeting perfume that felt both ancient and protective, yet it couldn't quell the growing unease that churned deep within me. Luna finished dressing the wound and let out a long breath, her shoulders relaxing slightly, but the tension still rippled through the air like a thundercloud threatening to burst. "Felix," she began, looking at me earnestly, her bright eyes reflecting the light of the lantern, "we must be cautious moving forward. There's more to this automaton than we realized." A shared understanding passed between us, a wordless pact born from the terror we had encountered. The shadows of the hidden chamber pressed in, laden with memories of things left undone, of past sins and the inexorable march of consequence. I nodded, but deep within, I understood the gravity of the situation, the hollow sensation in the pit of my stomach that mirrored the disarray left behind in the wake of our curiosity. Together, we faced the remnants of chaos scattered around us, and for a brief moment we were tethered, two souls navigating a labyrinth of darkness and uncertainty, ever aware of the looming specter that was the automaton, forever altered by our touch. Chapter 10. The Entity Revealed. The study whispered secrets in the waning light, shadows stretching like the limbs of forgotten trees across the oak desk cluttered with yellow journals and brittle sketches. Each stroke of my fingers over the mechanical diagrams felt like probing into a haunting that echoed through the ticking of my master's clocks. Luna's fiery waves framed her intense gaze, igniting the fading spark of determination in my chest. Together, we were on the precipice of something vast and terrible, tethered to Eldergrove by threads of ancient knowledge we could scarcely comprehend. "Look here, Felix," she murmured, the excitement threading through her words. Her nimble fingers traced the intricate lines of a gear sketch, her bright green eyes reflecting the dim light, as if the very diagrams sparked a fire within her. "If we align these cog mechanisms just so, it could amplify the power source exponentially. Think of what we could unlock." I paused, tilting my head, a frown dancing on my lips as I absorbed her words. "But it could also spiral into chaos. Have you not heard the stories, Luna? There's always a cost when the past speaks." The air was thick with tension, the scent of aged paper mingling with something darker, a hint of dread lingering like a shadow creeping closer to the light. My fingers trembled over the page, as I held back the urge to respond with the impatience that bubbled beneath my skin. Instead, I leaned in closer, captivated by her passion, though I could hear the whispers of long-buried warnings clawing at the edges of my mind. Her sharp wit sparkled amidst the frail documents. "You're too cautious, Felix. The townsfolk languish in fear. What if we can turn these mechanisms into something that protects rather than destroys?" Before I could retort, the heavy knock reverberated through the room, an intrusion that shattered the fragile air we had woven around ourselves. My heart quickened, dread coiling tighter in my chest. I exchanged a glance with Luna, uncertainty flickering in the depths of her gaze. "Who could that be?" I whispered, though we both knew the answer lingered like a phantom. I hesitated, my fingers still hovering over the diagrams, a part of me reluctant to pull away from our tense exploration. With a resolute breath, I opened the door, revealing Abigail Brown, a figure steeped in urgency. Her crumpled report clutched tightly in one hand. She appeared disheveled yet steadfast, the light catching the dark circles under her eyes, echoing the panic stirring in my own gut. "Felix, Luna," she began, her voice clipped and strained. "We need to talk. It's urgent." As I stepped aside to let her in, the atmosphere shifted palpably, laden with the gravity of her presence. I closed the door, turning to face her fully as she unfolded the crumpled paper, revealing a list that sent a chill dancing along my spine. "What's happened?" Luna asked, crossing her arms defensively, her fiery hair falling like a storm around her shoulders. "The town. It's the comas," Abigail replied, her gaze locked onto mine, betraying an underlying fear I had come to recognize all too well. "The reports are piling up. Several townsfolk, 6, possibly more, are slipping into unconsciousness. No one knows why. No explanation. Can you give us names?" I stammered, desperation creeping into my tone. She took a steadying breath, nodding grimly as she began to recite them. The words fell heavily from her lips like the tolling of a funeral bell, echoing through the silent study. Names I recognized from schoolmates, neighbors, and patients she tended at the infirmary. Each name bore weight, weaving into the fabric of a growing dread that threatened to consume us. "Thomas Baker, Alice Goldsmith. They're barely breathing, Felix. I don't understand what's happening, but we need to find answers fast." The tension escalated, a palpable force, as we exchanged troubled glances, each grappling with the severity of the situation. I felt the blood drain from my face as Abigail's words reverberated in my mind, solidifying the truth. The histories and mechanisms we sought to unveil were intertwined with this dark current sweeping through Eldergrove. "We need to hurry," Luna interjected, gathering the scattered documents on the desk with swift, determined motions. "We can't let time slip away from us." In synchronized urgency, we swept the brittle folios and fragile sketches into the tattered satchel, desperation fueling our movements. The grim reports weighed heavy on my mind, the impending sense of doom echoing between the three of us like a haunting refrain. I caught sight of the mist swirling outside the study window, a thick gray haze snaking against the fading light, shrouding the manor in an ominous blanket. As we gathered our belongings, the intensity of the moment settled within me, fueling my quiet determination. The time was fleeting, a fragile thread weaving between our choices and the unfolding horrors beyond the manor walls. "Let's go," I finally said, as I pulled the door open, a rush of cold air greeting us, carrying with it the unspoken fears that gripped Eldergrove. Our small cohort stepped forward, propelled by an urgency that felt as if the very town itself was pleading for intervention, for resolution. Each tick of the clock loomed louder, a reminder of the invisible time we were racing against, tangled in the ancient horrors lingering in our midst. The stone square was cloaked in shadow, the gaslights flickering nervously as if whispering warnings to the gathering townsfolk, their murmurs rising like steam in the chill night air. Fear hung heavily, palpable and electric, as anxious eyes darted toward the raised platform where Mayor Blackthorne stood, a solitary figure besieged by growing unrest. Each breath taken felt like a gamble, every moment stretching taut, anticipating what dark news was about to unfurl. Mayor Thaddeus Blackthorne, a portly silhouette against the gathering gloom, stepped up with a cautious yet resolute air, his hands gripping a worn leather folder tightly. The stone beneath his feet felt as if it pulsed, resonating with the collective heartbeat of the townsfolk, thrumming a melody of dread. I found myself on the outskirts of the throng, peering into the sea of furrowed brows and trembling hands, their uncertainty mirrored in the night sky which seemed to thicken with unease. As he cleared his throat, the murmurs faded, replaced by an almost reverent hush. His voice rang out, firm but laced with an underlying quaver. Citizens of Eldergrove, we gather this night burdened by shadows, shadows born from the Ravenscroft pact that has bound us all for far too long. Each word dripped with gravity, the mention of the pact igniting fear in those gathered. A silent wave of tension rolled through the crowd, eyebrows knitting together, lips pressing into thin lines of worry. I watched as he paced upon the platform, the gaslight casting a flickering halo around him. The reports of illness, those slipping into unconsciousness, their eyes blank as if the life has been drained, mark a dire omen. For too long, we've looked away from the tales buried in our history, tales of curses and consequences that our forebears paid dearly for. As he spoke, my heart raced, thoughts of Felix and Luna entwined with this emerging horror. The memory of Abigail's report loomed large, knitting together the past and present with a disquieting thread. I stole glances at the crowd, the pallor of faces illuminated by gaslight revealing a mosaic of anxiety. Hands shook, the air crackling with fear. Every word from the mayor appeared to reinforce the dread encroaching upon us. And yet, he continued, glancing sideways at the nervous townsfolk, we have a choice to make, for every shadow may yet hide light, but we must stand together. We cannot. His voice faltered. There, amidst his proclamation, something shifted, something darker materializing at the square's center. I felt it first, an unsettling draft that swept through the air, whispering, urging the townsfolk to turn their gazes towards the convergence of shadows that defied the gaslight's glow. In that heart-stopping moment, a vortex began to take form, tendrils of darkness swirling as if alive, coiling tightly around the edges of the square. Gasps rippled through the crowd like wildfire, panic igniting where reason had begun to wane. I glimpsed fear clamping down on familiar faces, the baker, the schoolteacher, those whom I'd passed in the market. They trembled under the weight of unvoiced terror as uncertainty plunged deeper into their hearts. Mayor Blackthorn's voice shrank into a choked whisper. Step back, do not. But it was too late. The masses surged backward, instinct driving them into a frenzy. I fought against the tide of bodies, urgency forcing my heart to race. The vortex pulsed with an ominous energy, casting the gaslights into eerie, shifting shadows. It exuded an aura that suggested an unnatural presence, an echo of dread, long silence now rearing its monstrous head. Someone do something. A voice broke through the rising tumult, sharp with desperation. But no one dared approach the encroaching darkness that twisted like a sentient beast hungry for despair. I locked eyes with Mayor Blackthorn as he stumbled back, the confident aura of authority stripped away like bark from a frightened tree. His composure shattered before the eyes of his constituents, the leather folder dropping from his hands, papers scattering like the thoughts that had eluded him in the face of terror. The townsfolk stood paralyzed, the reality of our fears, of tales passed down through generations, spiraling before us. Silence filled the square, a charged stillness pregnant with the promise of chaos. I felt the blood drain from my face, realization dawning, a reckoning was upon us. It became glaringly clear, an unspeakable truth looming large like the shadows in which we now stood. With no one willing to face the threat, I felt a swell of defiance rise within me, tethered to the flickering hope of finding answers before the town fell prey to this malevolent force. But I could do nothing then, nothing but wait with bated breath, our futures suspended in the delicate balance between hope and despair. The alley loomed ahead, a damp chasm lined with cobblestones slick with shadows and secrets. As we slipped into the narrow corridor, the distant echoes of panic still rang in my ears, a chilling reminder of the chaos we'd just fled. Luna moved beside me, the flickering lantern light casting eerie silhouettes on the stone walls, making the very shadows appear to slither away as if aware of our shared purpose. "This is madness," I murmured, pressing my back against the rough stone, the frigid surface anchoring me to reality amidst the storm of chaos in the square. The hollow ache of fear nestled deep within me, an unwelcome companion since that swirling vortex had materialized. We can't keep pretending that we're not. No, Luna interrupted, her voice a steady thread cutting through my wavering resolve. This isn't the time to back down, Felix. Not when lives are at stake. I sighed, raking my fingers through my dark hair, frustration bubbling beneath my skin. But those people, Abigail's patients, they're suffering. And what if the tales are true? What if we're unleashing something darker than we can fathom? Her sharp green eyes narrowed in determination, even as the ghost of fear lingered in the air between us. You know, as well as I do, that we can't allow that darkness to take hold. If we don't act, we'll never know the truth and Eldergrove will crumble. We owe it to them and to ourselves to see this through. Silence hung heavy, pressing down as I grappled with the weight of her words. My gaze fell to the satchel by my side, the intricate clockwork heart hidden inside its fabric, a remnant of a past I feared to confront. Yet now, it felt more like a talisman, the embodiment of hope caught in the chaos. I must end this even if it costs me, I stated, a quiet resolve anchoring my voice, though my heart thudded painfully at the implication. Yes, she affirmed, the simple word a spark in the tension between us. As she rummaged through her bag, the rustle of herbs and faded parchment underscored our precarious moment, each sound a reminder of the knowledge we were digging for, buried deep within local legends. The darkness of the alley thickened around us, muffling the world outside as we prepared to plunge deeper into unknown peril. She tightened the straps on her leather-bound grimoire, her movements deliberate, exuding an air of resilience that both comforted and inspired me. Together, we were poised to unravel the enigma, the answers lying just beyond our reach, yet waiting patiently for us to take the first step into the void. Then we move with purpose, she said, straightening her posture with a resolve that radiated from her very being. And whatever shadows chase us, we face them together. As we shared a knowing look, the camaraderie of our mission coalesced like an unbreakable bond. I couldn't help but feel a flicker of warmth blossom in my chest amidst the chill. The collective weight of our shared purpose infused me with an energy I had feared lost. Finally, we moved, stepping cautiously through the alley where flickering lanterns battled the consuming darkness. The night enveloped us as we passed beneath the fading glow, casting elongated shadows in our wake. The closer we drew to the mouth of the alley, the louder my heartbeat became, a drum of impending reckoning echoing in my ears. My fingers brushed against the satchel once more, the contours of the clockwork heart reminding me of the precision that it carried, the potential that lay within the mechanisms waiting to be unfurled. In its cogs and gears, I felt a whisper urging me onward, promising hope amidst despair. As we emerged from the alley's depths, the night air bit at my skin, the oppressive dread still clinging to the atmosphere. Together, we moved toward the looming uncertainty that awaited us, an invisible thread weaving between our destinies. My resolve solidified, and as I clutched the clockwork heart tightly, it resonated with the same rhythm that now beat fiercely within me, a promise of perseverance amid encroaching shadows. Together, we would confront the darkness. Chapter 11: Allies and Enemies. The infirmary's antiseptic scent clung to the air, mingling with the sharper tang of herbs, creating a familiar yet disquieting atmosphere. I stepped inside, drawn to the steady calm that Abigail Brown exuded, a beacon against the encroaching discontent in Eldergrove. The walls, lined with tinctures and the remnants of past remedies, whispered of healing, though today they bore witness to a different kind of urgency, a storm brewing beyond the wooden door. As I placed the small wooden box on the metal table, I could feel my heart quicken, thumping against the cage of my ribs. The surface bore scars from years of service, much like the townsfolk who crowded outside, each bearing their own mark of fear. I opened the box with deliberate care, revealing the protective amulets nestled within, brass gleaming under the dim light, worn clockwork gears almost trembling with a quiet potential. Tapping one gently, I let my fingers linger over its surface, feeling the weight of the craftsmanship and the responsibility that came with it. Abigail leaned closer, her icy blue eyes narrowing as she examined the amulets with an intensity that gave me pause. "These could prove useful," she remarked, her voice steady and precise, cutting through the charged atmosphere. I could sense her determination, woven into the very fabric of her words, as if she saw each amulet not merely as an object, but as a lifeline for our community, a shield against the uncertainties we faced. Luna, standing just beside me, unfurled a parchment filled with her own careful notes, handwritten in a neat flowing script. She had spent long nights compiling herbal mixtures, notes filled with references to local folklore mingling with practical remedies. "These," she said, her tone more confident than usual, "will help us counteract whatever ill fate has befallen our town." She rolled it out, spreading the fragile paper across the table, as Abigail reached for a vial of tincture from a shelf, her fingers moving with practiced grace, selecting with care as if deciding the fate of lives with each choice. Outside, the sounds of discontent grew louder, distant shouts and the clattering of hurried footsteps rising against the otherwise quiet hum of our small sanctuary. I could almost feel the energy from the townsfolk, swirling and shifting like a living entity, mirroring the rising tension in my chest. It reminded me of the stories I had heard as a child, the restless spirits of Eldergrove that lurked in the shadows just waiting for a reason to rise. Abigail paused, glancing toward the window, her features betraying the slightest hint of concern. "They grow restless," she muttered, her voice tinged with something unnameable. Was it fear or sympathy? Perhaps both. If only they would see the truth behind the Ravenscroft misfortunes. "Maybe they'll listen," I ventured, though doubt tightened its grip around my throat. My gaze drifted back to the amulets, their brass sheen reflecting fragments of hope amid uncertainty. As we worked in our makeshift haven, time stretched and compressed around us, punctuated by the growing unrest just beyond the threshold. A deep ache settled in my bones as I exchanged a glance with Luna. We both understood that the fragile thread connecting us to the community outside was fraying, pulling tighter with each echo of anger and confusion. With a resolute nod, Abigail set down the vial and met our eyes. "We must be prepared, Felix. If there is one thing I've learned in all my years tending to the sick and the fearful, it's that hope can flicker out like a candle in the wind, but we have to protect it." Her voice rang with a clarity that drew us closer, as if we could together fashion an armor against the encroaching darkness. And so we gathered our strength and resolve, readying ourselves for the storm outside. I had hoped we might emerge on the other side, bearing the weight of uncertainty together with the promise of better days. But as the shouts grew nearer, I feared that the very trust we needed to weather this tempest would be what shatters us. It was a fragile hope that resided in the amulets we crafted, nestled deep within our hearts as we continued to prepare. Each movement we made felt more essential than the last, charged with an electricity that hinted at the monstrous forces we would soon have to face. The flickering light of the street lamp cast eerie shadows over the town square, the atmosphere thick with a growing sense of dread as the townsfolk gathered, their faces contorted by an unsettling mixture of fear and anger. Luna stood beside me, her fiery hair catching the light like a flame desperate to consume its surroundings, a poignant reminder of the warmth and hope we needed in a place growing colder by the day. I could almost feel the pulse of their collective anxiety thrum in the air, thickening the very shadows around us, begging to be pierced by the truth we had to offer. We were positioned just beyond a makeshift stall piled high with salvaged mechanical parts, a sight that sent whispers rippling through the gathered crowd. Most eyes avoided the glint of metal, focusing instead on the larger figure, a burly man whose anger felt almost palpable as it vibrated between us. "The Ravenscrofts brought nothing but misfortune," he shouted, his clenched fists raising an alarm that turned heads and drew gasps. I felt Luna tense beside me, her green eyes sharp, ready to engage even as my own heart raced, caught between the legacy I bore and the guilt of it. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd, growing louder, until it became a chorus of doubt and fear, a potent mix that held sway over the uncertainties swirling around us. I felt like a moth drawn into their flame, an involuntary witness to their anguish and despair. Why had the Ravenscrofts, once the pride of Eldergrove, become the town's haunting specters, tethered to an image of decay and misfortune? Then, like a lighthouse beacon slicing through a tempest, Thaddeus Blackthorn emerged from a shadowed alley, his posture formal yet strained against the backdrop of discontent. His presence commanded attention, but I could see it, the flicker of anxiety behind his steady gaze, a man who bore the burden of leadership while struggling against tides that threatened to consume him whole. "I understand your concerns," he began, his voice calm yet edged with urgency, "but we must find a way to protect our town." Despite the knot of disquiet in my stomach, I felt a flicker of hope ignite within me. Maybe it was his sincerity, or perhaps the desperation echoing in his words, that breathed life into my resolve. I stepped forward, the brass of the amulet warm against my palm. "We have something that might help," I called out, raising the small amulet high, its sheen catching what little light remained. These amulets, crafted with care, could offer protection. As I stood before the assembly, the sounds of their restless murmur quieted. They leaned in, curiosity cutting through the fog of uncertainty, and for a moment I dared to hope. The burly man's stance softened slightly, his expression shifting from raw anger to apprehension, though uncertainty lingered. Would they accept the offered lifeline? Luna, reading the subtle change in the atmosphere, moved closer to me, her hands filled with a small bundle of fresh herbs passed out to a few attentive listeners. "These can heal too," she said, her voice a steady rhythm among the rumbles of doubt. "Their power lies in the land itself, a gift from nature." There was strength in her conviction, one that reminded me of why we were fighting against the currents of despair threatening to sweep our town away. Slowly, a couple of townsfolk reached out for the herbs, hesitant yet intrigued, a cautious step towards alliance forged in shared necessity. I could feel the subtle shifts of the crowd, hearts opening just a fraction, drawn to the flicker of hope I dared to present. As conversations unfolded around us, whispers intertwined with the possibility of aid. Some felt eager, while others remained skeptical, distrust woven into their gaze. But in that moment, I saw it, the small cracks of acceptance that might just allow the light of change to seep in, a growing alliance stitched together by fear, hope, and reluctant recognition. As Luna and I stood side by side, I knew the path would not be easy. The acceptance we sought could very well unravel. Still, the atmosphere hummed with possibility, buzzing like the distant hum of my clockwork devices, a promise of action reverberating in the air. Yet beneath it all, shadows lurked. Tension still crackled as I met the burly man's gaze, a silent understanding of the thin veil separating our intentions from the memories of sorrow that bound us. Would they trust us with their fears, or would we stand on the precipice of this alliance, teetering before an abyss of suspicion? As the night deepened, I felt a familiar twinge of fear and unease creep in. The words we shared might stir whispers of discontent, further still. But then again, if they did not believe in the power we could offer, how much longer could we all hope to endure the storm closing in around us? Dusk fell quietly over the cluttered workshop adjacent to Ravenscroft Manor, settling like a shroud over the faded remnants of genius and madness. The air felt thick with the scent of polished wood and mechanical oil, a heady mix that both inspired and repelled. I found comfort amid the chaos. The creaking bench beneath my fingers felt like a familiar embrace, as I navigated the intricate blueprints strewn around me, each one a testament to the labor of ideas and dreams hovering just out of reach. In that quiet cocoon of metal and design, we danced on the edge of possibility, forging the very fate of our fragile world. Carefully, I fitted together the last components of the new protective amulet, my fingers moving with a steady precision honed by years of apprenticeship under Victor Ravenscroft's discerning eye. The amulet was unlike any I had crafted before, imbued with an urgency that pulsed through the gears, each twist, each turn significant against the cacophony of dread swelling beyond the workshop walls. I let my mind drift, wondering if this simple object could stand against the tides of turmoil outside. I had never felt such weight in my work until now. Across the room, Luna was arranging a rough collection of herbs on a stained cloth, her movements swift and purposeful as she chopped leaves and roots with a small knife. The sharp, rhythmic sound resonated, almost drowning out the whispers of memories that flickered through my mind. The scents of rosemary and yarrow, mixed with the metallic tang of my craft, both earthy and grounding amid the uncertainty that lay ahead. "Might be a long night," she muttered, her brow furrowing as she focused on the task, and I couldn't help but admire her intensity. "They're not going to forget their anger easily, not after what happened." I looked up, drawn to her expression, the flicker of fire igniting behind her striking green eyes. "We have to hope they see reason that these," I gestured to the amulet, "can show them we care, that we can help protect them." The workshop was their sanctuary, but it felt increasingly tenuous, as if the walls themselves trembled in anticipation. Suddenly, the sudden crash echoed through the air like a premonition, piercing through our focus and sending my heart racing in protest. Metal scraped against concrete, reverberating like a twisted bell tolling our warning. What was that? Luna's voice rose with urgency as we exchanged glances. Her focus shifted from herbs to the window overlooking the narrow alley outside, anxiety flickering between us. I instinctively moved toward the grimy window, drawn like a moth to flame, a fragile courage igniting against the storm we could not yet fully understand. Peering out into the dimming light, dread washed over me as I took in the scene before us. A shattered livestock enclosure lay in ruins, debris strewn about as if a great force had laid siege to it, casting shadows that leered menacingly in the flickering light of the street lamp. It felt as though the world was folding in on itself, layers of despair piling one atop the other, pressing heavily against my chest. Luna inhaled sharply beside me, her breath escaping in a whispered, "Felix." The single word bore the weight of fear and recognition. The unmistakable thud of the automaton echoed through the alley, a chilling sound that sent shivers racing down my spine. The mechanical monster loomed like a specter, its brass and steel frame glimmering ominously, reminiscent of a darker future already lurking in our past. I felt Luna's hand grip my arm, a spark of determination igniting between us, our bond deepening against the impending terror. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice a blend of resolve and uncertainty. "We need to prepare. If it's come for the townsfolk." I trailed off, the implications heavy as my mind raced through the myriad of what-ifs. We couldn't let fear paralyze us. The very fate of Eldergrove hung in the balance, suspended between what we chose to fight and what we chose to abandon. Luna nodded, her chin tilting upward defiantly. "Let's finish these amulets, and then we face whatever that is together." Together. The word rang clear, uniting our resolve as I returned to my bench, fingers trembling not with fear but with a fierce determination. The night wrapped around us like a cloak, the shadows mingling with the echoes of our purpose. With every movement, every click of metal on metal, I felt the rhythm of our shared fate pulse with urgency, shaping our future amid the looming darkness. We could not hide from the horrors that encroached upon us, nor could we falter in our resolve. With the amulets completed, and a newfound sense of purpose settling within us, we prepared to face the nightmare lurking just beyond the threshold, its cold, metal gaze watching and waiting, much like the growing storm within our hearts. Chapter 12: Shadows of Doubt. I staggered along the corridor, the damp chill of the night creeping into my bones, tugging me toward the broken window where the moon's pallid glow pooled like spilled ink across the floor. Each step was a reminder of my uncertainty, the weight of thoughts swirling in a tempest that led me to the forest's edge, a place shrouded in whispers and shadows. The world around me dimmed, painted in shades of gray, and the rhythmic ticking of the clock in the distance became a muted thrum, echoing my inner disquiet. I moved as though in a dream, the outlines of familiar objects warping into strange silhouettes. They stared back at me, waiting, as if knowing my secrets and urging me forward. Why was I drawn here? A question that unraveled in my mind, caught in the teeth of anxiety. My breath became a labor, pushing through the cobwebbed silence that wrapped around my thoughts. I could taste the soil, earthy and rich, as though the ground were calling out to me, promising solace in its embrace. The fractured window loomed ahead, moonlight spilling through its jagged frame, illuminating the forest beyond in silvery hues. But that darkness held more than just shadows. It harbored a past I could scarcely recall without trembling. It felt magnetic, enticing, like a specter beckoning me to join it in a dance where only despair remained. I reached the threshold of light and dark, caught in the tangling threads of dread and memory, when a sudden grip seized my arm. "Felix, come back inside." Her voice was crisp and clear, cutting through the heavy fog that enveloped my thoughts. I turned to see her, Luna, standing at the doorway, her fiery red hair alive with the flickering light as she pulled me away from the encroaching tree line. There was a steadiness in her hold that contrasted sharply with my own unsteady breath. My mind buzzed with a confusion I couldn't name, but her green eyes, vibrant and watchful, met mine with a fierceness that broke through the haze. "What are you doing out here?" she asked, the urgency laced with an authority I had long learned to respect. My voice faltered. The thoughts clawing at me seemed suddenly fragile, illuminated by her presence. The dark woods whispered to me still, beckoning with promises I couldn't quite articulate. "I don't know." "You don't need to know." Her grip tightened, pulling me firmly back into the safety of the corridor. The damp ground bore the marks of my passage, leaves and disturbed soil narrating a story I hadn't yet understood. I could feel my heart pounding against my chest, quickened by the allure of the shadows. "I just wanted to," I began, but her fierce gaze silenced me. "No. You have to come inside," she insisted, her voice resolute as it cut through my fog of hesitation. Her insistence re-established clarity in the chaos. As I hesitated, the thrum of my own disquiet became a distant echo against her fortitude. I couldn't shake the unease swirling around me. The forest's edge was too inviting, too fraught with whispers that promised both danger and freedom. And yet, Luna stood firm, anchoring me away from that precipice, reminding me of the warmth and light found in the inside of a home I had almost forsaken. I tried again, fumbling for the right words, the allure of the darkness almost overwhelming me, but in that moment it was as though I recognized a part of myself that had been lost in those woods. She released her grip, just enough for me to notice the subtle tremor in her hands. "Trust me, Felix." Her voice resonated with a blend of warmth and concern, her simple command a lifeline that tugged me back from the brink. I found myself stepping away from the threshold, pulled by the gravity of her presence. My gaze lingered on the dark tree line, but her steadfastness in that broken corridor became my refuge. "Okay," I finally murmured, allowing myself to be led back, comforted by her unyielding confidence as we left behind the encroaching shadows, at least for one more night. The cramped room felt suffocating, shadows clinging to the walls as if they too shared the burden of Eldergrove's mounting fears. The worn table groaned under the weight of papers and empty promises, and I leaned forward, breathless, ready to grasp at whatever sliver of hope we could still salvage from this dread-filled twilight. The flickering gaslight danced above us, casting erratic patterns on the walls, and I felt as though I was caught in a shifting dream, one where each whispered discussion dragged the weight of our town's maladies deeper into the fabric of my soul. Thaddeus adjusted his tie, his bushy mustache bristling with the kind of confidence that belied his own trepidation. The formal attire he wore, dark, creased, and meticulously chosen, felt like a mask he wore to hide the anxiety lurking beneath. "We cannot ignore these symptoms any longer," he declared, his voice steady yet carrying the tremor of unspoken worry. His words settled over me like a cold shroud. I nodded, my attention honed on him as he shuffled papers, a cacophony of reports and findings, each document telling a tale of fear and uncertainty echoing outside in the dim streetlight. "The townspeople are frightened," I replied, my voice steady despite the turmoil brewing within me. "We need to act, Thaddeus. People are suffering." Thaddeus's gaze sharpened as he peered at me over the top of his papers, gray eyes glinting with intensity. "I understand, but we must consider all aspects. We cannot be hasty in our actions. Decisions made in panic can only lead to greater calamities." His bureaucratic language brushed against my resolve like a cold wind. Frustration simmered just beneath the surface. The families I had treated, their faces haunting me, lingered like a specter behind my eyes. I took a deep breath, my fingers tightening around the bottle of herbal tincture that had become my ally during these troubling times. "This isn't just bureaucracy, Thaddeus. This is about lives hanging in the balance." My voice, though quiet, carried a weight I couldn't ignore. I glanced toward the window where, through the glass, I could see the shadows of sickly figures drifting aimlessly in the dim streetlight. They were not just patients, they were people I had known their whole lives, their laughter now silenced by an unseen torment that gripped the town like a vice. In that moment of stillness, I felt a quiet connection growing between us, a fleeting moment of understanding between opposing forces. As we shared the folder containing recent reports, our hands brushed against each other, the touch lingering for just a heartbeat longer than necessary. I could feel the crackle of tension, an unspoken acknowledgement of our shared burden. Thaddeus cleared his throat, breaking the silence that had enveloped us. "There are steps we can take to minimize the risk, and I assure you, I am considering every angle," he muttered, the urgency cloaked in the weight of authority. "Yes, but we must act now." I couldn't suppress the tremor in my voice, the worry spilling over as I searched his eyes for any sign of alignment. Every moment wasted might be another moment someone suffers unnecessarily. "Abigail," he said softly, the formality dropped for a fleeting instant, "I share your concerns, but a leader must tread carefully. The old tales haunt our ancestors still, you know. I have to protect this town, not just in the face of illness, but against the fears and legends that turn us against each other." In his gaze, I recognized a flicker of genuine fear, a fear rooted not just in the crisis at hand, but in the superstitions that had wormed their way into our very culture. It echoed the anxiety that coursed through Eldergrove, manifested in nervous whispers and sidelong glances. "Then let us work together to quell those fears." My heart swelled with resolve as we locked eyes. Maybe we weren't as far apart as it seemed. Perhaps within this conflict of philosophies lay the threads that could bind us, connecting the past to the present. We lingered in that fragile moment of unity as the clock chimed in the distance, reminding us of the time slipping away. With each toll, I felt the weight of responsibility tighten around my shoulders, urging us to reclaim hope, one decision at a time. The low-hanging beams of Victor's workshop loomed like sentinels, heavy with the dust of forgotten ambition, and the quiet pulse of machines long neglected. I sat at the cluttered workbench, feeling the weight of gears and metal beneath my fingers, tracing the contours of a blueprint that promised both life and damnation in its ticking heart. Each creased line told a story of brilliance, of an inventor whose genius danced tantalizingly close to the abyss of madness. The air smelled of iron and oil, a familiar comfort mingled with an unsettling sense of dread. Around me, remnants of Victor's life lay scattered. Rusted tools and unfinished contraptions whispered of ambition turned grotesque. I leaned closer to the blueprint, its delicate ink sketching out the mechanism of a clockwork heart, a marvel designed to replicate life itself. In this moment, my thoughts spiraled. What price had been paid for such ingenuity? My fingers trembled as they hovered over the intricate design, the gears resembling the cogs of the mind, interlocking, turning, straining against the confines of mortality. With a careful hand, I placed a fine gear into position, feeling the coolness of the metal against my skin. My heart raced, adrenaline mixing with anxiety, as I continued to work, piecing together the mechanical puzzle that echoed the weight of life and death. There was an intoxicating beauty in the craftsmanship that tugged at my heart. Yet with each delicate turn of a dial on a battered mechanical device, I felt an ominous weight pressing down on me. Victor's presence lingered in the shadows, haunting me as I assembled the clockwork heart. I remembered his passionate declarations, those fevered speeches about the potential of his inventions, the impossible merging of life and machinery, and yet the madness within his eyes had never gone unnoticed. The way he spoke about reanimating the dead, the spark of life where none should exist, filled me with a chill that clawed at my insides. Suddenly, the memory of his manic laughter echoed in my mind, tainted by the dread of what his brilliance might unleash. What happened when we played God with the very essence of life? I glanced around the workshop, shadows thickening, heavy with questions that danced just beyond my grasp. I continued my work, each action deliberate, my heart a metronome pounding out a rhythm of anxiety as I assembled the gears with meticulous precision. The flickering candlelight caught the contours of the heart, illuminating its grotesque beauty, a fusion of art and madness that should never exist. My hand paused near my chest, a phantom ache thrumming through me, and at that moment a soft knock echoed from the shadowed doorway. The sound froze me, holding me in suspended uncertainty. Was it a visitor, or merely my imagination unraveling, fraying at the edges in this sanctuary of nightmares? I turned slowly, my breath catching in my throat, waiting for a reply, heart pounding against my ribs like a caged beast yearning for release. Would it be Victor? His specter felt like an ever-present shadow, stalking me as I plunged deeper into the remnants of his insanity. Or perhaps it was a messenger, coming to remind me of the weight of my own choices, and the path I too was treading on the fine line between ingenuity and recklessness. With my breath held, I remained still, listening for any further sound that could lead me to the truth. The workshop, once filled with hope and creation, now hummed with the anxiety of an uncertain future, a place where light met shadow and dreams took on the hue of madness. In that space, everything hung in balance, the heart, the inventions, and the choices we were bound to make. Chapter 13: The Hermit's Tale. The forest closed in around us, a somber shroud woven from tangled branches and whispering leaves. Each step disturbed the damp earth, a muted symphony of crackling twigs beneath our feet, setting my heart racing with a rhythm I could not shake. Luna, with her fierce green eyes aglow, held the lantern aloft, its light flickering like a heartbeat against the encroaching dark. We pressed forward, the underbrush clutching at our legs as if trying to ensnare us in its depths. The cold wind carried a hint of something rancid, twisting through the trees with a mournful howl that echoed off the gnarled trunks. Luna led with firm determination, her grasp on the lantern steady as I fell into step behind her, careful not to disturb her focus. Every now and then, my gloved fingers brushed against rough tree bark, the textures an anchor to my reality. Scattered mechanical cogs littered the forest floor, some remnants of past inhabitants perhaps, or a herald of the automaton's creeping presence. Each cog tugged at my curiosity, a beckoning toward the intricate dance of gears and mechanisms I had learned to admire. Yet I remained cautious, ever aware of the weight of the world around us, the shadows stretching with tendrils of anxiety that latched onto my thoughts. Luna glanced over her shoulder, a quick, knowing look that struck me as both fierce and urgent. "This way," she instructed in a low, steady tone, her voice cutting through the silence. With a nod, she stepped between clusters of gnarled trees, her movements assured yet graceful, as she navigated the tangled roots that threatened to trip her. As I followed, a swell of admiration mixed with anxiety churned in my chest. There was something ethereal about her when she moved through the wood, like she was an extension of it, an indomitable spirit against the creeping dread. And yet, beneath her bold facade lay an intensity I could sense, the pulse of our mission weighing heavily in the space between us. The air grew colder as we reached a rough clearing. It opened before us, the ground damp with dew, a mirroring of the late hour pressing down with unyielding weight. Broken logs lay scattered, remnants of storms long past, as if the trees themselves had mourned their loss. I felt a thrill of unease as I stepped into the clearing, the sense that we were no longer merely passing through, but that something awaited us here. Luna's lantern swung lightly, illuminating patches of moss and earth while the shadows wavered like restless spirits. I could see the intricate patterns of growth and decay, how the land breathed and exhaled, but every breath felt laced with foreboding. The clearing held its secrets tightly, and I could only pray we would emerge from it unscathed. "This way," she beckoned again, the urgency in her tone pulling me from my reverie. The grip of her determination pushed me forward, an anchor in the uncertain sea of this eerie place. My heart raced, caught between the beauty of the forest's darkness and the burgeoning fear of what might lurk beneath its surface. As I moved deeper into the clearing, I caught glimpses of twisted roots entwined like serpents, ready to pull me into their depths. But I focused on Luna's resolute form ahead, the small beacon of light in an otherwise haunting world, and I followed, still wondering what hidden terrors lay waiting among the whispering trees. In the clearing's damp embrace, a figure emerged from the tangled shadows, wild-eyed and unkempt. Ezra sat on a mossy stump, surrounded by the remnants of the forest's fury. His clothes hung in tatters, and his skin bore the stains of the earth like a silent testament to his derangement. I hesitated, a flicker of concern snaking through me, as Luna stepped forward, her body poised with wary intent. "Ezra," she called softly, her voice cutting through the stillness. There was an undercurrent of familiarity there, but her tone was laden with caution, echoing my own trepidation. As I stepped closer, the disarray of his wild hair framed his sharp features, and I could see the twitch in his eye, a nervous habit that whispered of instability. He turned his gaze upon us, darting back and forth like a trapped animal. "You shouldn't have come here," he warned, his voice hoarse but deliberate, as if every syllable cost him a great deal of energy. "They watch us, they know." He gestured wildly toward the trees, fingers clawing at the air, as if attempting to seize unseen foes lurking among the shadows. Luna squared her shoulders, her sharp wit emerging even in this fragile moment. "We came for answers, Ezra." "Not for threats," she responded, her eyes narrowed with defiance. Yet I could sense her own unease. Even as she spoke, her body seemed to shrink slightly beneath the weight of his presence. "Answers? Oh, I can give you answers," he hissed, excitement surging through his disheveled appearance. With a burst of energy, he leaned forward, thrusting a crude diagram onto the damp ground, a tangle of hastily scrawled lines and rough sketches that made my head spin. "The clockwork heart must end with the blood of our line," he declared, his voice echoing like a bell tolling for some forgotten tragedy. I blinked, trying to absorb the implications behind his words, as he gestured at the diagrams, fingers trembling above the hastily drawn heart shape and interlocked mechanisms. It was a madman's scheming laid bare before us, yet I felt a chill crawl up my spine, suggesting there was a grim kernel of truth buried within his frantic assertions. Luna stepped closer, her eyes flitting between the sketches and Ezra's intense gaze. "What do you mean by our line?" Her voice was calm, but I could hear the underlying strain, a tense melody coaxing from her typical bravado. Ezra leaned even further, urgency coursing through him, scarred hands shaking as they tapped on the parchment. "We're bound to the automaton," he explained, his voice carrying a mix of revelation and foreboding. "What it craves, what it needs, blood essence. You have to understand it, or it will consume everything." I felt a rush of nausea as my mind raced to connect the dots, trying to piece together the fractured fragments of his words. What had we stumbled upon? And why did his mad gaze seem so certain of the terrifying truths he spoke? I exchanged a glance with Luna, who stood with eyes wide, balancing both skepticism and the weight of dread between us. The air hummed with tension, each moment stretching out like a dark abyss, demanding action. I shifted on my feet, the crunch of gravel underfoot breaking the fragile silence, while Ezra continued to tap frantically at the stump, his fervor consuming him. My heartbeat echoed in my ears as I grasped for the sense of urgency clawing at the edges of my mind. "Luna," I finally whispered, trying to ground us both in a moment of clarity, "we need to get away from him." Her posture shifted slightly, and for a heartbeat, I thought I could see her mind race, considering the implications. But before I could voice my concerns, the tension in the clearing grew thicker, crackling with an impending dread that echoed from the underbrush like a warning bell. Luna was no longer merely listening. She was scanning the tree line, ever vigilant. The sinister energy around us hummed, entwining itself around us like ivy, urging us to act before the dark roots of the forest claimed us whole. Panic coursed through my veins as Ezra's voice trailed off, a tremor of fear twisting in my gut. The oppressive air thickened around us, and a cacophony of clanging metal erupted behind, a cruel reminder that we had lingered too long. I met Luna's wide-eyed gaze, an unspoken understanding sparking between us, and before I could catch my breath, she tugged at my arm. "Run," she urged, her voice a sharp command cutting through the haze of impending doom. In a heartbeat, we tore ourselves from the clearing, plunging back into the dense underbrush. Branches clawed at my face and clothes as we pushed deeper into the fog-laden forest, the cold wind biting at my skin. Behind us, the automaton's monstrous gait echoed like the hammer of fate, a relentless sound that spurred us into a frenzied flight. "Faster!" Luna shouted, her voice unwavering even as I stumbled over exposed roots. The world spun around me, a blur of green and gray, every breath punctuated by the overwhelming weight of our desperation. I could barely process the fleeting shadows that flitted by, my focus narrowing to the path just ahead of us, an escape that felt like a half-formed dream. "Where is it?" I gasped, the thought heavy in my mind. Would we see it before it saw us? The thought alone drove my heartbeat to a wild rhythm, almost drowning out the howling wind and the clanging noise behind us. Suddenly, as if summoned by our fear, the towering figure of the automaton emerged from the mist, its brass plates glistening ominously under the pale light filtering through the canopy. There it stood, a figure of dreadful craftsmanship come to life. The night air resonated with metallic clicks and whirs as its limbs moved with a predatory grace, disturbing the serenity of the woods in a manner far too unnatural. Luna tightened her grip on my arm, propelling me forward. "This way," she directed as we veered to the right, the feeling of being hunted gnawing at my insides. The automaton's presence was like a dark storm cloud, looming and inevitable, as we raced toward an opening I had yet to see. Every step pulled me deeper into dread, the fog swirling around us as I risked a glance behind. The automaton's glass eyes seemed to gleam with a chilling consciousness, a monstrous curiosity that lured me toward the darkness of my own creations, echoes of clockwork dreams turned nightmares. We burst into an open area lined with crumbling stone ruins, remnants of some forgotten grandeur overtaken by nature. The fallen columns stood as silent sentinels, their mossy surfaces draped in shadows, creating a surreal ambiance where past met present in chilling harmony. My heart raced. Here lay the heart of something ancient, whispers of history brushing against our hurried breaths. Luna paused, scanning our surroundings, her bright eyes searching for a refuge amidst the chaos. "We can't stop," I hissed, urging her forward, my voice thick with panic. But she remained rooted to the spot, one hand outstretched, as if summoning the courage to face the encroaching darkness. "We must find a way out." Her voice was fierce yet tremulous, a sharp contrast to the beauty of the decaying stone around us. I took in our surroundings, my heart heavy with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as the shadows thickened, the automaton's relentless advance echoing from the trees. As the first hint of daylight slipped away behind the gathering clouds, I felt a chill settle within me, the cold seeping into my bones. We were not merely escaping, we were caught in a web of past sins and creeping horrors, destined to face whatever fate lay ahead. With a final shared look, a flash of resolve between us, we took one last deep breath. Together we stepped forward into the darkness, hoping against hope that the ghosts of the ruins would offer us something more than despair in our flight from the lurking nightmare. Chapter 14: Ravenscroft Ritual. As I pushed through the heavy splintered doors of Ravenscroft Manor, a gust of stale air rushed to greet me. Dust motes swirled in the flickering candlelight, each tiny speck floating in the pall of decay that clung to the stone walls. My heart quickened, a familiar tension pooling in the pit of my stomach as I stepped further into the shadows, the echoes of our purpose whispering through the silence. Luna stepped beside me, her fiery hair cascading like wild flames against the cool stone. I could sense the uncertainty that hung around her, though her features were drawn tight with resolve. It was an uncanny juxtaposition, her sharp wit and unwavering spirit fused with the dread that inevitably accompanied our intrusion into this hollowed space. I stole a glance at her, catching the flash of her bright green eyes as they darted toward the dark corners of the hall, searching for remnants of the past, or perhaps shadows that danced just out of reach. The central hall opened up before us like the maw of a beast, the dim light playing tricks on my mind as I traversed the uneven floor. Each step felt heavy, the air thick with history and unspoken fears. It was in that hushed atmosphere that we were met by Eleanor Ravenscroft, who lingered near an ancient stone mantel. Her fingers trailed along the grooves, carved into the wall, as if seeking a tangible connection to memories buried in the past. She acknowledged our presence with a curt nod, her icy blue eyes glinting with an intensity that belied her poised demeanor. "Are you prepared?" she asked, her voice steady yet edged with unyielding authority. It was an invitation wrapped in a command, and we could hardly respond. No more than the whisper of agreement escaped my lips before we gathered around the large wooden table that dominated the room. The table was a chaos of brittle parchment, tarnished metal keys, and rusting gears, artifacts of forgotten machinations waiting for their moment to stir. My hands moved of their own accord, rolling up my sleeve to reveal a small vial and sharp lancet. My fingers danced around the objects, familiar and foreign all at once, the weight of the task ahead pushing against my chest like an iron shroud. Luna leaned over to inspect a faded chart pinned to the wall, her expression flickering between concentration and disbelief, perhaps questioning the sanity of what we were about to undertake. "It's now or never," she murmured, an assertion and a plea tangled within the syllables. The tension pooled in the air, ready to burst. "Begin now," I finally replied, my voice a calm anchor amid the storm of unease. "Steady hands," Eleanor instructed, her eyes meeting mine with a knowing glint. There was comfort in her command, an assurance that steadied the trembling of my resolve. Each of us began to set down various implements on the table, a quiet procession of actions drawing us closer to the precipice of the unknown. I could feel the weight of our shared intentions lingering in the air, as if the manor itself held its breath in anticipation of the chaos we might unleash. This was a fragile pact we were forging, a collision of blood, steel, and the old secrets buried beneath Ravenscroft's facade. And yet, as I prepared for what lay ahead, I wondered if we were mere pawns in a game already dictated by forces we could not see. The air thickened as we crossed the threshold into the darkened chamber, its contours swallowed by the soft flicker of candlelight. Shadows writhed along the stone walls, and the faint echoes of our footfalls rang against the remnants of a world long forgotten. A chill caressed my skin, an unwelcome harbinger of the ritual we were about to unravel, each step laden with the weight of our collective fears. I moved to the center of the chamber, the floor beneath my feet cool and unyielding. The inscribed stone wards, laid meticulously along the surface, beckoned with their age-old promises. My heart raced as I gripped the lancet, the cold steel feeling foreign and intimate against my skin. I knew what I had to do. The hesitation gnawed at me as I pricked my finger, a sharp sting followed by the warm trickle of blood. The droplets fell with a precise cadence, each bead marking my reluctant offering to the ritual, a visceral reminder of the stakes we had wagered. A breath shuddered in my throat as I felt the weight of centuries bearing down upon me, the moment drawn taut like a bowstring ready to snap. This act, so small yet monumental, sent waves of trepidation spiraling through me. I struggled against the tumultuous swell of thoughts vying for my attention. Could we really do this? Were we truly prepared to confront the darkness? Eleanor was there, as unwavering as the stone itself. Her back was straight, eyes trained on the ancient clock embedded in the wall, the ticking its heart of darkness. "The legacy demands it," she murmured in a tone as controlled as a metronome, drawing our focus back to the present. Each word was imbued with the weight of generations, reminding us of the burden we bore. The intricate gears of the clock turned ominously, keeping time with our heartbeat, yet there was an unmistakable energy brewing around us. Beside her, Luna held a frayed, leather-bound grimoire, its pages whispering the secrets of ages past. Her voice, though steady, rang with urgency as she read aloud, the cadence of her words resonating against the stone. Each syllable wove a spell, a dark incantation that began to stir something dormant within the chamber. As she spoke, I could feel the vibrations coursing through the ground beneath me, an unseen force awakening the stones. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and the ground shuddered in response to Luna's voice. Clattering gears and shifting panels broke the silence, their mechanical whirring echoing through the chamber like an unholy choir. I stumbled, steadied only by the familiar brush of Luna's hand against mine. Her fingers were firm, a tether, as we both grasped the burgeoning chaos, her spirit radiating with determination even as the room vibrated ominously. Every droplet of blood that landed on the wards sent ripples of energy arcing through the chamber, casting soft glows that seemed to pulse in time with our frantic hearts. The sensations melded into an intoxicating rush, fear, anticipation, a wild pulse of possibility that coursed through my veins unrelenting. But with that surge came an edge of dread, a deep-rooted apprehension clawing at my mind as the wards began to awaken. The room transformed. It was alive with energy now, a tapestry woven from fear and desperation, and as I steadied myself, I glimpsed the otherworldly potential brewing in the air. I inhaled deeply, holding on to the fragile thread of determination. Whatever emerged from the depths, I would face it, armed with my skill and the desperation that came from knowing we had no choice but to see this through. A surge of energy enveloped us as the wards pulsed with life, their faint glow illuminating the chamber in eerie hues. It was a moment teetering on the precipice of a great unknown, and I felt the tension draw tighter. An unseen predator circling us, hungry and merciless. It was then that the silence shattered, a crashing wave of metal and malice intruding upon our fragile sanctuary. The automaton emerged like a nightmare-given form, crashing through the doorway with a ferocity that sent tremors rippling through the stone floor. Brass limbs swung erratically, gears screeching in a cacophony of sound that clawed at my senses. My heart lurched in my chest as panic flooded my veins, each pulse echoing the urgency of our plight. I stumbled backward, nearly colliding with the falling shelf of ancient tools, the scattered remnants of forgotten crafts swirling around me. Felix. Luna's voice pierced the chaos, her command spurring me to move despite the surge of terror that threatened to root me in place. She remained resolute, her eyes reflecting the fervor of a desperation I shared but struggled to articulate. Eleanor, unyielding in the face of danger, stepped firmly between the automaton and us, her posture commanding even as her fear mingled with resolve. "Shield them," she shouted, her voice ringing out with the authority of a storm. Without hesitation, she lunged towards a lever embedded in the wall, a desperate act of bravery that felt as if it would either save us or seal our fates. Sparks flew as she grasped the lever, metal clashing against metal, a deafening herald of impending chaos. In that moment, I was struck by the grotesque beauty of the scene, a ballet of horror unfolding before us. The automaton's cold, calculating movements transitioned to an unnerving fluidity, its limbs carving arcs through the air with inhuman grace. But before I could process the enormity of it, a claw swept through the space like a grim harbinger. The sharp edge grazed my arm, and pain blossomed in a visceral flare, warm blood splattering onto the stone floor like an insidious signature of our dire circumstances. I gasped, instinctively cradling my wounded arm, my heart racing as the realization hit. I was now a target, exposed and vulnerable as the creature continued its path of destruction. My resolve wavered under the weight of fear, but there was no time to falter. I had to fight back, to complete the ritual that could bind this monstrosity and protect us all. But then came the unthinkable. With a ferocity born from desperation, Eleanor collided with the automaton, her body absorbing the impact in a heart-stopping moment. It was an act of sacrifice, a split-second decision that would change the course of our fate forever. Her figure was swept away, swallowed by the chaos as the automaton's claws struck with ruthless precision. "No!" My voice erupted, a raw cry that filled the chamber, mingling with the cacophony of machinery and metal, as I surged forward, propelled by grief and the indelible urge to save her. The scene burned into my memory, a collision of flesh and steel, Eleanor's sacrifice a sharp contrast against the terror unfurling before us. Locked in that moment of horror, Luna grasped my hand tightly, her own fear entwined with fierce determination. "We have to finish the ritual," she shouted, her voice a beacon amidst the tempest. We exchanged a glance, an unspoken promise igniting between us, and with adrenaline fueling my actions, I refocused on the wards glowing beneath our feet, each pulse a lifeline drawing us closer to salvation. Together we moved with purpose, determination rising in the face of despair as we pressed on, igniting the power contained within the ritual we had set in motion. The world around us shrank to a singular focus. The sacrifice had to mean something, and we would not let it be in vain. In the heart of the storm, amid shattered remnants of our fragile sanctuary, we pressed on, our fingers trembling as we set to bind the darkness. With the automaton a relentless predator circling in, our breath caught in our throats as we plunged into the chaos, hoping against hope that the price we had paid would not be lost in the tides of fate. Chapter 15. Escape from Ravenscroft Manor. The air hummed with the clangor of pursuit, a metallic symphony echoing in the confines of Ravenscroft Manor's long, crumbling corridor. Shadows danced around us as we darted past flickering gas lamps, each step amplifying the anxiety thrumming through my chest. I could hear it, a mechanical heartbeat that quickened with every desperate leap we took, the automaton stalking us, its brass limbs ominously grinding against the stone floor like the ticking of a clock counting down our doom. Luna flitted beside me, her fiery hair a wild halo in the dim light, moving with a grace that belied the terror inching closer. I caught a glimpse of her determined green eyes, unyielding even in this maelstrom of chaos. The corridor stretched endlessly before us, its walls lined with peeling wallpaper and cracked portraits that seemed to watch us flee, an audience to our desperation. A shudder rippled through the ancient stones, and I could almost feel the manor itself leaning in, eavesdropping on our flight. "Felix, we have to move." Her voice cut through the din, sharp as a knife, but I couldn't help lingering for a fraction of a second longer, feeling the weight of history pressing down on us. I glanced over my shoulder, and there it was, the automaton looming behind, its distorted figure looming like a reaper come to claim the foolish. It surged forward, a blend of mechanical precision and chilling predation. Each clanking step felt deliberate, a grim melody marking the seconds as we evaded our fate. I fought against the urge to stumble, forcing my legs to carry me past faded relics of the manor's past, heart hammering in my chest. The sound of glass shattering echoed from somewhere, cascading like rain, as if the very remnants of Ravenscroft were falling apart to witness our end. Instinctively, I reached for the wall, my fingers brushing against a rusted lever half hidden in the grime. My mind raced, should I pull it? But the automaton closed in, its hollow eyes glinting with cold intelligence. I slammed my hand onto the lever without hesitation, a desperate gamble that might just spell our salvation. A series of hidden mechanisms jolted to life with a cacophony of grinding gears, sending a torrent of metal clattering down the hall behind us. The noise served as both warning and distraction, a final act of defiance from the mansion that had once cradled such grandeur. "Scatter!" I shouted, desperation fueling my voice as Luna obeyed with instinctive agility. She plunged her hand into her leather pouch, a whirlwind of dried herbs spilling forth like autumn leaves, a scattered reminder of her grandmother's teachings. I watched in awe as she scattered them deftly across the floor near a trapdoor, a patch of forgotten magic amidst the dread. The automaton's heavy steps echoed menacingly, its limbs churning, a storm gathering behind us. I could feel the pulse of adrenaline within me, flooding my senses. I made it just past Luna when a tremor shuddered through the ground, shaking loose shards of glass and masonry that rained down upon us like retribution for our transgressions. We pressed on, adrenaline propelling us forward, though part of me felt a deep-rooted guilt for what lay behind, for the neglect of our surroundings, the ticking clock, the weight of our mistakes hanging like fog in the air. The automaton responded to our flight with a growl of machinery and determination, and the sound became a grotesque symphony, urging us to flee faster. I could almost feel its breath, cold and metallic, at my back, sending a shiver down my spine as the tremor beneath us escalated into a full-blown quake. We were teetering on the edge of collapse, surrounded by the dying echoes of a life that had once breathed vibrancy into the manor. Then, with one last desperate surge, we lunged for the trapdoor that gaped like an angry maw, our sanctuary from the nightmarish pursuit. I felt the edges of the world blurring, swallowed by the shadows that accompanied us into the unknown, the mechanical wails of the automaton a haunting reminder of our own fragility in the face of relentless design. As we stumbled through the narrow opening of the secret passage, the shadows enveloped us, wrapping around us like an old, forgotten memory. The air hung heavy, thick with dust, and the fading sense of bygone stories, as Luna held the door ajar, her vibrant figure illuminated by flickers of light that danced at the edges of the dark. My heart raced, thrumming against my ribs like the echo of a ticking clock, urging us forward, as a catastrophic symphony played behind us, heralding the demise of all we had ever known. "Quickly, Felix," Luna urged, her voice a sharp contrast to the oppressive quiet within the passage. I didn't need to be told twice. Instinct propelled me further into the depths of the manor's forgotten architecture, a path snaking through crumbling brick and ancient timbers that whispered secrets of the past. Gingerly, I lowered the clockwork heart into my satchel, its presence a heavy weight that sparked a chaotic mix of dread and purpose within me. I could almost hear its rhythmic ticking against the fabric, a reminder that this fragile piece of creation held the potential for greatness or ruin. Luna remained close, her fiery hair aglow like embers in the dimness, a fiery spirit against the consuming shadows. We were an odd pair, an inventor's apprentice and an herbalist caught in a dance of survival, both unsure of what lay ahead but anchored by a shared purpose. Without warning, the passage trembled, a deep rumble resonating through the stones, signaling the imminent collapse of the world we once knew. I glanced back, just as a colossal shelf creaked, the timbers groaning with impending doom. My breath caught in my throat, the dust swirling around us like phantoms summoned from the depths of despair. "Luna!" I gasped, my heart racing as I pushed forward. The world behind us erupted in chaos, the shelf splintering as it succumbed to gravity, crashing to the ground with discordant beats that drowned out any remnants of hope. I moved instinctively, willing my body to respond, as we narrowly escaped its crushing descent. I could almost taste the metallic tang of fear, mingling with the acrid dust as it settled like a shroud over our escape. "Come on, Felix, we can't stop now." Her voice cut through the noise, invigorating me with an urgency that propelled us deeper into the passage's suffocating grip. Together, we moved like shadows navigating a dark labyrinth, Luna's intuition guiding us through turns and dips, while I felt every mechanism embedded within the walls, calling out to me, begging for a deft hand to navigate their complexities. I spotted a series of toggle switches embedded within the wall, illuminated briefly by flickering remnants of light. My breath caught as I approached, fingers trembling with an uncanny familiarity. This was where I belonged. I knelt before the wall, scanning the switches, the intricate designs echoing the mechanisms I had labored over for years. With deliberate movements, I set to work, adjusting the switches with a precision born of countless hours spent under the watchful gaze of my mentor. Luna moved beside me, throwing small vials behind us as we pressed forward, each explosion of herbal smoke birthing clouds that veiled our path from the automaton's relentless pursuit. "Hold on," she called, an almost feral grin crossing her face as the acrid scent mingled with the dust in the air, choking the mechanical predator behind us. "Let's see if this works," I muttered, sweat beading on my forehead as I turned another switch. With a grating shriek, a mechanical diversion erupted from the side corridor, gears and metal clattering into action, racing against the ticking clock of our demise. I could only hope it would buy us the precious moments we needed. As we darted through the corridor, disorientation threatened to take hold. The air thickened with dust, swirling like thoughts spiraling out of control, a reflection of the chaos brewing in my mind. The passages seemed to intertwine endlessly, echoing the horrors we fled, each corner a reminder of our fragile existence. We pushed on, a frantic dance of survival with our hearts drumming in tandem, caught between flight and fate. "Over here." Luna's voice jolted me back, her form leading us into a tight squeeze that revealed yet another path, each movement deliberate and calculating. There was an urgency about her, an innate wisdom born of her heritage, bolstering my resolve as I trailed behind her, each stride powered by instinct. Finally, we burst into a wider chamber, the walls coated in centuries of dust that blanketed the forgotten relics resting in darkness. I felt our momentum falter as the sheer enormity of our plight settled in. Were we escaping or merely digging our own graves deeper? Luna and I exchanged a look, one of mutual understanding, haunted by the shadows of our choices. The chilling echo of the automaton's approach reminded us of the pressing threat. I could feel the distance shrinking, its chilling breath almost tangible, a reminder of the madness we had unleashed upon ourselves. "Let's keep moving," I urged, stepping forward into the darkness as the world around us closed in, another reminder that we were in a labyrinth, one created by our actions, entangled in despair yet fighting for breath amidst the wreckage. With a final burst of energy, we smashed through the shattered exterior door, stepping into a mist-shrouded courtyard that felt like a breath of fresh air and yet a veil of despair. The splintered stone walls rose like forlorn sentinels, twisted iron railings curving grotesquely against the ethereal fog that cloaked everything in unsettling whispers. As I caught my breath, the forest beyond loomed, gnarled branches clawing at the damp air, a reminder that escape was merely the beginning of another harrowing journey. My heart raced, a furious cadence pounding in my chest as we bolted across the loose gravel, every crunch beneath our feet a pulse in our collective flight from the specter that haunted us. I stole a glance behind us, the automaton's silhouette barely visible amidst the haze, its distorted form a chilling testament to our narrow escape. I could feel a shiver coursing through me, a residue of fear coating my resolve, echoing the ghosts of all we had fled. "Run!" Luna shouted, her voice fierce and unwavering, cutting through the thick air like a blade. I could feel the urgency between us, a silent understanding fueling our flight. I pushed past my own weariness, the remnants of the manor clinging to us like specters urging us to turn back, to reconsider our flight. But forward we raced, propelled by an instinct stronger than reason. The fragments of the manor tumbled into ruin behind us, sharp cracks reverberating in the stillness of the courtyard, an ominous chorus reminding us of our peril. I could see it in Luna's determined gaze. She had secured the satchel, its presence both a comfort and a burden, clutched tightly against her side as she dashed beside me. In that moment, the clockwork heart nestled within served as both our salvation and our curse. "Felix, stay close," she urged, her voice slicing through the thick mist that wrapped around us like a spectral shroud. The echo of falling debris faded behind us, yet the shadow of the automaton loomed in my mind, its relentless march haunting my thoughts even as we sprinted forward. We were being hunted, and with each step, the feeling of dread followed us, clawing at our heels. The forest, a mass of twisted branches, loomed ahead, the gnarled limbs reaching toward the sky as if eager to ensnare us. I could hear their whispers, a cacophony of rustling leaves merging with the anxious pounding of my heart. But what choice did we have? We were bound for town, where the familiarity of the streets offered some semblance of safety, even if the memories of what we had left behind lingered like shadows chasing the twilight. My feet quickened on the gravel, slipping over the rubble as I pressed onward, striving for a glimpse of safety in the looming darkness. Each beat of my heart resonated within me like a clock's echo, a reminder of the life I had clung to, a life now wrapped in uncertainty. "I can hear it!" I yelled over my shoulder, urging Luna to quicken her pace, though I was uncertain how much more we could take. The distance behind us faded, yet every shudder of the earth reminded me that the automaton was still within reach. It was a dread that tightened my chest, urging me to surge ahead, as fear chased us into the unknown. As we neared the edge of the courtyard, the ground gave way to a hidden dip, a trench of earth swallowed by mist. I stumbled but caught my footing, glancing over at Luna. In her eyes I saw an echo of shared resolve, a commitment that surged in the wake of despair. She pushed ahead, the strength within her igniting my own. "Go. We can't slow down," She reached for my hand, and together we leapt toward the unseen depths of the world beyond the manor's hold. Our flight surged into the thicket of the forest, where the embrace of trees loomed like guardians eager to shield us from the horrors we left behind. And still, even as we dove into the depths, I felt the lingering presence of the automaton haunting our footsteps, a warning that our journey was far from over, the specter of our choices trailing just behind as we emerged into the embrace of uncertainty, ready to face whatever darkness awaited us. Chapter 16. Eldergrove Under Siege. I burst onto the main street of Eldergrove, where shadows writhed under the glimmering gaze of street lamps like desperate souls clinging to fading hope. Glass crunched beneath my feet, a crisp reminder of fragility in a world teetering on the brink. The air thrummed with unspoken fears, whispering secrets of the chaos that had gripped the town. Luna was by my side, her grip like a vice on my arm, eyes darting through the maelstrom of tattered coats and furtive movements, her fear an almost palpable thing. Ragged clouds loomed ominously overhead, swirling above the decaying facades of buildings that had once held stories of warmth and laughter. Now they were mere silhouettes of memories, exhaling desolation as figures cloaked in tatters flitted like phantoms from lamppost to lamppost. The flickering lights overhead sputtered, their weak glow barely illuminating the terror lurking in every shadow, every crevice. I strained my ears, heart racing, the dissonant chorus of distant screams and grinding machinery drawing me into a whirlwind of dread. I couldn't quite fathom the scene before me, a tangle of broken glass and despair. My fingers tightened around the tattered journal I held, Victor's frantic scribbles chronicling his descent into the abyss of obsession. Its worn edges felt like a lifeline as I opened it, searching for clarity amid the madness. Each turn of the page seemed to echo the howling winds outside, the inked diagrams blurring before my frantic eyes. My mind struggled against the weight of panic, desperate for answers I doubted I could find. Luna's grip tightened, her vibrant green eyes reflecting a fierce blend of fear and determination. "We have to find shelter, Felix." Her voice was sharp, cutting through the suffocating air like a dagger. But even as I absorbed her urgency, the world around us seemed to contract, spiraling inward like a tightly wound clock, a mechanism about to strike with irrevocable consequence. A sudden disturbance drew our attention, and I glanced up to see two shadowy manifestations floating past us, their forms dissolving into the twilight as they glided with disjointed movements, their unnatural grace both mesmerizing and terrifying. The sight chilled my bones, my heart drummed in protest. I wanted to recoil, but Luna's presence tethered me, her fear clashing against my resolve. What were those apparitions? Some fragment of Victor's hubris? "Felix, look." Luna's voice quivered as she gestured toward the corner of the street where a group of huddled townspeople congregated, their faces marred with grime and confusion. They seemed oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them, fixated on some distant point of anguish, their breaths shallow and quickened. Fear hung in the air like an oppressive fog, a malevolent echo of a dark force we could neither see nor comprehend. I caught sight of a man slipping between two buildings, disappearing into the oppressive shadows. Who could he be? An ally? Or a harbinger of the dread-consuming Eldergrove? My mind whirred, ticking like the gears I had come to know so well. But the question gnawed at my soul: would we even survive the answers we sought? We darted across the street, weaving through the shards of a broken world, shadows reaching hungrily for our fleeting forms. Every step was a dance with the unknown, an agonizing struggle against the encroaching night. The harsh flicker of the streetlights barely illuminated our path, casting sinister silhouettes of fear and doubt. I clutched Victor's journal, as if it were the only thing anchoring me to reality. The darkness behind us beckoned with sinister whispers, pressing against my mind, a cacophony of horrors lurking in the crevices. The townsfolk behind us were little more than echoes now, just as the waning daylight seemed to fold into the deepening abyss. I saw Luna cast her gaze skyward, her expression a mixture of fear and fiery resolve. "We'll find a way, Felix." "We must," she stated firmly, yet her trembling voice betrayed the uncertainty swirling within. For all my methodical tendencies, I couldn't escape the impending dread encircling us, like a clock winding down towards oblivion. As we pressed on, the shadows stirred and danced, laughing in malevolence at our plight. Yet deep within me, a seed of determination took root, a flickering ember kindled by our unyielding bond. I might not have had all the answers, but together we would face the darkness that sought to swallow us whole. And as I clutched the journal to my chest, I couldn't help but wonder if Victor's chaotic brilliance held the key to our salvation, or if it would be our undoing. The town hall trembled under the weight of panic as frantic voices collided, creating a dissonant symphony of fear. I stepped inside, the heavy oak door groaning as it swung shut behind me, sealing off the chaos of the outside world. Here, the air was thick with desperation, a swirling mass of anxious whispers and urgent movements coiling around the dimly lit foyer, casting long shadows across the faces of my townsfolk, each marred by uncertainty. Abigail Brown stood at the center, her form a beacon of unyielding resolve amid the storm. She raised an arm, directing frantic individuals through the heavy door with a grace that seemed almost ethereal against the backdrop of chaos. "This way, keep moving," she called, her voice firm yet soothing, imbued with a quiet authority that somehow calmed the rising tide of fear. Each word fell from her lips like a salve, easing the knots of anxiety that twisted in the air. Her hands were stained with the marks of her labor. I could see the way they trembled as she distributed bundles of cloth and water bottles to those who reached for her, faces streaked with grime and unspoken terror. I marveled at how, despite the grim circumstances surrounding us, she remained an unyielding pillar of hope, a single thread of warmth woven through the darkness that threatened to consume us all. Nearby, Thaddeus Blackthorne hovered with his hand resting on a stack of worn maps, the paper crinkling under his grip like a fragile dream at risk of shattering. His jaw was set tight, masking the deep-seated anxiety that dwelled beneath his authoritative facade. He juggled a makeshift communication device, its cracked surface a reflection of his own frayed nerves, scanning the room for incoming threats. "We must remain vigilant," he proclaimed, voice rising above the tumult, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. As I took in the scene, a familiar weight settled over me. Luna moved with purpose, assisting an elderly neighbor whose frail hands trembled as they reached for the warmth she offered. I admired her resourcefulness. Her sharp wit shone through even in the chaos, adding a strange comfort amid the unfolding crisis. With a shuddering breath, I approached Abigail, feeling as though the air was imbued with her determination. She turned to me, her brow furrowed, but her eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. "Felix, you found the journal?" There was a flicker of hope in her voice, a shared understanding that deepened our connection amid the darkness. I nodded, the pages a comforting weight in my hands as I flipped through the hastily scrawled notes and intricate diagrams Victor had penned. They felt both intimate and unsettling, his passion palpable even through the uncertainty that echoed within. I pointed to a series of frantic sketches depicting machinery and mechanisms, my voice faltering as I tried to recall the scientist's fervor for invention. "It might hold answers, if we can just decipher it." My words hung in the air, laden with the unspoken question of whether his mad pursuits would grant us salvation or lead us further astray. While I thumbed through the chaotic pages, my mind raced to piece together the fragments of Victor's thoughts. I felt Luna shift closer, her sharp gaze fixed on the front door. An unnatural silence enveloped the hall, growing heavier with every second, an absence of sound that seemed to amplify the dread gnawing at our sanity. Outside, the atmosphere pulsed like a distant heartbeat, a reminder of the encroaching darkness, a predator lying in wait just beyond the threshold. "Listen." Thaddeus broke the tense silence, eyes widening with apprehension. The low rumble of something terrible echoed outside, causing the townsfolk to stiffen, a collective shudder creeping through the assembly. Abigail turned toward the heavy oak door, her face betraying a fleeting flicker of fear, even as she stood resolute against the tide of panic that threatened to drown us. "We must stay strong," she urged, voice steady despite the creeping shadows coiling around our hearts. "Help is coming. We just have to hold on." And as those words wrapped around me, an echo of collective resolve surged through the room. For a moment, I felt the tightening knot of fear in my chest loosen, but just as quickly the distant clamor outside escalated, an unholy cacophony punctuated by metallic screams. In that instant, reality reasserted its grip. The sense of hope ebbed like the retreating tide, leaving only uncertainty in its wake. Felix's frantic flipping of Victor's journal intensified, the pages turning like the racing of our hearts, as we grappled with the flickering flame of possibility amid the encroaching dread. We clung to our makeshift sanctuary, desperately seeking understanding in a world that felt poised to crumble at any moment. As chaos surged at the edges, I glanced toward the crumbling stained glass window that seemed to reflect the very fear we faced. My heart raced, fueled by the knowledge that time was running out, but still there remained a flicker of determination, a haunting reminder that even in the depths of despair, hope lingered like a wisp of smoke in the air. As the evacuation swelled around me on the narrow cobblestone lane, I could feel the ground tremble beneath our feet, a low, ominous growl reverberating through the air, a harbinger of despair that sent shivers skittering down my spine. The shadows around us thickened, pressing in like an anxious audience waiting for the curtain to rise on a grotesque performance, our breath catching as the grinding roar of metal echoed ominously in the distance. The once familiar streets morphed into a nightmarish landscape, the cobblestones slick with anxiety, as townsfolk stumbled and dashed like frantic leaves in the wind. I could see panic etched into their faces, wild eyes darting toward the shifting shadows, an instinctive fear pulsing through us all. Luna moved beside me, resolute yet trembling, our minds racing in parallel horror. We had no time to lose. "Felix," she urged, her voice a desperate whisper, urging me toward an uncertain destination. "We need to get everyone out of here." With an errant glance over my shoulder, I felt my heart plummet. The air hung heavy, taut with the weight of 1,000 whispers, building tension like the wind before a storm. And then it happened. The unmistakable sound of grinding metal, echoing in twisted harmony with the rumbles of the earth. I turned slowly, dread curling in my gut. Emerging from the depths of darkness came a grotesque figure, a towering automaton lurching into view at the end of the street. Its brass plating glistened unnaturally in the dim light, mottled with rivulets of dark, viscous fluid that pooled at its feet. Sinewy tendons, an abhorrent blending of flesh and metal, stitched into its joints, told tales of Victor's madness. My blood ran cold as I took in its terrible beauty, a nightmarish creation, drawn from the depths of an unholy dream. Luna shouted, "Get down!" but her voice barely reached me as the automaton swung its massive arm with a deliberate arc, sending a shower of crumbling masonry flying into the air like brittle confetti. It moved with both calculating precision and disjointed grace, a horror of engineering now pulsating with a malign intelligence. The horror and fascination of it left no space for hesitation. I stumbled backward, journal pressed against my chest like an unwilling talisman. "What have we done?" I whispered into the air, a plea I hadn't meant to voice. This was no creation to be marveled at. It was a monstrosity that pulsed with sinister life. With its guttural roar reverberating through the lane, the automaton seemed to come alive, a predatory gaze fixed upon the panicking townsfolk. I glanced at Luna, whose determination flickered with uncertainty, a sharp realization reflected in her bright eyes as she struggled to maintain her composure. We had to move. Now, I shouted, breaking free from my paralysis, adrenaline propelling me forward as I pulled Luna along. The street became a battlefield of fractured hope, each fleeing figure leaving a trail of desperation in their wake. Behind us, the automaton advanced, its footsteps echoing like thunder, drowning out the cries of my fellow townsfolk. We dodged between the flickering lights of the lamp posts, a gauntlet of shadows trying to ensnare us. Felix, Luna urged, adrenaline etching urgency into her voice. The swirling shadows followed us, seemingly alive, seeking to merge us into their dark embrace. Then came the unmistakable whirring of machinery, a cacophony of clanking gears and reverberating metal. The automaton lunged, its arms slicing through the air in a way that sent shivers along my spine. I ducked just in time, the air displaced by its ferocity slicing past me, cold and menacing. "Keep moving," I urged, the instinct to survive fueling our flight as we darted around the debris that littered the lane. But even as we ran, I felt a creeping horror clawing at the edges of my mind. We were being hunted. A near miss brought me to the brink of despair as I felt the shift in air pressure beside me, a reminder of the monstrous force pursuing us. I shot a glance at the automaton, the echo of its growl drowning my senses. It loomed closer, an unstoppable juggernaut determined to swallow us whole. My heart pounded with every rapid step, a fear-driven drumbeat synchronizing with the clash of chaos surrounding us. Luna's arm brushed against mine as we dashed around a corner, my breaths coming in ragged gasps, eyes wide as we approached a narrowing passageway ahead. I knew the town hall was beyond that, a sanctuary if only we could reach it. "We can make it!" I yelled, my voice strained, a thin thread of hope woven through the chaos. Just then, the automaton roared again, a discordant melody of destruction that set the very ground quaking beneath us. Time felt like molasses, stretching on as we drew closer to the safety of the door. But fate can be a fickle mistress. Suddenly, its massive hand shot forward, smashing down in front of us with the force of a wrecking ball. I stumbled back as debris exploded, sending shockwaves through the air, tumbling around us like flurries of shattered dreams. Instinct seized me. I threw myself to the ground, pulling Luna with me. My heart raced as I struggled to control my panic. There was no time for hesitation. We were a heartbeat away from destruction. "Luna, we have to split up. It will only focus on one of us." My voice was ragged, desperation coloring every word. I felt her tense beside me, the flicker of fear behind her bright green eyes. But then she nodded, a silent acceptance of the peril we faced. "On 3. I shouted, adrenaline pumping through my veins as I counted. 1, 2, 3. We shot in opposite directions, heart racing as I glimpsed the automaton's gaze track Luna's fleeing form. I felt my own pulse quicken, a whisper of hope now mingled with terror as I weaved between the shadows, the journal clutched tight against my chest. But the automaton was relentless. I could hear its cold whirring behind me, a predator fueled by an insatiable hunger. I moved like a shadow, sidestepping debris as the world around me dissolved into chaos, a blur of desperation, fear, and flickers of hope. Just as I thought I could escape, I heard the horrifying crunch of metal on stone. A monstrous sound that signaled the automaton's relentless pursuit was closing in. I had to outsmart it. My eyes darted around, scanning for any advantage, a path to salvation amidst the advancing dark. I could see Luna further down the lane, determined but too far away. My mind raced, and then clarity struck, the journal. Within its pages, there could be a plan, something that might make a difference. The moment of choice loomed, a decision that could alter everything. Should I call for her, or should I trust that she would find her way? I could almost feel the metallic claws of the automaton clawing at my back, yet all I could think of was Victor's journal. A sudden flare of inspiration lit within me. Perhaps there was a chance, a desperate grasp at salvation. "Luna!" I shouted, my voice strong, yet threaded with the tremor of urgency. The automaton, its movements, we can anticipate them. In that instant, she turned, eyes sharp with understanding, as the automaton lunged toward me. I ducked, rolling to the side, just as its mechanical arms swept overhead with the weight of a mountain. Luna's quick footsteps followed suit, the two of us finding our rhythm amid the chaos, thrust into a waltz with death. We maneuvered through the maze of debris, the thundering rhythm of our hearts driving us onward, our fates intertwined like the workings of a clock. In that fleeting moment of grace, I realized that within the horror, hope had ignited. Perhaps Victor's madness could indeed lead us to salvation, a revelation that grew brighter as we moved through the encroaching darkness, fleeing from the automaton that sought to consume us. And so we pressed on, side by side, together amid the storm. Chapter 17: The Heart of Darkness. I felt the breath of dread trail behind us as we dashed from the remnants of the town. Each footfall shattered the fragile stillness that lingered in the air, merging with the muted cries of the night. The ground was a chaotic tapestry of uneven stone and sharp-edged debris, as if the very earth conspired to slow our flight. Luna's auburn hair, a comet's tail in the shadows, whipped past me, trailing a scent of earth and wildflowers, a cruel reminder of the life we left behind. The forest swallowed us whole, a living entity whose darkness enveloped every ounce of light. As we plunged deeper into the gloom, the mist thickened around our ankles, clinging like a long-lost whisper from the depths of despair. I grasped the heavy, broken gear, its jagged edges biting into my palm, a makeshift weapon against the unspeakable horrors that lurked beyond our sight. Luna's leather satchel swung at her side, its contents rattling like anxious hearts as she navigated through the maze of gnarled roots and branches. "Keep moving," she urged, her voice steady yet edged with urgency. I responded with a tight nod, my pulse matching the rhythm of our frantic escape, the forest floor trembling beneath our hurried steps. The air felt alive, a thrumming tension sparking with every breath as shadows darted between the trees. Suddenly, I heard it, a guttural hiss that twisted through the fog, coiling around us like a serpent ready to strike. My heart quickened, and instinct drove me forward. I was painfully aware of Luna at my back, her presence a flicker of determination against the encroaching darkness. "Watch your left," I shouted, the command echoing in the stillness, but it felt hopeless against the looming dread. The branches clawed at our clothing, twigs snapping underfoot like fragile bones, and every step carried the weight of specters grazing the periphery of my vision. A flash of movement, quick and fluid, and the air shifted, heavy with a creeping malevolence. I swung the broken gear, catching a faint glimmer of movement in the low light, a spectral tendril retreating just beyond reach. A sinister whispering entwined with the rustle of leaves, and I turned my eyes wide, scanning the veil of mist that thickened around us. It felt like an unseen hand was weaving through the trees, leading us toward a fate wrapped in shadows. "Stay close," Luna's voice, calm and clear, steadied me as we plunged deeper into the heart of the forest, which groaned beneath our hurried footfalls. The world around us trembled in anticipation, the very atmosphere steeped in unease. With every stride, my determination mingled with the suffocating weight of dread, as visions of twisted shadows flitted in and out of existence. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not merely running away, we were being pursued. An ominous presence lurked, perhaps forever, just outside of my gaze. We pressed forward, the manor beckoning to us from beyond the trees, a silhouette of grim promise cloaked in darkness. I focused on its outline, a beacon of hope intertwined with trepidation, Yet the forest retaliated, conjuring fears of what awaited within those crumbling walls. A branch cracked with a jarring sound, halting our forward momentum as we turned to face the rustle. There, just beyond our sight, a shape loomed, more shadow than form. My heart raced as adrenaline coursed through my veins. I swung the gear again, our fleeting bravery matched only by the storm brewing around us. "Felix!" Luna shouted, urgency spilling from her voice, and the world collapsed into a blur of movement as the shadows lunged from the fog. With the breath of the night screaming in our ears, we were locked in a desperate dance against the intangible horrors of the forest, driven by the instinct to survive. The whispering trees seemed to mock us, their twisted branches reaching out with icy fingers. And still we ran, each echo of our footsteps drawing closer to a perilous reckoning, a fate marked not by salvation, but by the lingering shadows entwining our fates. The manor's entrance gaped before us like the maw of some slumbering beast, the decaying door hanging ajar, as if inviting us to witness the horrors within. As we crossed the threshold, an unsettling chill crawled across my skin, and the air thickened with a somber weight. Shadows, once mere whispers, now writhed in anticipation, eager for the secrets locked inside this ancient labyrinth. The vastness of the hall opened up before us like a forgotten cathedral, each creak of the floorboards underfoot echoing the grief of years unspoken. Dust motes floated in the dim light, suspended in time, remnants of a long-abandoned life. The oppressive silence pressed against my chest, suffocating, filled with a tension that tinged the air with something thick and bitter. I could see the walls adorned with faded portraits, the faces of those long gone, their eyes seeming to follow our every move. With each step, I felt the weight of their scrutiny, as if the manor itself was a witness to our entry, holding its breath in anticipation. There, in the center of the room, loomed a vortex of shadow, a swirling mass that seemed to pulse and throb with a sentient will. It beckoned, a darkness that tempted fate, holding our gazes captive with its promise of unspeakable dread. Luna moved close, her presence a steady anchor amidst the disarray. "We must act quickly," she whispered, her voice reverberating against the walls like a beckoning echo. I watched her, noting the way she braced herself against the marble pedestal nearby, the sigils worn by time and power sparking something deep within my gut. As if on cue, the automaton stirred, a masterwork of brass and steel rising from its stillness like a storm awakened. Its frame loomed tall, eerily human-like but exuding a coldness that froze the very air around us. The light from its eyes flared sharply, illuminating the contours of its twisted visage, and it shifted into a stalking posture that turned my blood to ice. "Stay behind me," I managed, gripping the cold, intricate components of the clockwork heart I had taken, its presence in my palm igniting a flicker of hope even as dread coiled in my gut. Luna stood resolute, whispering a precise incantation from the tome she clutched, her fingers dancing over the sigils as she summoned their ancient power. The automaton emitted a series of discordant clicks and clanks, a sound more alive than mechanical, each noise reverberating through the hollow hall. "You dare enter my domain?" Its voice sliced through the silence, echoing with a chilling resonance that seemed to mingle with the whispers of the shadows. I felt Luna shift beside me, her presence a reminder that we were not alone, that we had each other as allies in this unfolding nightmare. "Not today," I shouted, desperation and defiance fueling my voice. I lunged, my heart pounding wildly against the cage of my ribs, and slammed the shard of the clockwork heart against a mechanism that glinted at the automaton's core. The metallic echo rang sharply, reverberating against the cold walls like a battle cry. In response, the shadows above coiled and slithered, swirling violently with a deafening rush as Luna's hands pushed outward, each measured gesture forcing the encroaching darkness back. The shadows recoiled, granting us a momentary reprieve in the growing chaos, but I could feel the sinister influence still lurking at the edges of our perception, waiting for the opportunity to strike. The automaton, battered but not defeated, responded with newfound ferocity. It lunged toward me, its metal limbs thrashing with predatory grace, and I barely managed to dodge, feeling the rush of air as its arm grazed my shoulder. "Felix!" Luna cried out, the urgency ringing in her voice as she continued to chant, intertwining her will with the ancient knowledge of the sigils. With each flick of her wrist, I felt her confidence bolster my own as I rolled to regain my footing, the broken gear in my hand a lifeline against the automaton's cold, relentless advances. Time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat a drum against the deafening silence. I saw the shadows wrap tighter around the automaton, twisting into grotesque forms, a manifestation of our fears converging at the point of confrontation. Now, Luna's command sliced through the tumult, and together we launched our final attack. I thrust the shard deeper into the automaton's core, while she summoned the sigil's power to cast the shadows back. The moment felt suspended, heavy with anticipation as the energies collided, the gears clattering, shadows writhing, and the vortex swirling with anger. A brilliant flash erupted from where metal met magic, and for a brief flickering moment, light cut through the darkness, illuminating the intricate detail of the automaton as it howled, an unearthly, discordant scream that echoed in our ears. It convulsed and stuttered, the mechanics of its being unraveling under the strain. As the automaton collapsed, the shadows peeled away, revealing the remnants of the room, the weight of years echoing through the space. We stood panting, sweat clinging to our brows, the silence a deafening reminder of what we had narrowly escaped. Did we win? I managed to ask, though I felt the tension still lingering, an unshakable anxiety. Luna nodded, her expression resolute yet tinged with uncertainty. But deep within me, I felt the shadows stirring like a restless tide in the distance. The air remained thick, pregnant with anticipation, and the ominous force binding the forest to this place was not yet spent. The darker depths still lurked, watching, waiting for our next misstep. For now, we had gained respite, yet the weight of what remained was palpable, haunting our every breath as we prepared for the trials that lay ahead. Chapter 18: Sacrifice and Rebirth. The chamber reeked of old oil and dust, its walls looming in shadows cast by a solitary light. Ancient clockwork devices cluttered the cramped space, remnants of forgotten ingenuity taunting my senses as I steadied my trembling hand around the jagged shard. A heartbeat reverberated, a syncopated rhythm intertwined with the ticking of time, urging me to act as the weight of the moment pressed down upon my chest. Dust motes danced in the dim glow, swirling in the air like lost souls, and for a brief moment I marveled at their delicate beauty. But there was no time for wonder. I was trapped in this place, besieged by memories of a life marked by precise gears and trembling hands. Each tick echoed my indecision, a relentless reminder that my fate lay within the sharp contours of this cruel implement, the heart that would grant me salvation or damnation. I had spent countless hours in this sanctuary of mechanisms, under the watchful eye of the clockmaker, where the intricacies of life and death melded seamlessly. My heart raced as I contemplated what lay before me, a jagged edge gleaming in the sickly light, a promise of power and pain intertwined. It was madness, and yet the lure of it sang to me, resonating with my own tormented soul. What led me here? What had unraveled in the folds of time to bring me to this desperate juncture? With a quiet resolve, I lifted the shard, its weight heavy in my palm. I could feel the pulse of my heart quickening, pounding like a war drum against the tight confines of my chest. Was it fear or courage that drove me to this moment? Perhaps both intertwined, leading me deeper into the abyss of my own making. I closed my eyes, drew in a shuddering breath, and with a deliberate thrust I drove the jagged shard into my chest. Pain erupted, hot and metallic, a visceral shock that sent ripples of agony spiraling through me. Crimson rivulets broke forth, mingling with the gleaming brass surface. The sharp clang of metal against bone echoed in the chamber, drowning out the incessant ticking that had become my solace. I staggered, body convulsing, as a guttural howl erupted from the darkened recesses of the manor, a sound that resonated with an ancient malevolence. "This ends now," I murmured, my voice strained and strained, almost unrecognizable. I clung to the thought, grasping at the frayed edges of my sanity, as shadows danced around me, whispering secrets I dared not decipher. Each beat of my heart felt like a final countdown, and with every pulse, the darkness tightened its grip, mocking the desperate choices I had made. As the darkness gathered, I felt the world around me shift, as though the very fabric of reality quaked in response to my reckless act. The chamber, once a sanctuary, morphed into a cauldron of chaos, the air thick with the acrid scent of oil and something darker. Time twisted, fracturing under the weight of my folly, and I became acutely aware of the chilling silence that fell, a predatory stillness settling over Ravenscroft Manor. Suddenly, the automaton that loomed in the corner, my twisted creation, shuddered violently. Its brass joints jerked as though possessed by some malicious spirit, then collapsed with a crash onto the cold flagstone floor. I winced, yet a cruel thrill coursed through me, mingling with the searing pain in my chest. The howl of the shadows morphed into a shrill, discordant pitch as they recoiled, pulling back against the moldy stone wall with a desperation I recognized as a reflection of my own. The once proud device lay broken, a reflection of my own soul's degradation, while the ancient force trapped within the manor stirred, awakening as the foundation of my world began to splinter. I became painfully aware of the clattering and twitching of mechanical parts, disintegrating with the raw energy I had unleashed. Light flickered overhead, glinting off shattered glass and remnants of forgotten devices. I was surrounded by chaos, a symphony of destruction born from my choices, and I could only wonder whether this was the beginning of an awakening or the harbinger of my end. As the echoes of the automaton's collapse resonated through the chamber, the weight of dread pooled in my gut, clashing with the sickening thrill that lingered from my reckless act. Each clang of brass and steel on the cold stone floor sent ripples of fear through the air, stirring the shadows that lurked in the corners, twisting and shifting with unnatural intent. The automaton lay sprawled, an array of twisted metal and shattered mechanisms, yet I sensed it thrumming with a new energy. A pulse that felt alive, unsettling in its persistence. Shadows stretched and shivered across the stone walls, unfurling like dark tendrils seeking out light, wrapping around the remnants of my folly. I could hardly comprehend the mayhem unfolding before me. The world had unspooled into a chaotic tempest. From the depths of the darkened corners, the shadowy entity emerged, cloaked in ancient malice, a primordial force awakening to my cry for vengeance. Its presence oozed through the chamber, an all-consuming dread that coiled around my limbs and seized my breath. The air thickened with the scent of damp earth and decay, heralding the arrival of something that had slumbered too long, waiting for the right moment to seize its place in my calamity. The walls of the chamber began to fracture, cracking like the foundations of my soul. My heartbeat quickened, erratic and violent, matching the chaotic vibrations that pulsed through the air. I struggled to retain my sense of self, the fragmented pieces of my consciousness wrestling with the spiraling horror around me. Suddenly, a piercing howl erupted from the shadows, a cacophony of discordant notes that rang in my ears, melding with the clattering debris surrounding me. Each shriek sliced through the oppressive silence, growing louder, as if the darkness itself had a voice, one that whispered dreadful secrets of despair. My heart raced with a primal instinct to flee, but I was rooted in place by an unfathomable force, a fear that paralyzed me, coiling tighter with every tremor of the world. The shadows roiled against the moldy stone wall, wrapping around the remnants of the shattered automaton, and it quivered, responding to their unearthly call. Mechanical parts twitched, as if being summoned back to a distorted version of existence, their movements now fluid, unnaturally alive. I watched in horrified fascination, as fragments of my own creations became something else, something that no longer belonged to me. Then, the floor beneath me splintered with a sudden violence. Cracks erupted like veins of darkness, splitting the very earth. I stumbled backward, heart pounding, panic surging as the world shifted beneath my feet. It felt as though I were teetering on the brink of madness, my sanity threatening to slip away like smoke in the wind. The temperature dropped, an icy shroud settling over me, wrapping around my limbs like the hands of death. I could barely breathe, each inhale tinged with a chill that penetrated to my bones. In that moment, the oppressive atmosphere crystallized into pure terror, an instinctive awareness that I had crossed a line, unleashing forces I could barely comprehend. I clutched at my chest, where the shard pulsed like a second heartbeat, a dark symbiosis. Distant whispers swirled around me, ethereal voices rising and falling in cadence, filling my ears with sinister harmonies. As I strained to listen, my mind swirled with fear, battling against the pull of whatever ancient spirit stirred beneath the crumbled stones of Ravenscroft Manor. In the midst of the chaos, I felt a presence, a consciousness that crawled closer with every echoing tick of a clock, winding around me with insidious intent. I barely noticed the surge of adrenaline drowning out the whispers of dread, until a flicker of motion tore my focus. An urgent entrance, Luna appeared in the doorway, silhouetted against the growing chaos. Her expression, fierce and unyielding, stood in sharp contrast to the dread permeating the room. But before I could call out, before the shadows could grasp for her, the floor creaked ominously, signaling our fate. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all entwined now, puppets in a grim play orchestrated by unseen hands. The shadows whispered in my mind, while Luna stepped into the fray, and I was left to wonder whether we would escape the darkness closing in around us. With a sudden crash, the door burst open, and she strode into the chaos, a wild figure cutting through shadows with her fierce green eyes aflame. Luna Fairweather emerged like a force of nature, unyielding and resolute, each movement purposeful, as she surveyed the room filled with crumbling debris and whispered malevolence. The air thickened, suffused with an urgency that compelled her into action, and she quickly shifted her focus to me. "Felix," she called, her voice slicing through the cacophony, laced with both desperation and determination. I felt her presence wash over me, grounding me amidst the confusion and chaos. But there was no time to respond, no time for hesitation. Her arms gripped my frail form with fierce resolve, a lifeline amidst the storm. The panic within me surged as I stumbled, weakened and lost, struggling against the spiraling shadows that curled around my mind. I could feel the remnants of the automaton, the shadows whispering my name like an ominous echo. But her grip on my arms jolted me back to the present, and together we charged into the narrowing passages. "Hold on, Felix," she commanded, her tone a sharp contrast to the haunting whispers that surrounded us. The narrow space felt claustrophobic, each heartbeat mingling with the sounds of crumbling stone and clattering debris. I focused on her voice, the tether pulling me closer to life amidst the enveloping darkness. We moved quickly, Luna's determination guiding our frantic escape. My senses dimmed, fragments of consciousness flickering as we darted through the debris-strewn corridors. Shadows flickered in the corner of my eye, lurking just beyond the edges of my perception. Each step we took reverberated with an eerie reminder of what we were leaving behind. "Keep moving," she urged, her voice unwavering even as the weight of the crumbling manor threatened to engulf us. A sudden crash from above jolted me, sending panic surging through my veins, but her hands never wavered, a steady force against the encroaching chaos. The echo of my own fear melded with hers, creating a peculiar bond amid the turmoil. My vision began to blur, the edges of reality softening as I surrendered to the overwhelming tide of exhaustion and despair. I clung to her, heart racing, but her fierce presence pierced through the disarray. I could feel her pulse, steady and sure, syncing with my own faltering rhythm, reminding me that life still pulsed just outside the shroud of darkness. Every creak of the floorboards reverberated beneath my feet like a warning, urging us onward, while the hissing of escaping steam curled around us like tendrils of malevolence. Luna pulled me closer, navigating the shifting passages with a deftness born of instinct. "We're almost there, Felix. Stay with me." Instinctively, I mirrored her determination, urging my body to keep pace despite the raging storm that waged within me. The shadows were a constant threat, whispering of our fates, and I fought against their grasp, relying on the fierce fire in her green eyes to pull me through. We reached the partially collapsed exit, the way ahead half obscured by fallen masonry. Luna surveyed the obstacles and took a breath, resolving to breach the final barrier. "On three," she said, her tone brooking no argument. My heart thundered, ignited by her resolve. I nodded weakly, focused solely on her, the world beyond now a blur. "1, 2, 3, she called, and together we pushed forward, the sharp sound of stone scraping against stone echoing as we plunged into the collapsing light. The pressure behind us mounted, as the very walls moaned with a terrible hunger, but I felt the air shift, welcoming, as it filled my lungs with life anew. Outside, the first visible signs of restored life ripple across the darkened courtyard, an unexpected vitality that contrasted with the lingering shadows that clung to my skin. Scattered droplets and dust caught stray beams of light, twinkling like the remnants of despair being washed away. I stumbled into the light, embracing the warmth that surged around us as Luna steadied my weak frame. "Keep moving," she urged, her voice firm but laced with relief. And in that moment, I felt an ember ignite within me, a fragile hope burgeoning amidst the encroaching shadows that still threatened to invade my soul. Whatever awaited us in the future, I knew that we had reclaimed a small victory against the darkness, and together we would face the horrors lurking just beyond the horizon. Chapter 19: Healing Wounds. The first thing I registered was the coldness of the metal beneath my palm, the antiseptic scent that mingled with the faint scent of herbs, drawing me from the hazy darkness. My eyes fluttered open to the sterile white walls, a blank canvas of worry, and the soft glint of polished instruments lined with mechanical precision on the shelf nearby, each one a silent sentinel of healing, awaiting my return. My body felt heavy, like I was encased in the softest of weights, pressing down against my will. I tried to make sense of my surroundings, yet clarity eluded me as I focused on the gentle figure at my side, adjusting a neat row of bandages on a nearby tray. Abigail's practiced hands worked with the grace of someone accustomed to this dance of care. Her dark hair was always neatly braided, a token of order amidst the chaotic pulse of life outside these walls. "You're awake," she said, her voice a balm against the harshness of reality. The warmth of her tone wrapped around me, knitting together the edges of my frayed thoughts. I could see the soft brown in her eyes, a reflection of something deep, compassion or perhaps a weary resolve, though they hinted at the burdens she carried just as I carried my own. With effort, I shifted my gaze toward the bedside table where a water jug glistened, tempting me like a distant mirage. My fingers trembled against the cool metal, a reminder of my fragility. I grasped it gingerly, as if my clumsiness might shatter this simple vessel, and raised it to my lips. The water soothed my parched throat, grounding me to the here and now, even as uncertainty clouded my mind. Beside me, Luna stood, her presence like a vibrant streak against the whites and browns of the infirmary. Her fiery red hair caught the dim light, wild and beautiful, as if she were part of the very chaos of the natural world outside, unyielding in her defiance. She leaned casually against a wooden table, its surface marred with scars from years of wear, her striking green eyes regarding me with an intensity that made my heart quicken. "Good to see you awake, clockmaker," she said, a teasing lilt in her tone that felt both familiar and reassuring. What happened?" My voice was raspy, echoing in the stillness of the room. It felt foreign to me, heavy with confusion and anxiety. I searched Luna's gaze, desperately wanting to grasp what reality lay beyond this moment of recovery. "Not much to tell, really," she replied, crossing her arms and tilting her head slightly, a smirk teasing at her lips. "Just a little run-in with the darkness, but Abigail has been mending your clockwork well." Before I could process her words, a nurse swept into the room, the door clicking shut behind her with a soft but finality that made the air seem thicker. Her swift movements stirred the silence, contrasting the tender calm that permeated the space. Abigail straightened, giving the nurse a brief, familiar nod, as if acknowledging a silent pact of vigilance against the unseen foes that haunted our lives. Once the nurse departed, my gaze flickered back to Luna, her playful demeanor momentarily clouded with something more serious. It lay beneath her sharp wit, an acknowledgement of the shadows that hovered just outside, threatening to breach the light we found in each other's company. I inhaled deeply, letting the calm air fill my lungs, though remnants of fear clung to the corners of my mind like cobwebs. Luna's voice pierced through my reverie, laced with a sincerity that shattered my wall of disorientation. "You're going to be okay, Felix. The life force that once seeped through the manor repaired not only the land, but also you." Her words resonated, wrapping around my heart with an insistent reminder that healing was both a physical and spiritual endeavor. Outside the window, the sun made its slow ascent, illuminating the streets of Eldergrove, where clusters of villagers moved between the modest stone cottages. I strained to catch a glimpse of them, their movements orchestrated by some invisible hand of routine, punctuated by murmured greetings and cautious thanks as they passed. It seemed that life, in its relentless march, refused to pause for my suffering. As I gazed out, I felt Luna shift, drawing the wooden frame of the window closer, blocking the sight that held both promise and pain. Her actions spoke of the unspoken transitions we all navigated, moments of clarity interspersed with the fog of lingering scars. This town was like a living organism, ebbing and flowing, its heart intertwined with Ravenscroft Manor's looming presence, a silhouette etched against the horizon, casting both shadows and light. An unspoken promise hung in the air, thick as the silence, leaving me with the weight of both renewal and the dark scars that marred our pasts. Seated by the small window, I found my place on the edge of perception, where the heartbeats of Eldergrove pulsed in sync with my own fragile rhythm. Outside, the streets unfurled like whispered secrets, their cobblestones stained with both memory and renewal, winding between modest stone cottages that stood resilient against the encroaching shadows, as if woven together by the very fabric of life itself. The air was crisp, carrying the mingled scents of earth and distant fires, alive with the murmurs of villagers who filled the spaces between each sturdy building. I watched them shuffle along, exchanging hushed greetings and cautious nods, as if in acknowledgement of something unspoken, a collective understanding of suffering, survival, and an indefatigable hope that danced just out of reach. My pulse quickened as I thought about what I represented to them, a return from the brink, a reminder that darkness could not extinguish life entirely. The shadows that loomed over Ravenscroft Manor seemed lighter now, bathed in the gentle light that spilled forth from the dawn. Yet there remained a disquiet, as if the manor held within its walls secrets that twisted like gears in a clock, both essential and haunting. I turned my head slightly, catching a glimpse of Luna as she leaned over me, her presence an anchor amid the swirling emotions within me. The life force that once seeped through the manor repaired not only the land, but also you, she reiterated, her voice steady, cutting through my ruminations. The way she spoke made me feel as if I had become a part of that force, woven into the very marrow of the town itself, though doubt still coiled within me. "Do you think it can last?" I asked, my voice soft, carrying the weight of apprehension. I couldn't help but worry about what lay ahead, whether I would hold steady or be swept away by the same dark tide that had nearly claimed me. "Life has a way of fighting back," she responded, her tone firm yet imbued with compassion. "The spirits of this land don't yield easily, Felix. Look how the cottages stand, shoulder to shoulder, resilient in the face of storms." She gestured toward the nearest structure, its weathered facade brightened by the early sun, illuminating not just its surfaces, but also the stories etched into its stones. Outside, I noticed a few townsfolk pausing to glance my way, their gazes lingering with a mix of relief and reserve. A woman with gentle wrinkles traced by years of laughter and tears offered a hesitant smile that transformed her face, albeit for just a moment. It tugged at my heart, as I longed for connection, yet felt the weight of their eyes like chains of expectation binding me to something far greater than my own journey. "Thank you for being here, Luna," I whispered, my words earnest, like an unrefined gear slipping into place. Her unwavering presence made the uncertainty feel a little less daunting, even as shadows cast long over the memories that haunted us both. "I'll always be here," she replied, her gaze unwavering. There was a solidarity in her voice that rekindled the spark of courage deep within. It was as if we were stitched together, bound by the tapestry of our histories and the promise of a new chapter unfurling before us. The townsfolk continued their dance through the streets, passing each other like leaves caught in an autumn breeze, rustling together yet remaining distinctly individual. My heart swelled, both with fear and newfound strength, as I considered the hope that flickered in their eyes, a fragile flame, yes, but one that hinted at a brighter dawn. Just as I began to sense a fragile reconciliation between the past and the future, Luna gently reached forward and pulled the window shut with a quiet finality. The soft click resonated like a promise, a sealing of the tumultuous memories while allowing the light of change to seep through the cracks, illuminating the path forward. In that moment, I felt the threads of my life entwining with the spirit of Eldergrove, resilient as the roots of the trees that lined its borders, grounding us in both shared pain and a dawning hope for healing that lay ahead. Chapter 20: Rebuilding Eldergrove. The workbench was a realm of scattered brass and silent ticking, each timepiece a witness to the unending dance of creation and decay. I stood in its midst, surrounded by the heavy scent of oil and damp earth, fitting gears into the skeleton of an irrigation valve, my fingers moving with a precise rhythm born from countless hours of practice. Beside me, Luna knelt, a storm of wild red hair framing her focused green eyes as she ground herbs into powder, the earthy aroma weaving through the air like a whispered promise of life amidst the remnants of decay. "Steady now," I murmured, my voice a soft intrusion into the ritual of our labor. The familiar echo of my own words reminded me of a time when I doubted my every move, but now, with delicate hands, I fit the last gear into place with the care of a father cradling his newborn. With her calloused fingers, she scattered the clusters of crushed herbs, remnants of our shared secrets, on the workbench. "We're almost there," she replied, her tone laced with a mix of encouragement and amusement. Luna's confidence was a buoy in my otherwise solitary existence. It pushed me forward when the weight of expectations loomed heavy. The sound of our work, intermingled with the rhythmic ticking of reassembled clocks hanging like sentinels around us. I could hear droplets of water from the manually operated spout splattering against scattered tools, an unexpected melody weaving into our concert of metal and herbs. Each clink of brass and whisper of crushed plant matter resonated with a pulse of its own, nature colliding with mechanics. Minutes stretched as we lost ourselves in this delicate dance, punctuated by soft exhalations and the scents that enveloped us. Every hour spent refining gears or studying the arc of the earthworm was a step away from the weight of Eldergrove's superstitions that clung to its shadows like a persistent fog. Despite the comforting familiarity of our shared silence, a sense of unease threaded through my thoughts like a rusted cog. My eyes flicked to the corner of the workshop where the light dimmed ominously. A shape seemed to shift within the periphery, a flicker of motion that urged my breath to catch. But just as quickly as the notion sparked, I buried it under the steady rotation of my tasks. My focus needed to be unwavering. Luna depended on my precision, the gardens depended on our creation, and perhaps the town's very future rested within these gears and valves. "Almost there," I repeated almost as a mantra, driving away the inkling of something unseen lurking in the shadows. In those final moments, the simplicity of our collaboration eclipsed the echoes of doubt. Luna straightened, placing a hand on my shoulder, as if sensing the shadows that danced in the fringes of my mind. "What's haunting you?" she asked, her tone dipping low like the silence that followed a distant storm. "It's nothing," I said, offering a weak smile that belied the twist of anxiety gnawing at the edges of my resolve. The mechanism before me was coming to life under my fingers, but the phantoms of the past whispered through the corners of the workshop. With a final click, the valve was complete, glinting in the dim light, a promise of new life amid the clattering of time and forgotten herbs. As Luna leaned over the workbench, brushing aside her fiery hair, her eyes shone with a fierce intensity, reflecting not only the fruits of our labor, but also the hidden challenges awaiting us in Eldergrove. With one last glance at the valve, a humble testament to our collective efforts, I felt an uncertain sense of accomplishment, mixed with a dread that festered in the heart of our small town. But we were bound by determination, a thin filament that anchored us against the rising tide of dark uncertainties. Thaddeus Blackthorne strode into the workshop with a weight to his presence, his tweed coat slightly oversized, flapping like the wings of a tired bird as he traversed the familiar confines filled with brass and time. The air felt heavy, a blend of oils and damp earth, a sanctuary of creation marred by the specter of decay, and he paused to absorb the disarray, each clock and contraption a reminder of both progress and the shadows that whispered of past failures. As he leaned over my shoulder, examining the intricate details of the restored grandfather clock, I sensed the expectations thrumming in the air, like the ticking heartbeat of the very device he scrutinized. "How can we ensure this marks our new beginning?" His voice was measured, a deliberate cadence that belied the growing anxiety lurking beneath his confident facade. It was the question that haunted us all, like an unanswered prayer echoing through Eldergrove's shadowed streets. I handed him a delicate tool with precise movement, our fingers briefly brushing, his hand warm and calloused from years of service to the town, my own marked by the meticulous toil of craftwork. In the dim light, I could see the flicker of uncertainty in his attentive eyes, a fleeting glimpse of a man wrestling with forces beyond his control. "Every tick counts, Thaddeus," I replied, attempting to impart the assurance I felt slip through my fingers like grains of sand. The rhythm of the clocks lent an ironic backdrop to our conversation, each weight clashing against another, urging us forward into uncharted territory. From my periphery, I noted Luna adjusting a dial on the prototype irrigation system, her movements imbued with an easy confidence. Thaddeus regarded her with a mixture of respect and skepticism, as if acknowledging her unconventional approach while wary of the knowledge she wielded like a weapon against the town's antiquated beliefs. "How is the irrigation system faring?" he inquired, a hint of tension softening his otherwise formal demeanor. "It should keep our gardens alive," Luna replied, her voice steady and laced with purpose. "Life blooms where you tend it." Thaddeus tapped his fingers against the weathered ledger he clutched, a nervous gesture that mirrored the growing discomfort of our assembly. It wasn't merely about clocks and crops, it was about tradition and the quiet ripple of change that threatened to upend the foundations upon which Eldergrove stood. "The town's welfare must come first," he murmured, a defensive posture more than a conviction, and I sensed the conflict churning beneath his exterior. The clock chimed softly, punctuating the space between us, a rhythmic reminder of the urgency coursing through the veins of Eldergrove. Each tick held the essence of lives entwined, pasts entrenched in folklore and whispers of ominous fate. A rift stretched between Thaddeus and the uncharted path we sought to tread, woven from the threads of caution and desperation. "We must ensure the past informs our present, but not dictate our future," I dared to interject, feeling the weight of responsibility for the choices unfolding before us. Thaddeus shifted slightly, the furrows in his brow deepening as he processed my words, wrestling with their implications. In that moment, the air around us thickened with contemplation, the clock's ticking rising to a crescendo of doubt and determination. And I could feel a collective anxiety, a shared fear that echoed through the walls of the workshop. Thaddeus, a stoic figure grappling with legacy, Luna, fierce and resolute, and I, standing at the crossroads of tradition and progress, felt the inevitability of change looming over us like the clock hands reaching toward an unwritten future. As the chamber settled into a quiet that bordered on the sacred, I could see in Thaddeus's face the struggle to balance what was known with what could be. His hands, though steady, showed a hint of tremor, the warmth of his chest betraying the certainty he wished to convey. At that moment, I realized we weren't just crafting a clock, we were weaving the fate of Eldergrove one gear at a time. The spacious square held remnants of decay, amid a canvas of freshly painted boards, where the scent of damp earth met with the echoes of distant laughter. As townsfolk gathered, their voices a muted symphony of apprehension and curiosity, I felt the weight of what we were about to unveil, our struggles, our hopes, and the fragile threads of our intertwined destinies threaded into the very heart of Eldergrove. I positioned the large, restored clock tower mechanism at the center, its once dusty surface now gleaming beneath the hesitant sunlight. The clock tower, a symbol of the past, loomed over us like a guardian, every chime a testament to the resilience of our community. The townsfolk approached cautiously, casting sidelong glances, a mix of pride and doubt dancing in their eyes. "Every tick marks a remembered past," I called out, raising my voice to cut through the uncertainty. "Today, we honor our history while stepping forward into a future we can shape together." A ripple of murmurs met my words, the weight of their stares thick against the backdrop of muted hope. Beside me, Luna deftly organized the demonstration of the irrigation system along the rebuilt cobblestone pathway. With her characteristic fervor, she explained the intricacies of our work, the importance of maintaining life where despair had settled in. "This should keep our gardens alive," she declared, her voice carrying strength that ignited flickers of optimism in the crowd. She stood unwavering, a bright flame against the muted tones of doubt. I noticed the townsfolk exchanging glances. Some wore expressions of trepidation, hesitant to let go of the traditions they had clung to like a worn blanket. Yet others looked upon us with the faint stirrings of hope, a tentative courage rising like sap beneath the bark of awakening trees. Conversations spiraled like the gears within my creations. "Can we truly embrace these changes?" one man asked, glancing sideways at his neighbors. "What of the legends that warned us of veering too far from our roots?" Another woman chimed in, her brow furrowed, as she held the dusty volume of local lore tightly to her chest. "These changes feel like whispers in the night, turning us against the spirits we've known." Luna held her ground, her voice steady as she wove tradition into a tapestry of renewal. "Legends are woven from our past, but they do not need to bind us. Instead, we must learn to adapt and grow while respecting the roots that sustain us." The crowd pulsed with energy, one hesitant heartbeat after another, as they grappled with the shift. Old tales entwined with whispered fears of ghosts and misfortune clouded the air. It was within these shared breaths that I felt the ancient echoes of our ancestors, caught between fear of the past and longing for hope. As villagers clustered around, my heart thudded in rhythm with the collective uncertainty hanging over us. In a decisive moment, I placed my steady hands on the clock mechanism, delicately setting the brass medallion into place, the final touch to symbolize our intentions. My heart swelled with a promise, one that reverberated with a soft clarity beneath the clamor surrounding us. Luna joined me, her hands deft as she touched the mechanisms with care, completing our shared vision, a quiet promise for a renewed future. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, I felt a mixture of solace and dread. Beneath the hopes and ambitions lay an unresolved past that whispered of trials yet to come. With one last glance around the gathered townsfolk, I realized we stood on the precipice of a fragile balance, with every tick of the clock echoing the tension between our intertwined fates. It was within this precarious equilibrium that we were forced to confront the truths of our existence, embracing the pain of transformation while honoring the past that had shaped us. As we collectively shifted toward our potential, I felt the aching desire to breathe life into our shared story. It was here, amidst the remnants of decay and the promise of something new, that we wove the fabric of Eldergrove's future, one careful tick at a time. Chapter 21: Guardians of the Grove. I stepped into Agnes Fairweather's cramped study, where dust motes danced in a fragile beam of late-afternoon light. Ancient manuscripts lay scattered across a creaking oak table, whispering secrets of a world long past, and I felt a weight in the air, as if history itself watched from the shadows. The scents of dried herbs mingled with the musty odor of old parchment, creating a tapestry of aromas that clung to the walls like ghostly whispers. Luna moved gracefully among the remnants of forgotten lore, her fiery red hair catching the light in defiance of the dimness that cloaked the room. She flitted between stacks of brittle, yellowed records and tightly bound ledgers, her movements deliberate as she sorted the remnants of Agnes's life's work. I could see the determination in her bright green eyes, which sparked with an intensity that belied her status as a mere apprentice. Agnes, meanwhile, was an anchor of calm amid the storm of paper and ink, her weathered hands guiding our efforts with the gentle authority earned through years of experience. As I carefully unrolled a fragile scroll, my fingers brushed over its faded ink, and a sense of reverence washed over me. Agnes stood nearby, her presence a soft reassurance as she passed me a silver magnifier, the cool metal contrasting against my warm skin. "These entries must be preserved," she intoned, her voice steady and purposeful, as I traced the delicate script with deliberate precision. Each letter felt like a thread connecting me to the past, a tenuous link that could fray with one careless touch. Luna hummed quietly as she repositioned a stack of leather-bound books, her brow furrowed in concentration. I admired her fierce independence, her refusal to be overshadowed by the judgments of the townspeople who whispered behind closed doors. The candle flame flickered, illuminating the worn pages of the texts surrounding us, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward the door as if eager to escape the confines of this sacred space. The tension of our task weighed heavily, and I noted how the small room felt increasingly claustrophobic, filled not just with the dust of history, but also the lingering air of suspicion that permeated Eldergrove. Agnes, aware of my gaze, caught my eye and offered a knowing nod, a shared understanding passing between us. Though she wore the years on her lined face, those blue eyes remained sharp, vigilant against the encroaching ignorance that haunted our town. With each inscription I examined, I felt a thrill that edged towards fear. What if our careful preservation fell into the wrong hands? What if the townsfolk discovered our efforts and turned against us, driven by their superstitions? My heart raced as I resolved to guard these secrets with the same ferocity as the woman who had brought me here. There was beauty in the forgotten, a poetry in the decay that spoke of resilience against time's relentless passage. As the afternoon light began to fade, The shadows inched forward, creating a somber ambiance that settled like a heavy fog around us. I pressed my fingertips against the rough texture of the scroll, the past urging me to listen more closely, to bear witness to the knowledge etched there, while the present twisted around us, threatening to unravel it all. "Careful," Agnes murmured, her tone carrying the weight of centuries. "Knowledge can be both a blessing and a curse, and you must know which path to take." In that moment, surrounded by history and tradition, I sensed that this study was not just a collection of papers and ink. It was a sanctuary, a refuge against a world too quick to forget. Together, we would nurture the fragile roots of our lineage, even if it meant standing on the edges of darkness that seemed to loom ever closer. I returned to the scroll, feeling the warmth of our shared purpose seeping into my bones, fueling my determination to see our efforts bear fruit, however bitter it might be in the end. I set up a workbench in the center of the town square, beneath a half-constructed clock tower, the skeletal frame casting elongated shadows against the cobblestone ground, whispering of craftsmanship yet to come. The weak morning sun filtered through the gaps in the wood and metal, illuminating the scene with a cold light that felt distant, as if the dawn were reluctant to arrive fully. I spread my tools across the surface, the metallic clinks echoing into the morning air, as townsfolk ambled about their day, casting sideways glances our way. Nearby, Luna busied herself with small glass vials and bundles of dried herbs, her fingers deftly measuring ingredients, her brow furrowed in concentration. "This mixture will form the protective seal," she declared, her voice firm and confident, a hint of pride simmering just beneath the surface. There was something sacred in her preparations, a reverence that echoed the delicate dance I performed with my own craft. As I fastened a brass gear into place, aligning its teeth against etched runes carved on the metal support, I could see the connection between our worlds, each movement deliberate, steeped in tradition. The rhythmic ticking of nearby devices punctuated our activity, a symphony of precision that enveloped the square. It reminded me of the heartbeats we concealed under our respective layers of craftsmanship and knowledge, as if the very essence of our trades pulsed with life. I cast a sideways glance at Luna, our shared understanding blooming like a fragile flower against the harshness of the world around us. But as the townspeople paused to watch, I felt the shadows lengthening. There were whispers that danced on the edge of my hearing, murmurings of suspicion that clung to the morning like fog. Their eyes flickered, darting between the clockwork mechanism and the witch's assistant, doubts swirling unspoken between us. They were wary. This was evident in the tightened jaws and narrowed eyes I glimpsed in the corners of my vision. I pressed my lips together, trying to push down the unease that crept over my skin like a chill. "Just a clock," I murmured to myself, tightening a screw with deliberate care, as though by sheer will I could erase their doubt. The gears shifted smoothly under my hands, yet my heart raced in defiance of the calm I projected. I wiped my brow with the back of my hand, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, as if they could lay their fears bare upon me. Luna glanced up, her bright eyes catching the morning light like emeralds, and I could see a spark of defiance in her gaze, one that mirrored my own fears and aspirations. "We are crafting something worthwhile," she said, her voice resolute, and though my heart warmed at her confidence, the tension around us felt like a tightening noose. As I worked, her gentle presence anchored me, her hum floating in the air, soothing the turmoil that threatened to erupt. With every tool I employed, every gear I turned, I was aware of her hands as she deftly combined dried sage with powdered quartz, ingredients rich with history, tied to ancient rituals whispered among the forest trees. She blended them with such purpose, wrapping the mixture in cloth before sealing it tightly, as if protecting our fragile alliance from the judgment of those who could never understand. Around us, the townsfolk's whispers transformed into a cacophony of curious voices, shifting with doubt. "Look, there goes the witch and the clockmaker, plotting together like sorcerers conjuring mischief." The laughter was tinged with malice, the eyes bearing into us like needles, yet I swallowed my own apprehension and continued to craft. I glanced over the clock's intricate framework, drawing a deep breath that filled my lungs with a mixture of oil and damp wood. As I prepared to attach the mechanism, the delicate balance between our creations heightened, a rhythmic harmony resounding with each tick echoing around us, a reminder that amidst the ever-watching eyes there was still beauty in our endeavors. Finally, as I tightened the last screw, my gaze drifted to Luna, who had completed her protective seal and now stood beside me with an unyielding look of resolve. She too sensed the danger, a storm brewing in the hearts of the townsfolk, yet here we were, entwined in our shared purpose, defiantly embracing the legacy of our crafts. "I believe in this," I murmured, perhaps as much for myself as for her. Luna nodded, her expression a silent promise that whatever shadows loomed, we would confront them together. As the sun hesitated behind the rising clock tower, a strange sense of foreboding wrapped itself around me, and the bustling square felt somehow lighter and darker all at once. We were at the brink of something, but I couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Luna and I stepped onto a narrow, leaf-strewn path that cut through the mist-shrouded forest bordering the town, the trees towering like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches whispering tales that time had buried deep within their bark. Dappled sunlight flickered through the thick canopy overhead, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the ground, creating patterns that twisted and turned, mocking our every step as if the forest itself wished to lead us astray. With each crunch of leaves beneath our boots, a sense of foreboding settled in, wrapping around us like a shroud. It was an unsettling reminder that the woods harbored secrets, dark and tangled truths only the ancients had whispered to the trees. I stole a glance at Luna, whose fiery red hair flared against the muted greens of the foliage, her bright eyes alight with determination as we ventured deeper. The further we delved, the heavier the atmosphere grew, as if the very essence of the forest thickened with ancient sighs, hanging in the air like the chill of forgotten memories. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the land beneath our feet, each step echoing against the remnants of what had once been, a place revered, feared, and ultimately cast aside by those who could not understand. We arrived at a massive oak, its trunk broad and twisted, etched with ancient carvings that whispered of bygone eras. The runes were barely discernible, cloaked in moss and time's relentless embrace. Kneeling before the tree, I brushed away the lichen with deliberate care, exposing symbols that felt imbued with the essence of the forest, spiritual echoes of knowledge too potent to fade away completely. Luna stood beside me, a small bundle of herbs clutched in her steady hands. "This ward holds for now," she murmured, her voice reverent as she pressed the herbs against a weathered stone altar nestled at the base of the oak. I watched in silence, feeling the air thrum with energy, reverberating through the cool breeze that rustled the leaves overhead. Her ritual felt like a delicate dance, a whisper of protection amid the whispers of the ancients. As she spoke softly over the offerings, I caught sight of the sunlight filtering through the trees, illuminating her features, and in that moment, I saw the fierce dedication burning within her, a defiance that echoed my own desire to connect with the forest's history. We were two souls striving against the tide of ignorance, but even our efforts seemed insubstantial against the weight of what lay hidden in the shadows. A sudden rustle in the underbrush snapped me from my reverie, the sound sharper than the rustling of leaves. Instinctively, we crouched low, hearts pounding in our chests as we strained to listen. Branches swayed ominously, the forest around us momentarily suspended in suspense. I could feel the cold sweat tracing my spine, our vulnerability exposed before the unseen forces lurking within the depths. Luna's hand brushed mine, a quiet reminder that I was not alone in this moment, and I felt a flicker of courage ignite within. My gaze flicked to the ancient oak, seeking strength from its resilience as I adjusted a stone marker with deliberate care. We had to protect this knowledge, safeguard it from those who would not understand the delicate balance between fear and reverence. The silence stretched, heavy and thick with expectation, until the tension broke as swiftly as it had come. Whatever had stirred in the underbrush faded back into the depths of the forest, leaving us in the company of stillness once more. I looked into Luna's eyes, and in that shared glance a silent pact was formed, an understanding that whatever awaited us in the heart of this forest, we would confront it together. With hearts steady and resolve forged, we resumed our patrol along the narrow path, the ancient trees watching over us as guardians of history. I felt the rhythm of the forest echo in my heart, a subtle reminder that knowledge, like the roots beneath our feet, ran deep. The darkness around us was palpable, but it was also an invitation to tread further, to uncover the tales buried beneath layers of moss and shadow. The forest, with all its hidden secrets, awaited our discovery, ready to reveal what it had kept hidden from the world above for too long. I sat at a narrow desk in my newly claimed study, the only sound the steady tick of a clock on the wall and the scratch of my pen on thick parchment, each motion a whisper of purpose and intent amid the silence that surrounded me like a fragile cocoon. The dim lamplight illuminated the room, casting flickering shadows that danced upon the walls, a soft reminder of the stories waiting to be shared within the confines of this intimate space. As I dipped the nib into dark ink, the scent of paper mingled with the musty aroma of aged wood, evoking memories of the cluttered study belonging to Agnes, its echoes still lingering in my thoughts. I addressed the letter with a deliberate opening. "Dear Cecil," carefully composing my thoughts about the recent events in Eldergrove, entwining our lives like vines that clung stubbornly to the trellis of our history. Each word felt like a piece of my heart poured out onto the page, a testament to the trials we faced and the precarious balance we tread between light and shadow. I paused, allowing the thoughts to coalesce before continuing, remembering the quiet strength of Agnes, her voice a soothing balm, as she shared wisdom handed down through generations. There was safety in her presence, a warmth I had grown to cherish even in moments of despair. I recalled Luna's fierce determination as we navigated the complexities of the forest, her unwavering commitment to protecting our craft resonating deeply within me. The recent encounters weighed on me, a heaviness that filled the room with an air of tension I struggled to shake. Each passage I wrote entwined with a ghostly touch, the lingering thoughts of our meetings with townsfolk who cast wary glances in our direction. It haunted me, a realization that tradition might clash with the fragile understanding we sought to uphold, forever walking the thin line between reverence and disdain. My hands were numb, but I felt a warmth in my chest, an uncomfortable heat that I recognized as the burden of guilt, a flicker of doubt that shadowed my ambitions. Through the rhythmic scratching of my pen, I wrestled with the tension between progress and preservation. What legacy were we crafting, and at what cost? The thought left me breathless as I considered the town's ancient secrets resting just beneath the surface, waiting to surface at the slightest disturbance. We were united in purpose, yet I feared the divisions that could tear us apart, echoing the discord of those who wielded ignorance as a weapon against us. As I wrote, the world outside seemed to fade, the steady ticking of the clock matching the cadence of my thoughts. I wanted so desperately to shield the knowledge I had inherited from Agnes, to illuminate the truth that danced on the precipice of danger. But that same knowledge carried a curse. It was a reflection of our fears and ambitions, a mirror held up to our souls, urging us to confront the shadows that lingered within. In moments of contemplation, I could almost feel the heartbeat of Eldergrove echoing within these walls. The vibrant stories told by the elders faded into whispers beneath layers of judgment and misapprehension, each unsung tale echoing louder in my mind. I smoothed the paper, and the emotions surged as memories rushed forth, a kaleidoscope of lives intertwined, of bonds forged in darkness, each reflection a ghostly reminder of what lay at stake. As I penned the closing with a measured flourish, I took a deep breath, reminding myself that the path before us was not solely ours to navigate. The decisions we made would ripple through time, reverberating through those who came after us, for we were not just defenders of knowledge, we were its guardians against the relentless tide of fear. With each word written, I found solace amid the uncertainty, a whispered promise that the forest and its secrets would always remain entwined with our fate. The shadows outside pressed against the window panes, eager to slip through the cracks, yet I clung to the hope that our journeys, our passions, and our resolve would illuminate the path ahead. The story of Eldergrove was far from over, and I was determined to inscribe our chapter into the annals of time, no matter what awaited us beyond the door. Chapter 22. The Turning of the Gears. Perched upon the narrow ledge of the clock tower, I felt the chill of the metal beneath my fingertips, a contrast to the soft, fading warmth of the evening light. Below me, Eldergrove breathed its secrets into the dusk, the cobblestone streets like veins pulsing with life, a haunting melody, accompanied by the steady tick of the gears that sang of past burdens and whispered promises. The clock tower had risen from the ground, its spire reaching toward the heavens like a supplicant. Brass gears, forged with precision and care, interlocked within the wooden framework, a symphony of craftsmanship that thrummed beneath my feet. I had poured my soul into every cog and lever, immersing myself in the art of time, only to be left grasping at fleeting moments, shadows drifting just beyond reach. As the clockwork echoed the pulse of the town, I let my gaze sweep across the rooftops, tracing the outlines of forgotten dreams etched into their stones. Cool air kissed my skin, mingling with the scents of damp earth and wood smoke, invoking memories that clung stubbornly to the edges of my mind. I pressed my palm against the railing, its surface rough from years of weathering, and felt a part of history, the hopes and fears of the townspeople entwined with the very fibers of this place. The past was always there, whispering to me in the solitude of my craft, reminding me that time waits for no one, that each tick brought with it a reckoning. I lost myself in this rhythm, my fingers tracing the ironwork, when a rustle of fabric caught my attention. Turning slightly, I saw her, Luna Fairweather. She emerged from the shadows with the grace of a willow bending in the breeze, her wild red hair catching the last beams of daylight like fire set free. A small smile played at her lips, one that felt like a breath of fresh air amidst the weight of expectation. Without a word, she extended her hand toward me. I clasped it, our grip firm and sure, a reminder that in the face of uncertainty we had one another. "It's time," I said, my voice a mere echo against the night sky, but it was enough. Enough to anchor me to this moment, to ground me amidst the impending chaos that lay beyond our vision. "We rebuild together," she replied, her tone filled with conviction, her bright green eyes glimmering with a fierce determination. In those words, I could sense the invisible thread that bound our fates, pulling us together against the pull of despair that sometimes threatened to tear us apart. As the clock began to chime, its sound resonated through the air like the first notes of an orchestra warming up, drowning out the voices of the town, merging into the collective anticipation of something new, a shift, a change. The sonorous echoes felt both ominous and exhilarating, warning us of the challenges ahead, yet beckoning us toward hope. The chimes rolled out, reverberating against the stone walls, carrying the weight of unspoken promises. I closed my eyes for a brief moment, letting the sound wash over me, feeling it pulse through my body and sink deep into my core, awakening long-buried fears and untamed hopes. Each toll seemed to summon memories of loss, of ambition, of moments when all had felt lost, but yet somehow, someway, a flicker of light emerged. We stood there together, side by side on that narrow ledge, suspended between the past that lingered in the shadows of our minds and the dawn that awaited just beyond the horizon. I stole a glance at Luna, her profile illuminated by the fading sunlight, and in that fleeting moment, I found solace in our shared silence. The world below continued its animated dance, but we, bound by resolve and memories, remained fixated on the uncertainty that wrapped around us. As the last notes of the clock faded, I turned my gaze back toward the town below. They were reveling in a distant celebration, their laughter and conversations drifting upward, but the churning in my stomach reminded me that it would take more than a festive spirit to forge a new path. We had work to do. As we descended the spiral staircase, the creaking wood beneath our feet seemed to resonate with the clock's final chimes, an echo of history calling us forth into the night. Each step pulled us deeper into the embrace of Eldergrove's fabric, the air growing thick with a mingling of excitement and expectation, as if the very walls wished to whisper secrets of the past, urging us toward the promise of renewal. Emerging from the clock tower, we stepped through a heavy oak door with iron fittings that had felt more like a threshold to another world than mere wood. Light spilled out onto the cobblestone square, where strings of lanterns swayed in the evening breeze, casting a warm, flickering glow that illuminated the eager faces of the townsfolk. It was a place of gathering, laughter woven through the fabric of the night like the gentle pull of the tide. The marketplace had come alive, a tableau vibrant with color and sound. Paper lanterns flitted through the air like fireflies caught in an eternal dance. Tables laden with herbs, baked goods, and trinkets filled the space, their rustic forms echoing the tales of generations past. I could hear the hum of voices, laughter mingling with the rhythmic clang of pots and pans, celebration pouring from every corner. As we stepped into the crowd, nods and murmurs of welcome greeted us, a mixture of warmth and restraint. My heart raced at the acknowledgement. It had been a long time since I felt that connection. I studied their faces, old acquaintances mixed with wary newcomers, unsure if they remembered my shy presence in the shadow of the clock. Luna glided through the throng, her purposeful movements as effortless as the wind. The herbalist's confidence shone like a beacon, lighting a path through murmured skepticism. Conversations flowed around us, sparking fragments of laughter and shouts of playful banter, the atmosphere heavy with the thrill of life on the cusp of transformation. "Have you seen the new displays?" Someone called to her, eyes bright with curiosity, and Luna responded with the precision of a practiced conversationalist. Her words mixed observations of herb blends and snippets of old folklore, drawing in listeners with the gravity of her knowledge, every bit as vivid as the colors draping the stalls. I lingered back, watching as she flourished amidst the crowd, her independence shining like a fiery ember. There was a charm about her that drew people in, a natural pull that shifted the energy surrounding us. I felt pride swelling within, alongside an undeniable yearning. What would it mean to step forward, to take her side publicly, in a world still recovering from whispers of distrust? Time twisted itself within this vibrant chaos as I let my gaze drift. A child danced past me, arms outstretched toward the sky, and laughter pealed forth, brightening the weight that clung to my heart. I spotted the baker, her apron dusted with flour, offering treats and sweet encouragement. Beside her, the blacksmith hammered iron into shape, each strike a testimony to the resilience of our community. It felt as if Eldergrove, while flawed, was waking anew, emerging from shadows we had all carried far too long. I turned to Luna, and our eyes met. A fleeting smile passed between us, silent yet overflowing with shared understanding. In that moment, I felt a charge, the kind that meant promises were whispered on the breeze, and the world held its breath for what was to come. Despite the crowded marketplace, we were drawn closer, the energy vibrating between us as palpable as the pulse of the town itself. "I think," I began, the warmth of her presence igniting a resolve within me, "that we are on the edge of something extraordinary." Her laughter bubbled over, a sound that tugged at my spirit, lifting it further into the cool night air. "You think too small, my dear clockmaker. This is only the beginning." We continued to weave our way into the heart of the celebration, buoyed by cautious relief, hope mingling with the electric thrill of possibility. I could sense the town pulsing with newfound energy, our shared presence already beginning to rewrite the narrative of our lives in Eldergrove. We walked together, hand in hand, toward the center of it all, where the drums beat strong, hearts opened wide, and the night sang for the change we both longed for. In the warmth of the evening, wrapped in the laughter and anticipation that hung in the air, we finally stepped forward together, ready to embrace whatever shadows lay ahead.